Family Immortal Cultivation. Starting as a spiritual farmer, this video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 276. Yang Xiling comes out of confinement. Since the purpose of the 8,000 spiritual stones has been explained, I will not say more. Although the Bailing sect has a share of this mineral vein, relying on the reputation of the Bailing sect can deter villains. But in order to prevent the cultivators of the other 4 families in Huaishu County from embezzling the sand and soil ores excavated from this mineral vein, I think it is better to send 1 or 2 key training clan members to garrison here to supervise the clan members of the other 4 families. As for letting the foundation building cultivators in the clan to guard that mineral vein, it is somewhat a waste of talent. Furthermore, during this martial arts fight, my Ling family and the Luo family have a grudge. If the old thief Luo Minghu of the Luo family finds an opportunity to catch the foundation building cultivator, he may kill him. Therefore, it is better to send a key training clan member to guard this place. Yunjin, among the 4 of us who gathered together to discuss matters in this small house, you are the one who is most familiar with the situation of the key training clan members in the clan. Do you have any candidates? Ling Yanhuang suggested. Ling Yanqian heard the question, thought about it carefully, his face lit up, and recommended. Xiao Ahua, who ranks 6th in the family's Xiao generation, is capable. Since returning to the family more than 10 years ago with you, 3rd brother, in response to the Bailing sect's request to open up the Jiaozhou territory, Xiao Ahua has entered the late stage of key training, and now has the 8th level of key training. Such a level of cultivation is among the best even in the clan. Moreover, Xiao Ahua is also an apprentice in refining equipment. He can skillfully use the secret technique of refining equipment, and his speed in refining ore into spiritual iron is much faster than that of ordinary cultivators. If Xiao Ahua is stationed in the sand and soil vein, he can also directly refine the family's share of sand and soil ore in the vein. As for the rest of the clan except Xiao Ahua, they are basically unable to get away. In the past year, the family has opened a store in the market towns opened up by the Bailing sect in the 5 county towns in Yuanzhou, which is newly opened up by the Bailing sect. The extra staff in the clan has also gone to help run the store, expand the family business, and earn spirit stones. Ling Yanhong nodded when he heard this. Since the rest of the family can't leave, then Xiao Ahua will be the only one. Anyway, there will be no danger if he stays there. Xiao Ahua's strength is not weak enough to deal with some minor dangers. After this meeting is over, I will give Xiao Ahua some auxiliary pills and spiritual talismans for self-defense, and leave him a sum of spiritual stones to activate the mining puppets that Bailingmen will bring. Sand and soil ore is very solid, and mortals can't dig it at all. Only monks who can activate spiritual power can dig spiritual ore. However, the cost of hiring monks to mine is too high, far less than the puppets specially developed by Bailingmen's weapon refiners for mining. Mining puppets can not only mine day and night, but also have a fast speed, comparable to the speed of 10 monks of the same level. In addition, this puppet has a micro-spiritual gathering array in its body, which can absorb the free spiritual energy in the world into its body by itself, and consumes very little spiritual stones. It only takes 1 spiritual stone to mine for about a month. However, Bailingmen has always stopped selling such puppets. Afterwards, Ling Yanhong, Ling Pengyun, Ling Pengxing, and Ling Yunqian chatted for a few more words before ending the council, leaving the hut and returning to their temporary residences to sit in meditation. 2 days later, a 2nd-level array master from the Bailingmen Spiritual Array Hall arrived with 10 first-level mining puppets to assist the 5 foundation-building families in Huaishu County in digging sand and soil veins. At the same time, the 40,000 spiritual stones needed for Bailingmen to purchase 30% of the sand and soil veins were divided equally among the 5 major families in Huaishu County. Afterwards, the 2nd-level array master arranged a 2nd-level medium-grade defensive array in the sand and soil veins, and handed the array plate of the array to the 5 cultivators in Huaishu County. The 5 major families in Huaishu County were asked to hand over 5,000 kilograms of sand and soil ore to Bailingmen every year. Within 10 years, after handing over the 40,000 kilograms of ore belonging to Bailingmen, the 2nd-level array master left this place and did not stay here. The mineral vein here does not belong exclusively to Bailingmen. If the interests that belong exclusively to Bailingmen are lost, Bailingmen can also make up for it from the 5 families in Huaishu County. In addition, although there are many foundation-building monks and Bailingmen has expanded its territory too much recently, and the spiritual veins in the newly developed areas need to be guarded. Therefore, there is no Bailingman monk to sit in the sand and soil vein. After the formation master of Bailingmen left, the other 4 major families in Huaishu County, like the Ling family, left 1 or 2 key training monks to sit in the sand and soil vein to supervise the various families to avoid corruption. Afterwards, the patriarchs of the 5 major families led the rest of the clansmen to leave this place and return to their respective families. Because Ling family had just received a huge sum of 8,000 spiritual stones, Ling Pengyun did not directly ride the Immortal Crane King back to the rock-scale snake cave to guard. Instead, he followed the Ling family's monk team, and together with Ling Yanhuang and Ling Pengxing, 2 foundation-building monks, he escorted the batch of spiritual stones and more than 20 key training clan members who participated in the mineral vein incident back to the clan. It took nearly 10 days and thousands of miles for the Ling family to return to the clan. Ling Pengyun stayed in the clan mountain for a day and held a small council with other clan leaders in the clan. From this council, Ling Pengyun also learned about the marriage between the clan and the Wen family, as well as the recruitment of sons-in-law and concubines. After the meeting, Ling Pengyun rode on the family's guardian spirit beast, the Immortal Crane King, and left the clan mountain. A few days later, outside the rock-scale snake cave. Since Ling Pengyun left the snake cave, the family elder Ling Ruxin, who temporarily took over the snake cave and took care of the snake cave spirit veins in his place, was looking up at the sky. A crane kept falling towards the snake cave. Just now, when he was in the snake cave, he noticed that a cultivator was approaching through the Jengjin crack needle array, which was arranged in the snake cave to protect the cave. Through the array, he also sensed the identity of the person who came. When the fairy crane in the sky landed, a young man also jumped off the crane's back and walked in front of Ling Ruxin. Seeing the arrival of the young man, Ling Ruxin showed a trace of worry and expectation on his face, and asked, "Pengyun, did the family encounter any danger in the seizure of the sand and soil vein in the barren land between the Luo family and the Liu family's territory this time? Did the family members suffer casualties? Did the family seize the ownership of the vein?" The young man was Ling Pengyun, and the fairy crane was the family's guardian spirit beast, the fairy crane king. 11th great-grandfather. Ling Pengyun bowed to Ling Ruxin and greeted him. Then he told him in detail what happened when the Ling family seized the vein, and the feud with the Luo family in the fight to divide the benefits of the vein. After listening to it, Ling Ruxin was immediately afraid. After all, Ling Yanhong, the strongest man in the clan, was almost killed by Luo Minghu of the Luo family in the fight to divide the benefits of the mineral vein. Fortunately, Yanhong is fine, otherwise the family would be weakened without Yanhong. Ling Ru first said a thankful word, and gave some instructions to Ling Pengyun, who was about to sit alone in the snake cave. "I won't say much about this, Pengyun, since you have come here, I won't stay here any longer. The family is now at odds with the Luo family, so you still need to be more careful when you are stationed here, so as not to be discovered by the Luo family's foundation building masters, prompting them to attack you who are alone." Ling Pengyun nodded and said, "I understand. With the Immortal Crane King here, if I can't defeat him, it shouldn't be a big problem to escape. Besides, this place is hidden, and the fact that there is a spiritual vein is known only to the Yang family's top leaders, a few people in our family, and senior Zhang Yan of Bailingmen. These people are unlikely to spread the news that I am stationed here, otherwise it will harm their interests. After all, if I am killed, the third ancestor and his men will probably no longer cooperate with the Yang family, and at the same time, the fact that there is a spiritual vein here will be exposed. By then, if things get out of hand, it will be difficult for the Yang family to occupy the second-level spiritual vein in this snake cave that originally belonged to the Bailingmen." Ling Ruxin still felt a little uneasy and said, "Although what you said makes sense, it's better to be careful." "Okay." After Ling Pengyun responded, he thought of something and said with a smile, 11th great-grandfather, you have now retired from the position of the great elder, and the family has nothing else to do. Do you want to go to Grandpa Yunnan to enjoy the happiness of family life? Some time ago, I went to Tuiyun Market and looked for Grandpa Yunnan. I saw that Grandpa Yunnan had taken in another concubine named Liu Qing. Then, there will be 6 grandmas grandmothers to take care of you. Isn't it wonderful?" Ling Ruxin was quite moved when he heard this. Since his only son Ling Yunfu became the elder of the family more than 30 years ago and was sent out by the family to manage the family's overseas properties, he rarely talked to his only son Ling Yunfu. The relationship between the two has also become a lot more distant. After the monster rebellion ended, Ling Yunan often sent messages back to the family, asking Ling Ruxin to go to his side to enjoy his old age. But at that time, it happened that Ling Pengyun was in seclusion to break through the foundation building, and Ling Ruxin had to replace the position of the great elder of the family for a period of time, so he did not go to Ling Yunfu. Well, I don't have many years left, and it's time for me to enjoy the care of my daughters-in-law. Pengyun, you are not young anymore. Some time ago, when we were at the family, Yunhong told me about your Taoist partner. I was worried about your Taoist partner. If there is a female cultivator who can sleep in the future, don't miss it and seize the opportunity. Ling Ruxin said with a smile. Understood, 11th great-grandfather. Ling Pengyun raised his eyebrows and nodded in response. Okay, I won't nag you anymore. After Ling Ruxin finished speaking, he handed over the Zhengjin cracking needle array that protected the snake cave from his storage bag to Ling Pengyun, and then summoned a fairy crane in the late stage of key training from the beast bag on his waist, and rode the crane to fly away quickly. Ling Pengyun watched Ling Ruxin for a while, and only returned to the rock-scale snake cave when Ling Ruxin's figure disappeared from his sight. 1 year later, Zhang Yan, deputy head of the General Affairs Hall of Bailing Sects stationed in Tuiyuanfang City, came to the rock-scale snake cave again and found Ling Pengyun outside the rock-scale snake cave. Senior Zhang, I wonder if you have something to do this time. Ling Pengyun asked in confusion when he saw Zhang Yan, who was not very close to him, coming here again. Junior brother Wu Yan and his Taoist partner junior sister Yang Xiling came out of retreat a month ago. This is a letter that junior sister Yang asked someone from Bailing Sect to send to me and asked me to pass on to you. While Zhang Yan was speaking, he took out a letter from his storage bag and handed it to Ling Pengyun. Ling Pengyun was delighted when he heard this. A few years ago, when he attended the 100-day banquet for his nephew Wu Hong, who had the wind spirit root, he heard from his cousin-in-law Wu Yan that his cousin Yang Xiling had used a secret method to give birth to his nephew Wu Hong, which caused extremely serious damage to her blood and vitality. The cultivation level of the middle stage of foundation building also fell back to the realm of key training. In recent years, Yang Xiling has also relied on spiritual objects to stay in seclusion and recover from her injuries. Now that her cousin can come out of seclusion, it is obvious that her injuries have healed. Thank you, Senior Zhang. Ling Pengyun took the letter and thanked him. No need to be polite. Tuiyuanfang City still needs me to guard it. It is difficult for me to leave for a long time, so I will not accompany you for too long. Zhang Yan waved his hand and said. After saying this, Zhang Yan drove a flying boat to leave the place. And Ling Pengyun also broke a small restriction on the letter that seemed to be nothing, and read the contents of the letter. After reading the contents of the letter, Ling Pengyun couldn't help but smile bitterly. In addition to Yang Xiling's words of guaranteeing safety, the content of the letter was to tell Ling Pengyun that he had found 3 young female cultivators of the right age, who had reached the foundation building stage, and were beautiful in appearance, in Bailingmen, and were waiting for Ling Pengyun to go to Bailingmen to meet them. After all, it is a bit bad for the woman to go to the door for a blind date. It's rare to find a single female cultivator in the foundation building period. I should definitely go meet one. Ling Pengyun looked at the letter in his hand, muttered to himself, and then called the Crane King in the early stage of foundation building, who was sleeping deep in the snake cave, and the Fenggying Peng to leave here together. A few days later, Ling Pengyun returned to the family and told the clan leader Ling Yunhong about the blind date arranged by his cousin Yang Xiling and Bailingmen. This is a good thing. I have limited connections and most of the people I know are from foundation building families. The female cultivators of the family are not within your consideration. The female cultivators of Bailingmen are very good. Pengyun should seize this good opportunity. If you can bring a female cultivator of foundation building back to the family will be stronger. If the family conflicts with a Luo family in the future, it will be more confident. Ling Yunhong said with great joy after learning about this. Third ancestor, if I go to Bailingmen, I'm afraid I won't be able to come back in a short time. The rock-scale snake cave in Yuanzhou also needs someone to guard it. Ling Pengyun then expressed his concerns. I understand what you mean. After you leave the clan mountain, I will go to the rock-scale snake cave to guard it for a few days. As for your third brother Pengxing, he has been in seclusion since he returned to the clan after the sand and soil mine fighting not long ago. It is estimated that he gained enlightenment through the battle with Luo's foundation building cultivator Lingxiao. 9 out of 10, when he comes out of seclusion, he will be able to break through to the third level of foundation building. After all, you are still an obedient child, unlike Pengxing. Ling Yanhong was extremely helpless when he talked about Ling Pengxing's marriage. Ling Pengyun was obedient and knew that he had to get married. But Ling Pengxing was really stubborn. Ling Yanhong tried to persuade Ling Pengxing to get married several times, but failed. Ling Pengxing refused because his cultivation was still low and he didn't consider marriage. Ling Yanhong couldn't say much about this matter. After all, Ling Pengxing was not young anymore and had his own ideas. Ling Yanhong couldn't say much about his marriage. Ling Pengyun also knew a little about this matter, so he didn't say much. Okay, let's not talk about this matter anymore, Pengyun. This time your journey to Balingman is long, and there are unavoidable accidents. You will ride the fairy crane king of the family. If you encounter danger that you can't resist, relying on the speed of the fairy crane king, you can also escape more quickly. Ling Yanhong said. Okay. Ling Pengyun replied. Afterwards, he and Ling Yanhong chatted for a few more words, and then he left and rode the fairy crane king of the family that was in the early stage of foundation building to leave the clan mountain. A few days later, Ling Pengyun rode Fenggying Peng across hundreds of thousands of miles and finally arrived in the Baling Mountains where Balingman was located. Because Yang Xiling, the daughter-in-law of Lingfu's Hunren, had already informed the Balingman monks who were patrolling the Baling Mountains that Ling Pengyun might come to Balingman. Therefore, when the monks of Balingman saw the appearance of the unfamiliar face Ling Pengyun, they simply asked about Ling Pengyun's identity and let him go. Therefore, Ling Pengyun arrived outside the gate of Balingman very smoothly. Thanks to Shuhoang Wudao, Shuiao 2020060917490074, Mingying Mei, WW for the monthly ticket. Chapter 277 Ling Pengyun's first blind date. At this time, among the two foundation building monks guarding the gate of Baling sect, an old man with a strong smell of alcohol and a wine gourd hanging from his waist saw Ling Pengyun coming. His eyes flashed with light, and he spoke. Brother Ling. Ling Pengyun heard the call, looked up, and saw that the old man who called his name looked familiar. He immediately remembered the identity of the old man. The old man was named Yu Fu. A few years ago, when Ling Pengyun followed Yang Changxing, the supreme elder of the Yang family, to Baling sect to participate in the 100-day banquet of his nephew Xiao Wuhong, it was Yu Fu, who was guarding the gate of the sect, who took himself and Yang Changxing to the place where Yang Xiling lived. Ling Pengyun walked up quickly, bowed to the old man, and smiled. Brother Yu. Brother Ling, are you here because junior sister Yang Xiling came out of retreat this time? Yu Fu asked. That's right, Brother Yu, can you let me into the sect? Ling Pengyun said. Of course. Junior sister Yang Xiling has already instructed me on this matter. Brother, please mention my name in front of junior sister Yang Xiling. Yu Fu smiled and took out a storage bag from his arms while speaking, and stuffed it into Ling Pengyun's hand. Another foundation building cultivator who was guarding the mountain gate with Yu Fu was quite annoyed by Yu Fu's behavior, but he did not show it too much and pretended not to see it. Brother Yu, I'm sorry that I can't accept this gift again. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun frowned and handed the storage bag in his hand back to Yu Fu. Although Ling Pengyun is Yang Xiling's cousin, he himself is somewhat reluctant to ask Yang Xiling for help, so as not to make Yang Xiling feel disgusted and cut off the connection between the two. He is only Yang Xiling's cousin, and Yang Xiling has married Wu Yan, and is already half an outsider. Not to mention helping Yu Fu, an outsider, to ask Yang Xiling. Ling Pengyun was already satisfied to be able to maintain the relationship with Yang Xiling and have some interactions with her. After all, just based on this identity, Ling Pengyun has already gained a lot of convenience. Yu Fu saw Ling Pengyun's attitude and knew that Ling Pengyun really didn't want to accept it. Helplessly, he had to give up the idea of giving gifts. However, he was still very enthusiastic about Ling Pengyun and personally sent Ling Pengyun to the Lingfu mansion where Yang Xiling lived. On the way, the two also chatted for a while. Ling Pengyun also learned from Yu Fu why Yu Fu gave gifts this time. Yu Fu was born in the mortal world, and his spiritual roots were detected by Balingman and brought into the sect to practice. He finally entered the foundation building period, but because he went out to kill a monster, his foundation was damaged, and he could only stop at the early stage of foundation building for the rest of his life. Helplessly, he could only marry and have children. Fortunately, more than 10 years ago, he gave birth to a child with 3 spiritual roots. But because Yu Fu's foundation was damaged, it was difficult for Balingman to reuse him. He could only get a simple task like guarding the gate of Balingman Mountain. But this task did not earn spiritual stones, so Yu Fu bribed Ling Pengyun and wanted to exchange a more lucrative task through Yang Xiling, the daughter-in-law of Jindan's Henren, to earn more spiritual stones and pave the way for his only son with 3 spiritual roots. Ling Pengyun resonated with Yu Fu about this. Yu Fu treated his son the same way as Ling Pengyun's parents treated him. However, resonance is resonance, and Ling Pengyun can't help. Yu Fu saw that Ling Pengyun had not given in during the journey, so he sent Ling Pengyun to the gate of Lingfu Mansion and had no choice but to leave. After Yu Fu left, Ling Pengyun knocked on the gate of Lingfu Mansion. After a while, a maid in the key training period opened the door and walked out, bringing Ling Pengyun into the mansion and into the hall. Cousin Yang Xiling, holding a child as tall as her calf, brother-in-law Wu Yan, Ling Pengyun's mother, and Aunt Zhao Hanzhao sat down in the hall. It was obvious that they had heard the news of Ling Pengyun's arrival. Cousin Pengyun, I didn't expect you to come so soon. It seems that you are quite serious about finding a Taoist partner. Yang Xiling, who was holding the child, joked, and then felt Ling Pengyun's strong aura, frowned, and said with a little surprise. Cousin Pengyun, have you entered the middle stage of foundation building? Some time ago, relying on my life spirit implanted in the foundation building, I was lucky enough to enter the middle stage of foundation building. It's hard to enter the hall. Cousin, please don't make fun of me. How is your body recovering? Ling Pengyun's spiritual sense swept over Yang Xiling. Although he found that Yang Xiling's cultivation had re-entered the foundation building stage, he didn't know why he always felt that Yang Xiling was missing something. Of course I've recovered. Yang Xiling's expression darkened when she heard this, but she soon returned to normal. Ling Pengyun noticed the change in Yang Xiling's expression and guessed that there was something else going on, but Yang Xiling didn't want to say it, so he didn't dwell on it too much. He turned to greet his mother Yang Qiuyan and others, and then stuffed a first-class medium-grade protective jade pendant magic weapon that he had deliberately kept for the family to refine magic weapon some time ago into the hands of his nephew Wu Hong in Yang Xiling's arms. Everyone chatted for a while, and Yang Qiuyan, who was sitting on a seat on the left side of the hall, looked at Yang Xiling and coughed twice. Yang Xiling, who was sitting in the main seat, also immediately understood and smiled back at Yang Qiuyan. Then, she took out 3 photo discs from the storage bag and handed them to Ling Pengyun. Cousin Pengyun, these 3 photo discs record the images of 3 female cultivators of the right age, whose cultivation levels are all at the foundation building stage, born in the mortal world, and pure in body, that my aunt, my mother, and I have recently found in Balingman. Take a look and see if you like them. If you do, tell me and I'll have them come here to meet you. Ling Pengyun had already thought of getting married. He took the 3 photo discs handed over by Yang Xiling and transferred his spiritual power into them, triggering the 3 photo discs. 3 female cultivators with different looks and temperaments suddenly appeared on the surface of the 3 photo discs, their appearances and figures. After watching them, Ling Pengyun did not feel moved. After all, they were not real people. However, the appearances of the 3 female cultivators recorded in the 3 photo discs were not bad. In addition, the 3 female cultivators had the foundation building cultivation level, which added to their points. For a moment, Ling Pengyun did not know how to choose, so he spoke. Cousin, these 3 fairies are all excellent. Can we meet them all? Then make a choice. Yang Xiling and the others present were delighted when they heard this. The happiest ones were Ling Pengyun's mother Yang Qiuyan and Aunt Zhao Hanzhao. They had been staying in Balingman since the end of Xiao Wu Heng's 100 Days banquet several years ago for Ling Pengyun to find a Taoist partner, waiting for Yang Xiling to come out of retreat. They spent a lot of time selecting female cultivators in Balingman who were of the right age and not hostile to the Lingfu's Henren faction with Yang Xiling. Only then did they select the 3 female cultivators recorded in the 3 photo discs. Now, seeing that Ling Pengyun was willing to meet the 3 female cultivators, Yang Qiuyan and Zhao Hanzhao, the 2 female relatives, also felt that their efforts were worthwhile. Yang Xiling also played a communication talisman afterwards. Not long after, a female foundation-building cultivator with a heroic look and a cold face came riding on a flying sword, surrounded by a fairy aura. When the female cultivator landed on the ground, she also greeted Wu Yan, Yang Xiling and his wife, Yang Qiuyan, and Zhao Hanj, who were sitting on the main seat in the hall. Brother Wu, Sister Yang. Madam Yang, Madam Zhao. Some time ago, Yang Xiling had brought Yang Qiuyan and Zhao Hanj to her and told her about introducing a Taoist couple to her. That day, she also met Yang Qiuyan and Zhao Hanj. Afterwards, she looked at the unfamiliar Ling Pengyun and guessed that Yang Xiling had called her here for this person. Her cheeks suddenly flushed, and she bowed slightly to Ling Pengyun. Her expression returned to normal, still with that cold face. Yang Xiling, who was sitting on the main seat in the hall, also smiled and introduced Ling Pengyun at this moment. Cousin Pengyun, this fairy is called Peizu. She is my junior sister from the same sect. She has 3 spiritual roots. Her cultivation speed is quite good. She just entered the foundation building stage not long ago. She was born in a mortal village in the territory of my Bailing sect, and she has been in my Bailing sect since she entered the Tao. Cousin Pengyun, junior sister Pei, you guys have a good chat. I have something to discuss with your brother-in-law, and my mother. After saying this, Yang Xiling winked at Ling Pengyun, then stood up and walked away. Yang Qiuyan and others also smiled mysteriously at Ling Pengyun one after another, gave him encouraging eyes, and followed Yang Xiling's steps. After a while, only Peizu and Ling Pengyun were left in the spacious hall. The air was sluggish for a while, and Ling Pengyun broke the calm. Fairy Pei, my name is Ling Pengyun, and I was born in the Lingxiao Ling family of Huaishu County in Jingzhou. Just now I saw that the fairy came here on a sword, and the ice sword intent was very obvious. I wonder if the fairy is a sword cultivator who practices ice-attributed exercises. Peizu replied in a cold voice, revealing his true feelings. That's right, Master Ling, I won't hide it from you. This time I agreed to meet you because I was able to build my foundation thanks to your help some time ago. Without your help, I would never be able to reach my current level with my own wealth. As for Master Ling's situation, I have also heard from Master Yang that you are a very good Taoist and are indeed an excellent choice for a Taoist partner. As long as you like me, I can marry you, support you, and give birth to children for you. But Master Ling, I am from Bailingman, and I am not yet 60 years old, so I still have some prospects. Therefore, if I marry you, I hope you can allow me to stay in Bailingman and find a way. But, Master, please rest assured, after my path is broken, I will definitely follow you to your Ling family. Except for this matter, I will listen to you in everything. If you need me for something, I will definitely help you as long as I can do it. Sir, can you agree to this? Ling Pengyun was shocked when he heard this. He didn't expect Peizu to be so straightforward, nor did he expect that there was another hidden story behind this. Ling Pengyun was a little dissatisfied with Peizu's request. As a family cultivator, it was difficult for him to stay in Bailingman all the time. Peizu was determined to stay in Bailingman. Bailingman was hundreds of thousands of miles away from the Ling family. If he and Peizu became Taoist partners in the future, the couple would be separated by 2 places, and their feelings would definitely be very weak. If they encountered some major events, they would probably break up. It was not as simple as Peizu said. Moreover, according to Peizu's words, even if she would marry Ling Pengyun in the future, it would probably be just because of Yang Xiling's kindness, and there would be no real feelings between them. Seeing that Ling Pengyun didn't speak, Peizu spoke again. Sir Ling, if you were not a family cultivator, but a cultivator of my Bailingman, would you leave Bailingman, which is rich in spiritual objects, for a Taoist partner? Ling Pengyun agreed with Peizu's words. A cultivator without worries does not have the same concerns as a cultivator from a family. His only thought is to embark on a higher path. Even if he is a cultivator of Bailing sect, and he is not very old, but he has good potential, he probably will not give up his path and leave Bailing sect for a Taoist partner with whom he has little affection. Since Fairy Pei has said so, I think even if we continue to talk, there will be no results. I will not force it. I will make a promise to Cousin Xiling and will not cause you any trouble. Ling Pengyun sighed and said, Mr. Ling, this time, I owe you a favor. Thank you very much. Peizu also understood what Ling Pengyun meant, nodded slightly, and thanked him. After that, She found Yang Xiling, who was leaving the hall, talked to her for a few words, and then flew away from here. Ling Pengyun looked at Pei Zhu's leaving figure, and a bitter look appeared on his face. However, his expression soon returned to normal. In his opinion, a failed blind date was nothing. Anyway, he has the foundation building cultivation. If he can't find a suitable Taoist partner, it's no problem for him to find a female cultivator to reproduce. Not long after Pei Zhu left, Yang Xiling and others returned to the hall again. Because Pei Zhu had just communicated with Yang Xiling and the others, and Yang Xiling and the others knew the reason, they didn't say much. Cousin Xiling, I didn't succeed with Fairy Pei. I hope you don't blame Fairy Pei. Ling Pengyun said to Pei Zhu. I know about this, Cousin Pengyun. Do you want to meet the other two female cultivators? Yang Xiling said. Forget it. Maybe the two female cultivators who will build their foundation later will make the same choice as Fairy Pei. As for finding a suitable Taoist partner for me, you elders can stop now. Thank you very much for this. I can't rush into this matter. I'll let chance decide on my Taoist partner. Ling Pengyun waved his hand, a little afraid that the two female cultivators who were going to have a blind date later would have a blind date with him because of the kindness of Yang Xiling, the daughter-in-law of Jinden's Henren, so he refused. Seeing this, Yang Xiling and others wanted to persuade him, but through this incident, they also understood that blind dates were somewhat unreliable, so they stopped talking about it and nodded in tacit agreement. Afterwards, everyone chatted for a few words, and Ling Pengyun also moved into a guest room in Lingfu Mansion under Yang Xiling's arrangement. At night, at 12 p.m., Ling Pengyun was a little worried because he found that Yang Xiling's body had changed during the day, so he found his cousin Yang Xiling, took her into an empty guest room, and asked her about it. Cousin, today I found something wrong with your body, but I didn't see any problems with your vitality or cultivation. I wonder if your foundation is damaged? Ling Pengyun asked Yang Xiling with a little worry. Yes, I'm afraid that my cultivation will stop at the initial stage of foundation building for the rest of my life, and it will be difficult to improve. Yang Xiling said with a gloomy look. When Ling Pengyun heard this, he was shocked. Yang Xiling has dual spiritual roots, and is not weaker than Ling Yunhong, the head of the Ling family. In addition, Yang Xiling is the daughter-in-law of Jinden's Henren. With such a talent, she will definitely reach the late stage of foundation building, not to mention the perfection of foundation building. But now, because she used the secret method of giving birth when she was pregnant with Xiao Wuhong, she has fallen to such a state, which really makes Ling Pengyun regretful. Cousin. Yang Xiling waved her hand. Cousin Pengyun, I'm telling you this because I treat you as one of my own. I hope you won't tell your mother or my mother about this, or it will only increase their worries. It's a pity that my foundation has been damaged, but it's also my fortune to have given birth to Xiao Hong, who has the wind spirit root. Afterwards, the two cousins chatted for a while before saying goodbye. There was no conversation that night. Chapter 278 Spiritual Shift Yan Sai. The next morning, Ling Pengyun found a maid from the Lingfu mansion and asked her to lead the way. He left the Lingfu mansion. After wandering around Bailing Gate, he finally arrived outside a magnificent palace. Behind the palace was a large cloud that obscured the sight of others. Even Ling Pengyun, who was in the middle stage of foundation building, could hardly rely on his spiritual sense to detect the situation inside the large cloud. Above the gate of the magnificent palace, there was a plaque with 3 large characters Lingxiao written on it. Senior Ling, this is the Spirit Planting Hall. As for the large cloud behind the Spirit Planting Hall, it is a 3rd-level lower-grade illusion array, which is specially used to protect the Spirit Planting Garden of our Bailing sect. If you don't use the special token of our sect's Spirit Planting Hall, even a cultivator who has completed the foundation building will find it difficult to rely on his own strength to break through the cloud and enter the Spirit Planting Garden. And in the Spirit Planting Garden, there are dozens of spiritual veins that are specially drawn to the Spirit Planting Garden by the great Jinden of our sect. It is precisely because of those dozens of spiritual veins that the number of spiritual fields in the Spirit Planting Garden is as many as thousands. The spiritual plants planted in the Spirit Planting Garden are also taken care of by the spiritual plant husbands of the Spirit Planting Hall. The maid who led Ling Pengyun noticed that Ling Pengyun was looking at the large cloud and mist with a puzzled look, so she took the initiative to explain it to Ling Pengyun. Ling Pengyun heard the words and his doubts were dispelled. Adhering to the way of being a man, Ling Pengyun also took out a first-grade middle-grade yellow bud pill left over from the key training period from the storage bag, handed it to the maid leading the way, and sent the person away. There was no one guarding outside the Lingxi Hall, and people could enter and exit at will. Ling Pengyun also stepped into the Lingxi Hall, walked to the Lingxi Hall counter, and found a Bailingman key training monk working at the counter, and told him about his desire to find the Lingxi Hall Master Yan Kang. Senior, Master Yan is busy with official duties. Have you agreed with Master Yan? If not, it will be difficult for me to find Master Yan. The key training servant saw Ling Pengyun exuding the pressure of foundation building and said respectfully. Ling Pengyun also understood after hearing this. He waved his hand and patted the storage bag on his waist, took out a token engraved with the word Yan from the storage bag, and handed it to the servant. This token was given by Yan Kang when Ling Pengyun attended the 100-day banquet of his nephew Wu Hong several years ago. The servant took the token from Ling Pengyun and examined it carefully. When he noticed that the token had Yan Kang's aura, he was shocked. The servant's expression became more respectful. After handing the token back to Ling Pengyun, he replied, Senior, Hall Master Yan is now in the spiritual plant garden taking care of the spiritual plants planted in the garden. Although you know the Hall Master, my Bailing sect also has rules. People who are not from my spiritual plant hall cannot enter the spiritual plant garden at will, so as to prevent bad people from harming the spiritual plants planted by my Bailing sect in the garden. I will send out a communication talisman now to notify the Hall Master to come out of the garden. Senior, please wait here for a while. After saying that, the man took out a communication talisman from his storage bag and sent it out. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun nodded lightly and stood quietly aside. He waited for about 100 breaths. Yan Kang, the head of the spirit plant hall, turned into a breeze and quickly entered the spirit plant hall from the outside world. He came to Ling Pengyun and said with a smile, Little friend Ling, I finally waited for you to come. Hey, little friend, I haven't seen you for several years and you have entered the middle stage of foundation building from the second level of foundation building. It seems that little friend Ling has had a lot of opportunities in the past few years. Senior Yan, you are joking. I can reach such a realm because of my life spirit implanted in the foundation building, which feeds back a lot of spiritual power. Ling Pengyun explained. With your attainments in spiritual plants, your life spirit plant has entered the foundation building again. I think your spiritual plants have also entered the second level. Congratulations, little friend. Maybe you can rely on the methods of the second level spirit plant husband to improve another kind of spiritual rice in the near future. Yan Kang said with a smile. Improving spiritual rice requires opportunities. If the opportunity is not enough, it may be difficult to improve it. Ling Pengyun said helplessly. That's true. I improved the Yan Kang spiritual rice, but now, dozens or even hundreds of years have passed, and I still haven't made any progress in improving spiritual rice. I have only improved 2 kinds of good spiritual rice that are not very helpful to me. I only have 10 years left to live. I'm afraid that my achievements in improving spiritual rice in this life will be just like this. After hearing this, Yan Kang was touched and sighed. Ling Pengyun had discussed Taoism with Yan Kang for several days a few years ago, and he knew Yan Kang's character to some extent, and understood that he was not the kind of person who liked to show off. At this time, Ling Pengyun could see that Yan Kang's sigh was his true feeling. Ling Pengyun couldn't help but envy Yan Kang's talent in improving spiritual plants. In his life, he had only improved the good first-grade lower-grade Qi spiritual rice, which was completely incomparable to Yan Kang's achievements in improving spiritual rice. Senior, you've said too much. You're still strong, and Bailingman has many spiritual objects, many of which can enhance lifespan. You have enough opportunities to go further in improving spiritual rice. Ling Pengyun comforted him. Yan Kang heard this and then noticed that he had lost his composure. His expression returned to normal and he asked, Little friend Ling, are you here to discuss the Dao with me this time? Yes, I wonder if you can give me some more advice. Ling Pengyun said with a smile. A few years ago, he had benefited a lot from discussing the Dao with Yan Kang, a second-level upper-grade spiritual plant husband. This time, he came to Bailingman, in addition to the blind date, and another reason was to find Yan Kang and ask him for advice again. My friend, you are too polite. There is no advice. We are just communicating with each other. In recent years, I have been looking forward to discussing with you again. People come and go in the spirit planting hall. It is not a good place to chat? You are not from my Bailing sect, so it is difficult for you to follow me to the quiet room of the spirit planting hall. My friend, please go to my private residence. Yan Kang said with a little joy. Although Yan Kang's spiritual plants are of high grade, he is not comparable to Ling Pengyun in the field of spiritual plants. However, Ling Pengyun is one of the few spiritual plant geniuses in the territory of Bailing sect who has improved the quality of spiritual rice. Being able to discuss with such a genius will also be of some help to Yan Kang in improving spiritual rice in the future. Yan Kang took a step ahead and took Ling Pengyun out of the spirit planting hall. After walking along the path for about half an incense stick, the two finally entered a large courtyard. This courtyard is very large, and there are 4 acres of first-grade high-quality spiritual fields in the courtyard. Behind the spiritual field is a 3-story bamboo building, and behind the bamboo building is a backyard. However, the 4 mu of spiritual fields in the front yard were not planted with spiritual medicines, but 4 kinds of spiritual vegetables: green jade cabbage, white jade radish, purple spiritual eggplant, and sticky corn. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun couldn't help showing a trace of envy and muttered to himself, "It's a pity that the family's spiritual fields are not many. We need to plant jade series spiritual rice and spiritual medicines that can be used to refine elixirs. There is no spiritual chef inheritance. Otherwise, if we can plant a few mu of spiritual vegetables and cook them with spiritual chefs, we will have a feast." Although the value of spiritual vegetables is not much different from that of spiritual medicines of the same level, spiritual medicines can be refined into spiritual medicines, while spiritual vegetables need to be cooked into spiritual food by spiritual chefs to maximize the benefits of spiritual vegetables. The Ling family has a weak foundation. The family has only been established for more than 200 years, and has not yet collected the rare spiritual chef inheritance. The spiritual food made from spiritual materials cooked by spiritual chefs is much better than the effects of elixirs of the same level. It can completely match the spiritual water of heaven and earth of the same level, and is a good choice for improving cultivation. However, because the inheritance of spiritual chefs is rare, the spiritual food in major restaurants on the market is generally very expensive. Even Ling Pengyun has not eaten spiritual food many times in his life. Just when Ling Pengyun came back to his senses, he smelled a strong aroma of dishes mixed with a few traces of spiritual energy. The aroma of spiritual food. Ling Pengyun said with a little shock. Yan Kang, who was standing beside him, nodded slightly and said with a smile, "It is the aroma of spiritual food. It seems that you are also a person who knows the goods. Now it is dinner time, and you are my honored guest. Come with me to have a simple meal and we will discuss the Tao together." Without waiting for Ling Pengyun to respond, Yan Kang took a step forward, bypassed the 3-story bamboo building in the courtyard, and walked to the backyard. Senior Yan has a good life. Foundation building cultivators can already practice fasting, and they can enjoy this kind of enjoyment. Ling Pengyun looked at Yan Kang's back with a little envy, and said secretly. Yan Kang took the initiative to invite him, so he naturally had no reason to refuse. He followed Yan Kang's steps and walked towards the backyard. Just as Ling Pengyun entered the backyard, he saw a beautiful young female cultivator wearing Bailing sect's Taoist robes standing in front of the kitchen stove in the open kitchen on the first floor of the bamboo building. She used the foundation building spiritual fire and performed special secrets to cook a pot of green jade cabbage on a first-level spiritual iron pot forged with spiritual iron. Seeing the special skills of the female cultivator, Ling Pengyun's eyes moved. A spiritual chef at the foundation building level. Judging from the skills of this female cultivator, I think this person has a deep attainment in spiritual cooking. The next moment, the female cultivator in the kitchen of the bamboo building also noticed Ling Pengyun, who had been watching her. She glanced at Ling Pengyun. Seeing that Ling Pengyun's face was unfamiliar and she had never seen him before, the Taoist robe Ling Pengyun was wearing looked like the Taoist robes of those families in the outside world, embroidered with some special patterns that contain deep meanings. In addition, the aura exuded by Ling Pengyun was as strong as the middle stage of foundation building, and his vitality was not weak. The young female cultivator was secretly puzzled. This person is not from our Bailing sect. It is rare for him to enter the middle stage of foundation building at such a young age. Grandpa rarely brings people back for dinner. It seems that this person has some friendship with Grandpa. Because she was cooking spiritual food, the female cultivator did not lose her mind too much. She quickly turned back and stopped watching, and continued to concentrate on cooking the dishes in the pot. Ling Pengyun also came back to his senses because of the female cultivator's glance, and sat down with Yan Kang on the dining table with 2 dishes and a soup in the backyard. "Little friend Ling, there are not many dishes, please don't be disgusted," Yan Kang said. "Senior, you are joking. If I am not mistaken, the dishes and spiritual soup on the table are all first-grade spiritual vegetables and first-grade spiritual food cooked by the fairy in the kitchen of the bamboo building. If these 2 dishes and 1 soup were placed in major restaurants outside, they would probably be worth hundreds of spiritual stones. This meal is already luxurious. Thank you, Senior, for letting me have this meal. How can I dislike it?" Ling Pengyun said. "My friend, you are quite sweet. Let's wait for my granddaughter to cook the last dish. There will be 3 dishes and 1 soup, and then we can have dinner. What do you think?" Yan Kang smiled when he heard this, and it was obvious that he benefited a lot from what Ling Pengyun said. When Ling Pengyun heard what Yan Kang said, that the fairy who was cooking in the kitchen was Yan Kang's granddaughter, his expression moved slightly. Senior Yan's lineage is full of talented people. Judging from the level of his granddaughter's cooking of spiritual food, her future achievements will probably not be low. He thought that Yan Kang had specially hired someone to cook spiritual food for him. After all, Yan Kang, as the head of the Lingxiao Bailing sect, was considered the highest level cultivator below Jindan's Henrin and Bailing sect, so it was not strange to specially hire a spiritual chef to make spiritual food. Ling Pengyun said after thinking about it. "That's natural. You have to wait for the cook to eat." Yan Kang quite agreed with this and looked at Ling Pengyun more favorably. The two chatted for a while, and Yan Kang's granddaughter, who was cooking spiritual food in the kitchen, also cooked the last dish and walked out of the kitchen with the last green jade cabbage. "Grandpa, who is this fellow Taoist?" After Yan Kang's granddaughter put the last green jade cabbage on the dining table in the backyard, she looked at Ling Pengyun and asked, "I forgot to introduce you. The person next to me is Ling Pengyun, the supreme elder of Lingxiao Ling clan in Huaishu County, Jingxiao, in my Bailing sect. 10 years ago, this little friend Ling improved a kind of high-quality spiritual rice, which is famous in my Bailing sect. He's a well-deserved rising star in the field of spiritual plants in my Bailing sect. This time I brought little friend Ling home, intending to discuss the Dao with him." After introducing Ling Pengyun to the young female cultivator, Yan Kang briefly introduced Ling Pengyun. "Little friend Ling, this is my granddaughter named Yan Sai. Although she did not inherit the spiritual plant that I am good at, she is also a spiritual chef. There are some differences between her and my spiritual plants. After all, she needs to use the spiritual vegetables grown by our spiritual plant husbands." "Fairy Yan, I am sorry." Ling Pengyun bowed. After listening to Ling Pengyun's introduction, Yan Sai actually looked up to Ling Pengyun a little. No wonder this person was brought home by my lonely grandfather. Then, she smiled and bowed politely. "So it's fellow Taoist Ling. I've heard Grandpa mention the name of fellow Taoist many times in the past. Fairy, please don't make fun of me." Ling Pengyun didn't take this matter too seriously, and just said a simple smile. Yan Kang on the side also began to smooth things over and said, "Okay Sai, take a seat quickly, don't stand." Yan Sai nodded lightly and sat down at the table. This small change did not affect the chat between Ling Pengyun and Yan Kang. Yan Sai was the only female cultivator at the table, and Ling Pengyun and the other person were chatting about spiritual plants, which she didn't understand, so she listened quietly. The meal was quickly finished, and Yan Kang and Ling Pengyun also entered a quiet room in the bamboo building in the courtyard and exchanged experiences on spiritual plants and improving spiritual rice. Yan Sai cleaned up the mess on the table. After more than 10 days, Ling Pengyun and Yan Kang finally ended their discussion. In the quiet room. "Senior, I have benefited a lot from this discussion. If I can improve another kind of spiritual rice in the future, I will definitely thank you with a gift." Ling Pengyun thanked Yan Kang, who was sitting cross-legged in front of him. "No need to do that. I also gained some insights on improving spiritual rice from this discussion with you. Then this discussion ends here. I should go back to the spiritual plant park behind the spiritual plant hall to take care of the high-level spiritual plants. Otherwise, I might be blamed by the sectu if I delay for too long." Yan Kang was quite satisfied with what Ling Pengyun said and said with a smile. Ling Pengyun saw Yan Kang was about to leave, hesitated for a moment, and spoke. "Senior Yan, I came to you this time. In addition to discussing the Tao, I actually have something to ask for." Yan Kang frowned slightly when he heard this. If an ordinary person asked him, he would definitely ignore him and leave directly. But Ling Pengyun improved a good spiritual rice at a young age, and he can be regarded as a genius in the spiritual plant. He also admired Ling Pengyun. In addition, Ling Pengyun is the cousin of the daughter-in-law of Wu Dan, one of the three Jindans Henren of Bailing sect. It is not bad for Ling Pengyun to owe a favor. Thanks to Fat Su, Book Friend 202108141834318828, Book Friend 202003221823035666 for their monthly tickets. Thanks to Book Friend 202105010129122272 for his reward. Thank you all. Chapter 279, Seeking Hall Master Yan Kang to do things. However, he was somewhat puzzled. Why did Ling Pengyun not go to Yang Xiling when he encountered problems, but came to him instead? Could it be the secret method of spiritual plants? After thinking about it carefully, he spoke. "Young friend, why don't you tell me first? If I can do it, I will try my best to help you." Ling Pengyun heard this and said with joy, "Senior, some time ago, my spiritual plant entered the second level, and I can already sacrifice the second life spiritual plant. But it is difficult to find the spiritual seeds of Rinshu blue cloud grass that I like on the market. Therefore, I want you to help me find the spiritual seeds of Rinshu blue cloud grass in Bailingman." Although Ling Pengyun's cousin Yang Xiling is the daughter-in-law of Jindans Henren, Yang Xiling is only a daughter-in-law after all, and does not have much real power in Bailingman. Moreover, Yang Xiling is not a spiritual plant husband, and it is also difficult to find the seeds of Rinshu blue cloud grass. In most cases, she needs to ask the people of the Spirit Plant Hall for help. On the contrary, Yan Kang is the head of the Bailing Sect's Spiritual Planting Hall. He manages at least dozens or hundreds of spiritual planters and is also the head of the Bailing Sect's spiritual planters. He has been in contact with spiritual plants all year round. If he entrusts this person to find the seeds of Rinshu blue cloud grass, the chances will be higher. When Yan Kang heard that Ling Pengyun asked him to find the seeds of spiritual plants, he felt relieved. He was really scared just now. Ling Pengyun asked him to reveal some of the profound spiritual plant secrets that Bailing sect did not pass on. It turns out that it's just a matter of looking for spiritual rice seeds. This is a trivial matter. However, my friend Ling, the seeds of Rinshu blue cloud grass are rare even in my Bailing sect. In addition, after the seeds of Rinshu blue cloud grass are sacrificed and refined by the spiritual plant husband, they are of great help to the spiritual plant husband. This also means that once this spiritual plant seed appears in the sect, it will be bought by the spiritual plant husbands in the sect. Now, there are no seeds of Rinshu blue cloud grass in the sect. I'm afraid you still need to wait for some time. Don't worry, my friend, as long as the seeds of Rinshu blue cloud grass appear in my sect in the future, I will definitely keep them for you. Rinshu blue cloud grass belongs to water, and its only function is to store huge and pure water spiritual power. The Rinshu blue cloud grass of the same level as the cultivator is enough to fill the cultivator's dantian with spiritual power in an instant. The first spiritual plant of Ling Yanhong, the patriarch of the Ling family, is this spiritual plant. It is precisely because of the powerful effect of Rinshu blue cloud grass that this Rinshu blue cloud grass is also listed among the 100 spiritual plants that are most suitable for spiritual plant husbands to sacrifice as their natal spiritual plants. Ling Pengyun's natal spiritual plant, the thorny vine, is also on this list. Ling Pengyun's plan to find Rinshu blue cloud grass seeds and sacrifice them as the second natal spiritual plant is also a well thought out decision. He already has thorny vines that can attack and defend, and there is no shortage of attack and defense spiritual plants. What is lacking is auxiliary spiritual plants. Auxiliary spiritual plants are a large category, including recovery spiritual plants that can temporarily improve strength, and even healing spiritual plants. Ling Pengyun considered the powerful but extremely spiritual power-consuming Bihai Tianjian technique recorded in the Bihai Zhenjing that he practiced, so he planned to sacrifice this Rinshu blue cloud grass as the second natal spiritual plant. When Ling Pengyun learned that there were no Rinshu blue cloud grass seeds in Bailingman, he felt helpless. However, with Yan Kang's assurance, he was still extremely happy in his heart, and hurriedly thanked him. "Thank you, Senior Yan. No problem. Yan Kang waved his hand and said, "Then I will not bother you anymore." Ling Pengyun bowed and said goodbye. "Stay for another meal," Yan Kang said. Ling Pengyun did not refuse. More than 10 days ago, the first-grade high-quality spiritual food meal prepared by Yan Kang's granddaughter Yan Sai was extremely delicious. Ling Pengyun, who already loved eating, missed the taste of that meal very much. The two agreed that they would not stay in the quiet room for long and left the quiet room. Coincidentally, it was evening now, and Yan Sai was also preparing to cook dinner. Seeing Ling Pengyun and Yan Kang coming out of retreat, she also added 2 more dishes. Dinner was soon ready, and Ling Pengyun, Yan Kang, and Yan Sai also sat down to eat together. After dinner, Ling Pengyun felt a little embarrassed because he had eaten 2 spiritual food meals for nothing at Yan Kang's house. After thinking it over, he took out a piece of foundation-building monster flesh from his storage bag and handed it to Yan Sai. "Fairy Yan, if this piece of foundation-building monster flesh is in my hands, its value will be buried. But if it falls into the hands of you, the fairy, a spiritual chef, it can become a spiritual food. I will give it to you." Yan Sai was not a fool, and naturally saw that Ling Pengyun was going to pay for the meal. She hesitated for a moment, and considering that she was planning to challenge the second-level spiritual chef recently, with that piece of foundation-building monster flesh weighing dozens of kilograms, she could also try to make dozens of second-level spiritual food, so she took it. At the same time, she also said, "Fellow Taoist Ling, I wonder if you still have foundation-building monster flesh? If you do, I can buy it at the market price." Ling Pengyun asked in surprise. "I still have a lot of foundation-building monster flesh, but fairy, why are you buying it from me? There are many spiritual objects in Balingman, and there should be no shortage of foundation-building monster flesh," Yan Sai explained with some helplessness. "Although there are many spiritual creatures in my Baling sect, the place where Baling sect is located is the core of Baling sect's territory after all. It is the safest place, and there are no gathering places for monsters around it. The territory of Jiayamang Lake is far away from my Baling sect. Besides, generally, after a foundation-building cultivator kills a foundation-building monster, he will keep the meat of the monster to eat and improve his cultivation, and will only sell the materials on the monster, even if the flesh and blood of foundation-building monsters flow into the market, and some cultivators who need the flesh and blood of foundation-building monsters for other purposes buy it. The amount of flesh and blood of foundation-building monsters will be reduced by nearly half, and the flesh and blood of foundation-building monsters that flow into my Baling sect will be even less, and the flesh and blood of foundation-building monsters obtained by the sect through those foundation-building cultivators in the sect will be sent directly to the second-level spiritual chefs in the sect, cooked into second-level spiritual food, and then sent to the foundation-building cultivators in the sect to eat and improve their cultivation. My spiritual chef is only of the first-grade upper grade. Normally, it is difficult for me to get access to the flesh and blood of foundation-building monsters. However, relying on my grandfather's identity as the head of the Spirit Plant Hall, I have also obtained thousands of kilograms of flesh and blood of foundation-building monsters. But the amount of flesh and blood of foundation-building monsters is simply not enough to support my impact on the second-grade spiritual chef. To be honest with you, my spiritual chef qualification is relatively low. I need at least thousands of kilograms, or even tens of thousands of kilograms of flesh and blood of foundation-building monsters to help me cook second-grade spiritual food. If you want to cook second-grade spiritual food stably and truly become a second-grade spiritual chef, you need tens of thousands of kilograms of second-grade monster meat. Although I can buy the flesh and blood of foundation-building monsters at a price far higher than the market price. But it costs too much? Even if I have some wealth, I'm afraid it won't be enough, and it's more or less not worth it. However, according to the market price, I can't buy it in Baling sect. My cultivation is low, and I have no plans to leave the sect for the time being. That's why I asked if I can buy the flesh and blood of foundation-building monsters from you. After listening to the explanation, Ling Pengyun's doubts were answered. Because of this discussion with Yan Kang, he had a deep understanding. Yan Kang was indebted to Ling Pengyun, so he also took out half of the flesh and blood of the foundation-building monsters in his storage bag, which barely weighed 1,000 pounds. These flesh and blood of the foundation-building monsters were all left by Ling Pengyun during the monster rebellion, and were specially kept as food. The flesh and blood of the foundation-building monsters contained some spiritual energy, and eating more of them is also very beneficial for the foundation-building cultivators to improve their cultivation. Yan Sidai saw Ling Pengyun taking out 1,000 pounds of flesh and blood of the foundation-building monsters, and her expression was immediately overjoyed. "Fellow Taoist Ling, I wonder how much you sell these flesh and blood of the foundation-building monsters." "It's 2 pounds for 1 spirit stone on the market," Ling Pengyun said. Yan Sidai's face was even happier, and she waved her hand to take out 500 spirit stones from the storage bag on her waist and handed them to Ling Pengyun. "Thank you, fellow Taoist Ling. If you find the flesh and blood of a foundation-building monster beast in the future, can you keep it for me?" Just as he finished speaking, Yan Kang frowned slightly and coughed lightly. Yan Sidai's pupils shrank when she heard this, and she immediately changed her words. "Fellow Taoist Ling, just pretend that I never said anything just now. Thank you for the 1,000 kilograms of flesh and blood of a foundation-building monster beast. After I enter the second level of the spiritual kitchen, I will definitely make a second-level spiritual food banquet for you." Ling Pengyun glanced at Yan Kang, who looked serious, and recalled the change in Yan Sidai's words. Probably guessed that Yan Kang did not intend to let Yan Sidai owe him a favor for the flesh and blood of a foundation-building monster beast, so he did not say more about the matter of the flesh of the foundation-building monster beast, and waved his hand. "Fairy, you are too talkative. I have been here for a long time, so I will leave first." After saying that, Ling Pengyun bowed to Yan Kang and Yan Sidai and said goodbye, and left the courtyard on his own. After Ling Pengyun left the courtyard, Yan Kang looked at Yan Sidai and preached. "Sidai, you have crossed the level. The batch of monster flesh and blood that Ling Xiao sold to you was obviously for his own use. It is good enough that he can give you so much foundation-building monster flesh and blood. Ling Xiao's family is in Huaishu County, which is a long way from Balingman. If Ling Xiao hunted down the monster flesh and blood of the foundation-building monster, he could send it directly to the nearest market to sell it. Why should he leave it for you to buy? I have said countless times, don't take advantage of others in my name. No matter how you take advantage, you have to pay it back. My lifespan is not much, and your parents died early. If my lifespan is exhausted, you, a lonely female cultivator, will be in the seemingly peaceful Balingman, and you owe favors everywhere. I wonder how you will pay it back then. I am afraid that by then, there will be people with high cultivation who will bribe those scums in the General Affairs Hall to imprison you privately, and make you cook spiritual food every day to make profits for them. They will even capture you like most of the foundation-building female cultivators in the sect and use you as a tool to vent their anger." Yan Kang said this to scare Yan Sidai, but there are indeed many unspoken rules in Balingman. Yan Sidai heard this, and her eyes suddenly showed a bit of fear. As Yan Kang's granddaughter, she has been stuck in the first-level upper-grade realm of the spiritual kitchen for many years, mainly because Yan Kang did not want to owe favors to others. Otherwise, according to Yan Kang's identity, he could easily order the monks of the Spirit Planting Hall to go to various markets to purchase the flesh and blood of foundation-building monsters. In this world, it is easy to repay spiritual stones. After all, you can earn and see it. But debts of favor are particularly difficult to repay. "I understand, Grandpa, I just lost my temper," Yan Sidai said timidly. "It's good that you understand. I won't say more about this matter. You have been in the second level of foundation building for several years. I have found a lot of first and second level spiritual fruits for you in these years. I think you are distracted by the spiritual kitchen. Before you enter the middle stage of foundation building, don't be distracted. Practice well. After you enter the middle stage of foundation building, I will find a way to get enough blood and flesh of foundation building monsters for you to help you break through to the second level of spiritual kitchen. In this world of immortal cultivation, cultivation is the kingly way. Don't put the cart before the horse," Yan Kang said majestically. Yan Sidai was brought up by Yan Kang since she was a child. She was also quite familiar with her grandfather Yan Kang's temperament and understood that Yan Kang was a little angry. In addition, Yan Sidai also understood that what Yan Kang said was indeed true. Since she entered the spiritual kitchen, she planned to rely on the spiritual food cooked by the spiritual kitchen to improve her cultivation, which was better than the same level elixir. It's just a pity that although she has the talent of spiritual kitchen, it is not much. This is why she is facing such a predicament now. If she is now a second-level spiritual chef, she would have cooked second-level spiritual food every day to assist in cultivation. "Grandpa, I will practice in seclusion now. Yan Xiaoyi replied. That's good enough. I will clean up the dishes on the table. You can go back to the meditation room to practice in seclusion. Yan Kang said with satisfaction. Yan Xiaoyi nodded and obediently went to a quiet room on the third floor of the bamboo building in the courtyard to practice in seclusion. Yan Kang looked at Yan Xiaoyi's back as she left, and his eyes gradually dimmed. It's time to find a reliable Taoist partner for this child. Otherwise, with my contribution to improving the Yankang spiritual rice, the sect's top leaders can only protect Xiling from being captured alive by those scums who have completed their foundation building and used as a tool for venting, so that she can practice quietly in the sect. However, according to Xiaoyi's qualifications, if she stays quietly in the sect to practice, I don't have much wealth left, and I guess I can only help her break through to the late stage of foundation building at most. If there is a Taoist partner to help, perhaps this child can also enter a higher level. Although Yan Kang earned a large amount of Bailingman contribution points by improving the first-grade Yankang spiritual rice that was famous throughout the Yan Kingdom in his early years, he was also appreciated by Bailing Zhenren, the master of Bailingman. After his spiritual plant entered the second-grade upper grade, he was entrusted with an important task and became the head of the spiritual plant hall. But when Yan Kang created the Yankang spiritual rice, he was already close to 100 years old. In order to build his foundation, he first spent a lot of contribution points to make up for his physical deficit and restore his lifespan. He tried to build the foundation twice in succession, and finally he was lucky enough to enter the foundation building stage. After entering the foundation building stage, he had a slow cultivation speed because of his aptitude of 4 spiritual roots. In order to improve his cultivation speed and reach a higher level, he had to spend contribution points to buy good spiritual objects. This also led to him improving the Yankang spiritual rice, and the contribution points he obtained were spent. In recent years, although Yankang has made a lot of money as the head of the Spirit Plant Hall, he has spent most of his wealth because he helped Yan Xiaoyi build the foundation in his early years, and Yan Xiaoyi's father who died young built the foundation. This made him not very wealthy, but only considered okay. Yan Kang thought about it carefully, but for the time being he could not think of a Taoist partner who could match his precious granddaughter Yan Xiaoyi, so he just waited to postpone this matter. After a moment of distraction, he also began to clean up the mess on the table. After cleaning up, he left the courtyard and went to the Bailingman Spirit Plant Park to take care of the high-level spiritual plants. On the other side, Ling Pengyun stayed in Bailingman for another 2 days, accompanied his mother, and then left Bailingman. Ling Pengyun's mother Yang Qiuyan and Zhao Hanj continued to stay in Bailingman to help Yang Xiling and Wu Yan and his wife take care of little Wu Hong. At the same time, they can also cultivate a relationship with little Wu Hong who has wind spiritual roots. Although Wu Yan and his wife knew about this, they had no objection. It's nothing more than 2 more people to eat. Moreover, Yang Qiuyan and Zhao Hanj are the direct elders of little Wu Hong. Yang Xiling is very happy that these 2 elders can stay in Bailingman. Yang Xiling is in a high position and is the daughter-in-law of Jindan Zhenren. There are not many people who can speak in Bailingman. Wu Yan felt a little guilty for Yang Xiling because Yang Xiling used a secret method to give birth to little Wu Hong, which hurt her foundation. Wu Yan was also very happy that the 2 elders Zhao Hanj stayed in Bailingman to make Yang Xiling happy. Chapter 280 Zhu Wen and Lingxiao Lingxiao Mountain. Halfway up the mountain, in a quiet room in a courtyard that is shrouded in mist all day long, Zhu Wen, who was captured by Ling Pengyun and brought back to the Ling family mountain in his early years, was sitting in front of a small table, holding his breath and concentrating, holding a talisman pen tightly, and constantly waving it on a blank talisman paper. After about half an hour, when the 10 first-level medium-quality blank talisman papers on the small table in front of him were all used up, he stopped. And on the small table in front of him, 3 spiritual talismans with flashing spiritual light also appeared. Looking at these 3 spiritual talismans, Zhu Wen's eyes were full of brilliance, and his face was also full of joy. Finally, the success rate of drawing rocket talismans has been increased to 30%. In this way, the investment I made in the purchase of first-level medium-quality blank talisman paper to try to draw rocket talismans in the past year or so can also make some money back. Although the Ling family provided him with 100 first-level medium-quality blank talisman papers for many years, helping Zhu Wen draw first-level medium-quality rocket talismans. However, The 100 pieces of first-class middle-grade blank talisman paper only helped Zhu Wen master the first-class middle-grade rocket talisman. After that, in this year, he could only rely on his own cultivation resources to exchange first-class middle-grade blank talisman paper from Ling family to draw rocket talismans and improve the success rate of drawing this talisman. In just 1 year, the success rate of drawing rocket talismans was increased to 30%, which was attributed by Zhu Wen to his entry into the 7th level of key training nearly a year ago, which greatly increased his spiritual consciousness. Strong spiritual consciousness is of great benefit to drawing spiritual talismans. As for his entry into the 7th level of key training, he made a breakthrough with the help of a miasma-breaking pill from Ling family. Thinking back, Zhu Wen smiled while holding the 3 rocket talismans he had just drawn in his hand, walked out of the quiet room and came to the courtyard. Then, he waved his hand and sent out a spiritual power, which touched the thick fog covering the courtyard. After a while, Ling Pengyun, the elder of Ling family, relied on a formation plate to break through the layer of clouds and mist and entered Zhu Wen's courtyard. When Zhu Wen saw Ling Pengyun coming, he also told Ling Pengyun that he had increased the success rate of drawing the first-level medium-grade rocket talisman to 30%. Ling Pengyun was quite happy about this. Zhu Wen's success rate in drawing the rocket talisman increased to 30%, which could barely achieve the effect of profitability. The Ling family could also increase the financial income of the clan by squeezing Zhu Wen. Ling Pengyun also asked Zhu Wen afterwards whether he would accept to help the Ling family draw the rocket talisman. Zhu Wen naturally agreed to this. In the past year or so, he had not hesitated to use the spirit stones that were originally used to buy cultivation resources to buy first-level medium-grade blank talisman paper to try to draw the rocket talisman, mainly to accept the commission of the Ling family to draw the rocket talisman. In this way, it can also increase the Ling family's attention. His life can also be safer. Just when Ling Pengyun was about to go back to the General Affairs Hall to get a batch of first-level medium-grade blank talisman paper and give it to Zhu Wen to draw the rocket talisman, he was stopped by Zhu Wen. "Fellow Taoist Ling, wait a moment." Ling Pengyun stopped and asked in confusion. "I wonder what else fellow Taoist Zhu wants to do." "That? Fellow Taoist Ling, I wonder if you can help me. I want to leave this courtyard once more this month." Zhu Wen hesitated. Since the Ling family announced that they were recruiting sons-in-law and concubines for their clan members more than a year ago, Zhu Wen was also arranged to meet with several single female cultivators in the Ling family and chat for a while. In order to promote the relationship between Zhu Wen and those female cultivators, the Ling family agreed to let Zhu Wen go out of the courtyard trapped by the maze formation for 1 hour every month. After all, this courtyard is so small, and if the female cultivators of the Ling family who are not familiar with Zhu Wen come here every time, it would be a bit boring. However, every month, when Zhu Wen leaves the courtyard with the maze formation, Ling Pengyun, a perfect key training cultivator, will follow him in the dark. This is to prevent Zhu Wen, who has reached the 7th level of key training, from taking the opportunity of leaving the courtyard to endanger the Ling family members in the clan mountain. "Fellow Taoist Zhu, are you planning to look for my 15th aunt again?" Ling Pengyun immediately understood what he meant. In the past 6 months, Zhu Wen would go to the Spirit Beast Garden in the back mountain every month when he had the only chance to go out of the courtyard to look for Lingxiao Yin, the 15th of the Ling family's Xiao generation, who was taking care of the group of monsters in the garden. This Lingxiao Yin was one of the several female cultivators of the Ling family who had met Zhu Wen several times more than a year ago. At the same time, this Lingxiao Yin was also the daughter of Ling Yunhan, who managed the Spirit Beast Garden in the back mountain of Lingxiao. After the Monster Beast Rebellion ended, Ling Pengyun captured too many monsters in the Spirit Beast Garden in the back mountain. Ling Yunhan, a Beast Master, was too busy to handle it, and there was no new Beast Master in the family. After the Monster Beast Rebellion ended, Ling Yunhan dispatched his daughter Lingxiao Yin, who was stationed in the low-level spirit banes outside, back to the clan to help her take care of the monsters in the back mountain. "That's right. I wonder if fellow Taoist Ling can make my wish come true. Please rest assured that after I leave this courtyard, I will never cause trouble to your Ling clan." Zhu Wen's thoughts were pointed out, and he scratched his head a little embarrassed, but he also admitted it. He was not stupid, and naturally knew the reason why the Ling clan trapped him in this courtyard. "Of course I trust fellow Taoist Zhu. Since fellow Taoist Zhu has increased the success rate of drawing rocket talismans to 30%, your welfare should indeed increase a little. How about this, fellow Taoist Zhu? You can have one more opportunity to go out of the courtyard every month in the future. If fellow Taoist can increase the success rate of drawing rocket talismans to 40%, you can go out one more time, and so on. Seeing Zhu Wen's response, Ling Pengyun agreed immediately and said with a smile. At the beginning, the Ling clan arranged Lingxiao Maturation and other single female cultivators of the Ling clan to meet Zhu Wen, originally wanting to rely on the female cultivators of the Ling clan to let Zhu Wen truly integrate into the Ling clan. Now that Zhu Wen has taken a fancy to Lingxiao Maturation, Ling Pengyun will naturally not stop Zhu Wen. Thank you, fellow Taoist Ling. I have something I want to buy from your Ling's General Affairs Hall. Can I go to the General Affairs Hall with you first? Zhu Wen was delighted when he heard this and thanked him. Ling Pengyun nodded lightly, and then, relying on the array plate in his hand, he removed the thick fog surrounding Zhu Wen's courtyard. Then, he walked out of the courtyard with Zhu Wen and walked towards the Ling's General Affairs Hall. Half an incense stick later, when Zhu Wen left the General Affairs Hall, his face was full of smiles. Ling Pengyun also followed him, lurking in the dark, following Zhu Wen to prevent Zhu Wen from harming the Ling family. Not long after, Zhu Wen, who finally had some freedom, went straight down to the Spirit Beast Garden on the back mountain of Lingxiao Mountain. As soon as he entered the Spirit Beast Garden, he saw Lingxiao Maturation, the woman he had been thinking about for half a month, in the middle of a group of swift wolves, constantly taking out monster meat from the storage bag and feeding it to the group of swift wolves. Period. Lingxiao Maturationg's appearance is not outstanding, but her temperament is excellent. With her soft eyes and loose Taoist robes, she looks like a lady from a noble family. Although Zhu Wen became a disciple of a casual cultivator after entering the Tao, he was still born in the mortal world after all. Since he was a child, his parents told him that studying was the only way out. Perhaps for this reason, Zhu Wen has always liked female cultivators with the air of poetry and books and the temperament of ladies from noble families. This is also why Zhu Wen loves Lingxiao Maturation alone among the many female cultivators of the Ling family he has come into contact with. Of course, Lingxiao Maturation is also the one with the greatest background among the several female cultivators who had contact with Zhu Wen at the beginning. This is also a point that Zhu Wen values. Zhu Wen also guessed that the Ling family sent several female cultivators to contact him in order to recruit him into the Ling family as a son-in-law. And he couldn't go against the wishes of the Ling family, so why couldn't he find a female cultivator with a greater background that he liked as his wife? In this way, it would also be of great benefit to his Taoism. Fairy Ling. Zhu Wen looked at Lingxiao Maturation in the wolf pack, his eyes gradually blurred. It was the group of swift-winged wolves around Lingxiao Maturation that were originally gnawing at flesh and blood, that noticed his arrival and looked up at him. Zhu Wen came back to his senses and greeted Lingxiao Maturation. As for the group of swift-winged wolves, because Zhu Wen had come here frequently in the past 6 months, the wolf pack was also familiar with Zhu Wen's smell. Seeing that Zhu Wen was not a threat, the wolf pack continued to lower their heads and eat the flesh and blood of the monsters that Lingxiao Maturation threw on the ground. Lingxiao Maturation, who was feeding the wolf pack, also heard Zhu Wen's call at this moment. She turned her head and looked over. Seeing Zhu Wen's appearance, she was a little surprised. In the past 6 months of contact with Zhu Wen, she also learned from chatting with Zhu Wen that Zhu Wen, an outsider, only had the opportunity to go out of the courtyard once a month. Now, it has only been half a month since she last met Zhu Wen. Fellow Taoist Zhu. Lingxiao Maturation bowed to Zhu Wen and said hello, then asked, "Fellow Taoist, can't you go out of the courtyard once a month?" Upon hearing the question, Zhu Wen immediately told him that his success rate in drawing rocket talismans had reached 30%, and that he would be able to go out of the courtyard twice a month in the future. Lingxiao Maturation was shocked when she heard this. She had also come into contact with Zhu Wen, so she naturally knew that Zhu Wen had only started drawing rocket talismans a year ago. In more than a year, this person has increased the success rate of drawing rocket talismans to 30%. It seems that fellow Taoist Zhu has a high talent in making talismans. No wonder the family has kept fellow Taoist Zhu, who has acted as an evil cultivator and even killed Pengyun. Lingxiao Maturation muttered to herself. After coming to her senses, Lingxiao Maturation congratulated him. Congratulations to fellow Taoist Zhu on your success in the art of talismans. I just raised the success rate of drawing rocket talismans to 30%. I am still far from success in the art of talismans. Fairy, please don't make fun of me. Zhu Wen replied with a smile, walked quickly to Lingxiao Maturation, took out a jade box from his storage bag, handed it to Lingxiao Yin, and said with a smile. Fairy Ling, half a month ago, I didn't know your birthday, so I didn't prepare a gift for you. Now this gift is considered as a birthday gift from me to replenish the fairy. I hope the fairy won't despise it. Don't refuse it, this is just my intention. At most, the fairy will give me another gift on my birthday. Lingxiao Yin saw Zhu Wen said this, hesitated for a few minutes, and then took the jade box handed by Zhu Wen, put it in the storage bag, and thanked him. Fellow Taoist Zhu, you are thoughtful. Zhu Wen's eyes swept across the low wooden houses where several monsters lived in the spirit beast garden. Seeing that there were some monster excrement in those low wooden houses, his face lit up and he suggested with a smile. No problem, by the way, Fairy Ling, I have nothing to do. I saw some monster excrement in the nests of the monsters in the spirit beast garden, so I will go and clean it up. You continue to feed these swift wolves, I won't bother you. After saying that, Zhu Wen walked to the nearest low wooden house and used the art of controlling objects to clean up the excrement in the low wooden house. When Lingxiao Yin, who was in the center of the swift wolves, saw this scene, she wanted to persuade him, but when she thought about the past 6 months, every time Zhu Wen came here, he would help do something, and she couldn't persuade him, so she stopped thinking about persuading Zhu Wen not to do these dirty jobs. However, Lingxiao Yin was very satisfied with Zhu Wen's actions. In the spirit beast garden, Zhu Wen, who used magic to clean up the monster excrement in several low wooden houses, would occasionally glance at Lingxiao Yin. During the labor, an hour passed quickly. Zhu Wen also found Lingxiao Yin, and with a little reluctance, he said goodbye to Lingxiao Yin and returned to his courtyard honestly. Since he broke through to the 7th level of key training with the help of Ling's family, he cherished his life very much and did not dare to violate the rules set by Ling's family, lest his treatment was reduced and he missed the opportunity to enter a higher level of cultivation. And just after Zhu Wen left the spirit beast garden, Lingxiao Yin also took out a jade box that Zhu Wen had just given her from the storage bag and opened it. But she found that there was a green and delicate hairpin exuding spiritual energy in the jade box. A first-level mid-grade hairpin magic weapon. When Lingxiao Yin felt the aura exuded by the hairpin, her expression was shocked. A first-level mid-grade magic weapon is worth at least 80 spiritual stones on the market. 80 spiritual stones are not a small amount for a key training cultivator. Immediately, Lingxiao Yin wanted to return the hairpin to Zhu Wen. After all, she had no other relationship with Zhu Wen. If she accepted this precious thing, Zhu Wen might look down on her. Moreover, she was not as wealthy as Zhu Wen. On Zhu Wen's birthday, she could not afford to give him such a precious thing as a gift. Just as Lingxiao Yin was leaving the spirit beast garden, an old lady walked out of the wooden house on the huge tree in the center of the spirit beast garden, landed in front of Lingxiao Yin, blocked Lingxiao Yin, and said, "Yinger, this is a female hairpin. If you give it back to Zhu Wen, he probably won't be able to use it, so just accept it." Although Zhu Wen did a lot of bad things in the first half of his life, how many independent cultivators in this world of immortal cultivation are clean? Just now, I also heard what Zhu Wen said about the success rate of drawing rocket talismans. Zhu Wen is only in his 60s or 70s now. It is a foregone conclusion that he will become a first-class mid-grade talisman maker in the future. Moreover, he has reached the 7th level of key training. It can be said that he has great potential and is an excellent choice for your Taoist partner. You are not young anymore, and it's time to find a marriage. Besides, the family asked you and several other single female cultivators in the family to contact Zhu Wen with the intention of recruiting him into the family as a son-in-law. I believe you also know this. Now Zhu Wen only likes you. He comes here every month to do some dirty and tiring work, and gives you such a valuable gift, which is enough to show his intentions. Girl, I probably understand what's in your mind. If you don't like Zhu Wen, you would have driven the man away just like I did with the other marriages I found for you more than a decade ago. How can you still be so dignified and generous? If it were me, you should take advantage of this valuable gift from Zhu Wen to show that you have a crush on him. Then I'll find a male hairpin for you to give back to Zhu Wen. This old lady is Lingxiao Yin's mother, Ling Yunhan, the only beast master of the Ling family, and the manager of the spirit beast garden. Thanks to Zji 152,769, Seonia Ni Dadeo, and book friend 160,415,010,834,562 for their monthly tickets. Thank you. Chapter 281 Successfully Improved New Type of Spiritual Rice. Lingxiao Maturation said helplessly. Mother, I understand this matter, and fellow Taoist Zhu is indeed a good person. But fellow Taoist Zhu, after all, killed Pengyun in his early years. I was quite good friends with Pengyun's mother, Sister Chu Yun, in my early years. If I marry this Zhu Wen, how should I face Sister Chu Yun and Pengyun in the future? Ling Yanhan smiled when he saw his daughter Lingxiao Maturation say this. You silly girl, if Pengyun really hated Zhu Wen, he would have killed him long ago. Why would he keep him alive until today? Since you still have such concerns in your heart, send 2 letters, one to Pengyun's mother and one to Pengyun, and ask Pengyun's mother and Pengyun what their attitudes are towards Zhu Wen. If Pengyun's mother and Pengyun feel disgusted with Zhu Wen, then let's stop it. If Pengyun's mother and Pengyun don't care about your marriage with Zhu Wen, then it won't be too late for you to take your relationship with Zhu Wen a step further. Lingxiao Matushane's face lit up when she heard this. Okay, let's do this. After these words came out, Ling Yanhan, an old man with a short lifespan, also looked at Lingxiao Matushan with a smile on his face. Lingxiao Matushan saw her mother's gaze and her cheeks turned slightly red, and then she realized that she had lost her composure. Okay, you continue to feed the monsters in the spirit beast garden with flesh and blood. I'm going to rest. Seeing this, Ling Yanhan smiled and returned to the tree house of the giant tree. Lingxiao Matushan looked at the jade box in her hand, and the blush on her cheeks became even more intense. After being stunned for a long time, she came back to her senses and continued to feed the monsters in the spirit beast garden with flesh and blood. 3 months later, Ling Pengyun and Yang Qiuyan also received Lingxiao Matushan's inquiry messages one after another, and they also replied one after another, expressing their approval of her and Zhu Wen's marriage. Lingxiao Matushan, who already had a little affection for Zhu Wen, no longer concealed her affection for Zhu Wen in her heart. Zhu Wen also took advantage of the situation, and the relationship between him and Lingxiao Matushan also deepened day by day. Within 3 months, the two came together. After this matter was spread among the Ling family, the Ling family's top leaders also looked for Zhu Wen and Lingxiao Matushan separately during this period, performing illusions to ask about their true intentions. When they found out that they were truly in love, the Ling family's top leaders also took this opportunity to directly let the two hold a wedding. From then on, Zhu Wen became the son-in-law of the Ling family, and the Ling family's top leaders also removed the maze array and the photo-retaining array arranged around Zhu Wen's courtyard. Zhu Wen's offerings were also distributed according to the Ling family's members in the late stage of key training. His commission for drawing talismans was also increased. And this is what Zhu Wen wanted to see. Of course, Zhu Wen really liked Lingxiao Matushan. With Lingxiao Matushan as his beautiful wife and the improvement in treatment, Zhu Wen gradually felt a sense of belonging to the Ling family, and everything was developing in a good direction. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, another half a year had passed. During this half-year period, the 5 male and female cultivators of the Ling family and the Wen family who were dating each other were also helped by the Ling family and the Wen family, and they were given convenience, so that they all came together. This also made the relationship between the Wen family and the Ling family closer. Since 2 years ago, the Ling clan began to recruit sons-in-law and concubines, which also led to a surge of more than 10 cultivators in the Ling clan. However, the Ling clan's top leaders considered that these more than 10 male and female cultivators who had just married into the Ling clan might not have much sense of belonging to the Ling clan. Therefore, they did not send these male and female cultivators to work for the family, but only arranged some simple tasks for these cultivators to refine sand and soil ores. According to the idea of the Ling clan's top leaders, they planned to let these cultivators stay in the Ling clan for a few years to see the situation. Those who performed well would be sent to do more lucrative jobs. Those who did not perform well could be used as reproductive tools. However, this move by the Ling clan did not matter to those male and female cultivators who married into the Ling clan or joined the Ling clan. These cultivators joined the Ling clan just to seek a stable life and a good monthly salary, so why not? This also made those cultivators quickly integrate into the Ling clan. After the sand and soil vein incident was resolved, Ling Pengyun, the grand elder of the Ling clan who had been in seclusion, also successfully broke through to the 3rd level of foundation building 2 months ago. After his cultivation was stabilized, Ling Pengyun once again proposed to the clan leader Ling Yanhong that he planned to go to the Jiamang Lake to kill the foundation building monsters turned spirit stones. Regarding this matter, Ling Yanhong, the clan leader of the Ling clan, did not persuade him too much. After all, Ling Pengyun's cultivation was already at the 3rd level of foundation building, and he was a sword cultivator whose combat power was not weaker than that of ordinary mid-stage foundation building cultivators, so he had the ability to protect himself. Moreover, the monster beast chaos had passed for several years, and the huge monster beasts surrounding the outer periphery of the Jiamang Lake had also retreated to the depths, and the danger of Ling Pengyun entering the Jiamang Lake to kill the monster beasts was much smaller. Ling Yanhong also agreed to Ling Pengyun's plan to go to the Jiamang Lake to kill the monster beasts. Moreover, in order to prevent Ling Pengyun from being attacked by Luo's foundation building cultivators when he left the family to go to Jiamang Lake, he personally escorted Ling Pengyun. As for the Luo family, which had a feud with the Ling family over the sand and soil vein 2 years ago, they had not made any other big moves. It was as if the two families had never been enemies. However, the top leaders of the Ling family did not dare to let down their vigilance against the Luo family. One day, inside the rock-scale snake cave, Ling Pengyun looked at the mature yellow bud grass in the 15-acre first-grade middle-grade spiritual field in front of him, and his eyes were full of brilliance. During these 3 years, the second batch of yellow bud grass planted has finally matured. According to what I agreed with a third ancestor to sell to the family at 50% of the market price, I can earn 1,875 spirit stones from these 15 acres of yellow bud grass. In addition, the spirit stones I earned from refining magic tools in the past 2 years in my storage bag, and the 500 spirit stones I earned from selling 1,000 kilograms of foundation building monster flesh to Fairy Yen, there are nearly 3,000 spirit stones. In the next 6 or 7 years, I can get 2 more batches of these 15 acres of yellow bud grass, and I can also get a batch of first-class green spirit grass planted in the 15 acres of first-class spiritual fields. By then, relying on these 3 batches of spiritual plants and the spirit stones I earned from refining magic tools in the future, I should be able to collect the 8,000 spirit stones I need to buy the 80 kilograms of Zuinun heavy iron in the hands of Wu Yan's brother-in-law. However, according to the current financial situation of the family, it is estimated that it will be difficult to come up with the other 8,000 spirit stones to help me buy the Zuinun heavy iron. For the other half of 8,000 spiritual stones, I can only find a way by myself. Fortunately, there is this treasure land. My spiritual plant has broken through to the 2nd level. It is not difficult to earn spiritual stones. At most, I should be able to collect this amount of spiritual stones in 15 years. Now, the spiritual plants planted in the large spiritual field of the snake cave were all planted 3 years ago, after the end of the monster rebellion. The 15 acres of yellow bud grass can only be harvested once every 3 years, but because Ling Pengyun's spiritual plant has entered the 2nd level, the yellow bud grass that matures once every 3 years can also reach 2 harvests in 3 years with the help of Ling Pengyun's spiritual plant's secret method. Except for the first batch of mature yellow bud grass, all of them were handed over to Yang and the family. Ling Pengyun had already agreed with the family to keep the 2nd batch of mature yellow bud grass alone. He sold it to the family at 50% of the price without telling Yang. This is also because the 15 acres of yellow bud grass are large. Moreover, he also needs the family as a channel. After selling the yellow bud grass, the spiritual veins of this place will also have a share of the family. The family is reasonable and can share a part of the benefits. Yang, who also owned a share of the 2nd level spiritual vein under this treasure land, had no idea that his spiritual plant had broken through to the 2nd level, nor did he think that Ling Pengyun could take advantage of the loophole and find a good way to earn spiritual stones by spending wool. As for the fact that this treasure land can earn so many spiritual stones, there are 2 main factors. First, there is a 2nd level spiritual vein under this treasure land. As a foundation building clan, the Ling family only has this one. Generally, there are only 5 or 6 in a county, which is rare in the world. Second, it is because Ling Pengyun is a 2nd level spiritual plant husband. Delighted, Ling Pengyun also stepped into the 15 acres of 1st level medium quality yellow bud grass and carefully picked the 15 acres of mature yellow bud grass. It took several hours to pick all the yellow bud grass and put them into the soul-locking jade boxes that can prevent the leakage of spiritual energy. Ling Pengyun also took out some yellow bud grass seeds from the storage bag and planted them one by one in the 15 acres of empty 1st level medium quality spiritual fields. He then used the cloud and rain technique to rain down drops of spiritual rain to water the seeds that had just been planted in the soil so that they would grow faster. After finishing this, Ling Pengyun stopped, walked out of the spiritual field area, and sat cross-legged on a cushion on the ground. He closed his eyes tightly, practiced the skills to absorb the spiritual energy of this place, and restored the spiritual power consumed by watering the spiritual plants here. Then he opened his eyes. As usual, he took out the seeds of Qingshi spiritual rice and Qingshi spiritual rice from the storage bag, quickly pinched the formula, and used the secret method that could stably improve the seeds of Qingshi spiritual rice and Qingshi spiritual rice, and injected them into the bodies of the two seeds respectively to strengthen the Yimu power in the bodies of these two seeds. After making preparations for improving the spiritual rice, Ling Pengyun also used the pure wood spiritual power in his body to condense two spiritual power seals and injected them into the two spiritual rice seeds respectively. Afterwards, Ling Pengyun relied on his divine consciousness to mobilize the Yimu essence in the body of Qingshi spiritual rice and inject it into the body of the Qingshi spiritual rice seed. However, once the Yimu essence in the Qingshi spirit rice entered the green jade spirit rice seed, it was rejected by the Yimu essence in the green jade spirit rice. The green jade spirit rice seed also had cracks on its surface due to the conflict between the two Yimu essences in its body. Ling Pengyun had already anticipated this scene. He first relied on the huge amount of pure wood spiritual power in the seed to repair the cracks on the surface of the green jade spirit rice seed. Then, he summoned the thorn vines, the life spirit plant attached to the dantian. The thorn vines received Ling Pengyun's signal and quickly transferred a trace of Yimu essence into the green jade spirit rice seed. Under the soothing of the Yimu essence transferred by the thorn vines, the two conflicting Yimu essences in the green jade spirit rice seed gradually calmed down. Ling Pengyun also seized this opportunity and relied on his divine consciousness to control the Yimu essences of the two different spirit rice seeds to merge together. In the middle, although the two Yimu essences also had some small repulsions, it did not cause much trouble. About half an incense stick later, the two kinds of Yimu essence merged into one under Ling Pengyun's control. The green light of the green jade rice seed flashed, and the Yimu essence in the seed also underwent a transformation at this moment. When the transformation stopped, the color of the surface of the seed also turned green. Ling Pengyun saw this scene, mobilized his spiritual sense, and scanned the green seed. When he found that the Yimu essence in the seed was still a little unstable, it was not a big deal. His expression was suddenly overjoyed. After more than 10 years, I finally improved a new spiritual rice seed based on the seeds of Qingshi spiritual rice and Qingshi spiritual rice. Today is a double happiness. The second batch of yellow bud grass matured, and at the same time, a new spiritual rice was improved. Judging from the aura of this spiritual rice seed, it should be the same as the Qingshi spiritual rice and Qingshi spiritual rice seeds that improved this spiritual rice seed. The spiritual rice grown from the seeds is at the first order lower level. Thinking back, Ling Pengyun quickly relied on some of the extra spiritual energy in the rock scale snake cave to open up a spiritual field the size of a millstone, buried the newly improved green seed in the small spiritual field, and carefully cultivated it. About a month later, Ling Yunhong, who had agreed with Ling Pengyun to come and take the second batch of yellow bud grass that matured in the snake cave, arrived on time. After Ling Yunhong took the batch of yellow bud grass away, he left 2,000 spirit stones for Ling Pengyun, and handed over the 6 spirit gathering pills that the family would provide this year to Ling Pengyun, and then hurriedly left here and returned to the family. In order to refine the batch of yellow bud grass into pills as soon as possible, so as to sell them and earn spirit stones. Horizontal ellipsis. Chapter 282 Qingshi Spiritual Rice Qingshi Secret Method. 5 months later. It was early morning. After a night of cultivation, Ling Pengyun, who had just woken up, watered the spiritual plants planted in the 35-acre spiritual field deep in the snake cave as usual. After a wave of spiritual rain, he walked straight to the outside of the large spiritual field, next to a spiritual field the size of a millstone. In this spiritual field the size of a millstone, there was only a 3-foot-tall green spiritual rice planted. Ling Pengyun still pinched his fingers and performed a cloud and rain technique as before, and a small cloud appeared above the spiritual field the size of a millstone. The cloud flashed with spiritual light, and drops of spiritual rain immediately fell on the green spiritual rice. Under the nourishment of the spiritual rain, the figure of the green spiritual rice also rose a little bit, and the spiritual energy contained in the spiritual grains on the rice ears also increased a little bit. After half a while, when the spiritual rain was about to stop, the green spiritual rice suddenly flashed with spiritual light, exuding the aura of a first-level low-grade spiritual plant. Ling Pengyun was delighted when he saw the spiritual rice change. I thought it would take a few days for this new spiritual rice to mature. I didn't expect it to mature today. This 3-foot-tall green spiritual rice was the new spiritual rice seed that Ling Pengyun had improved 6 months ago based on the seeds of Qiuyan spiritual rice and Qingshi spiritual rice. This new spiritual rice, which originally took a year to mature, was able to mature in nearly half the time, thanks to the help of Ling Pengyun, a second-level spiritual plant husband. After waiting for a while, Ling Pengyun calmed down. He looked at the 55 green spiritual grains on the newly mature green new spiritual rice ears. When he felt that the spiritual energy contained in these spiritual grains was not weaker than that of the family's Qingshi spiritual rice, he was overjoyed. The spiritual rice in this turquoise spiritual valley has perfectly inherited the common advantages of the jade spiritual rice and the autumn cloud spiritual rice. The spiritual energy contained in the spiritual rice is comparable to that of the jade spiritual rice. Although the output is not as good as that of the autumn cloud spiritual rice, it is not much worse, and it is much better than the output of the jade spiritual rice. Overall, this spiritual rice is stronger than the family's signature first-grade lower-grade jade spiritual rice. If the output of this turquoise spiritual rice ancestor is based on the output, I'm afraid there will be no problem at all to produce more than 1,200 kilograms per mu. Even without the help of the spiritual plant husband, there should be no problem to produce 1,000 kilograms per mu. Just looking at this new type of turquoise spiritual rice, this new type of spiritual rice is enough to be regarded as a high-quality spiritual rice, and it is also the best choice among the high-quality spiritual rice. The jade spiritual rice is ranked among the top 5 among the first-grade lower-grade spiritual rice planted by major forces in the entire Balingman territory. Now, this new green spiritual rice, which has a higher yield than the jade spiritual rice, is probably only inferior to the first-grade lower-grade Yuhua spiritual rice unique to Balingman. The yield of jade spiritual rice per mu is about 700 to 800 kilograms. If a spiritual plant husband uses the spiritual plant's secret method to bless it, the yield per mu can be increased to 900 kilograms or even 1,000 kilograms. Yuhua spiritual rice is a very famous spiritual rice in the Balingman area. The spiritual rice produced by the spiritual rice, whether in terms of the richness of spiritual energy or the yield, is far more than that of jade spiritual rice by 20 to 30%. It was improved by a master of the spiritual plant hall of Balingman hundreds of years ago. The smile on Ling Pengyun's face became even brighter, and he even laughed out loud. Improving a new type of excellent spiritual rice is the lifelong wish of a spiritual plant husband. What's more, the new spiritual rice improved by Ling Pengyun this time is much stronger than the jade spiritual rice improved by the ancestors of the Ling family. Just talking about this new type of spiritual rice of the first grade, Ling Pengyun's achievements in improving spiritual rice, among the spiritual plant husbands alive in the entire Balingman territory, there are definitely no more than 3 spiritual plant husbands who can surpass him. Of course, this is only the achievement of improving spiritual rice. If we talk about the grade of spiritual plants, there are many spiritual plant husbands who surpass him, if not dozens, there are at least 10. But even so, Ling Pengyun is satisfied. After he was ecstatic for more than 10 breaths, he calmed down. This new type of spiritual rice has a value far exceeding that of the green jade spiritual rice. It can be kept in the family to replace the green jade spiritual rice planted in the first-level low-grade spiritual fields in various parts of the family. In this way, the family's income from spiritual rice can be increased, and the financial income can be gradually increased, which will benefit the cultivators of my family. However, the only disadvantage of handing over this spiritual rice to the family is that it is difficult to make me rich in a short period of time. This spiritual rice is a top-quality spiritual rice with extraordinary value. Judging from the current financial situation of the family, it is probably difficult to come up with a huge amount of spiritual stones to buy the spiritual rice. 9 out of 10, the family will slowly pay me a reward for improving this spiritual rice. Fortunately, with my current level of spiritual planting, and with this precious land, the speed of earning spiritual stones is not slow, and I am not particularly short of spiritual stones. The disadvantages of selling this new type of spiritual rice to the family are not particularly serious for me. Ling Pengyun has been trying to improve spiritual rice over the years. In addition to wanting to improve a new type of high-quality spiritual rice, he also wants to earn spiritual stones and feed back to his cultivation by improving spiritual rice. As for selling this new spiritual rice, which is more effective than the Qingshi spiritual rice, to the outside world, Ling Pengyun had never thought about it. Good things should naturally be kept by one's own people. Only good spiritual rice like Qingshi spiritual rice, which the family cannot use, is the most suitable for sale. Moreover, he handed over this new spiritual rice to the family, but the family paid the reward at a slower rate, and the family was not unwilling to pay. He is a member of the Ling family, and he has taken a lot of spiritual objects from the family over the years, so it is right to give back to the family. This new spiritual rice is improved based on Qingshi spiritual rice and Qingshi spiritual rice. The body of this spiritual rice is green, so it is named after this green and the word Yun at the end of my name. Name it Qingshi spiritual rice, 4 words. In the future, if I improve spiritual rice again, I can name it after Yun and name it the Yun series spiritual rice. After naming this new spiritual rice, Ling Pengyun also cheered up, performed the spiritual plant's secret method, condensed a seal, and hid it into the mature Qingshi spiritual rice in front of him. Relying on the secret method of spiritual planting, he comprehended the essence of Yimu in the body of the Qingshi spiritual rice ancestor. Combined with the vague and inexplicable feeling when he successfully improved the Qingshi spiritual rice ancestor seed 6 months ago, he tried to create a secret method that can use Qingshi spiritual rice seeds and Qingshi spiritual rice seeds to stably improve this spiritual rice seed. Any improved spiritual rice needs the help of a secret method that can be stably improved to improve new spiritual rice seeds on a large scale. Otherwise, with a probability of Ling Pengyun succeeding only once after thousands or tens of thousands of times of improvement with Qingshi spiritual rice and Qingshi spiritual rice seeds, it is impossible to mass-produce the new Qingshi spiritual rice improved this time. Of course, not everyone can create this method of improvement. The key to creating this method is the vague and inexplicable feeling when you need to successfully improve this new spiritual rice seed. Without this special feeling as a guide, even if Yuan Yingzhanjin gets this Qingshi spiritual rice ancestor, it is difficult to create a method that can stably improve Qingshi spiritual rice seeds. Ling Pengyun relied on this special feeling, the stable Yimu power in the mature Qingshi spiritual rice as a reference, and the experience of creating a stable and improved Qingshi spiritual rice method in his early years. However, in just 3 days, he easily created a method that can stably rely on Qingshi spiritual rice and Qingshi spiritual rice seeds to improve Qingshi spiritual rice seeds. And this method was also named Qingshi secret method by Ling Pengyun. Once the method was completed, Ling Pengyun also used a lot of Qingshi spiritual rice and Qingshi spiritual rice seeds to try the effect of the Qingshi method. When they all successfully improved Qingshi spiritual rice seeds, and the Yimu essence in the Qingshi spiritual rice seeds improved by this method was more solid than the Yimu essence in the Qingshi spiritual rice ancestor, Ling Pengyun was relieved. The Qingshi spiritual rice ancestor has been growing for 6 months, and he has never dared to leave the side of the Qingshi spiritual rice ancestor at will. To prevent the Yimu essence in the Qingshi spiritual rice progenitor from rioting during its growth and causing its body to explode. Thinking back, Ling Pengyun relied on the hundreds of spiritual stones on his body to first open up an acre of first-grade low-grade spiritual field deep in the snake cave. Then, using the newly created Qingshi secret method, he improved the Qingshi spiritual rice seeds that could be planted in an acre of land and planted them in the low-grade spiritual field. He also used the cloud and rain technique to summon a large cloud and rain down drops of spiritual rain to irrigate the acre of Qingshi spiritual rice seeds that had just been planted. Previously, he only estimated the yield of Qingshi spiritual rice per acre based on the yield of the Qingshi spiritual rice progenitor. Therefore, he did not dare to guarantee the exact amount of Qingshi spiritual rice per acre. This is how he experimented. When the acre of Qingshi spiritual rice matures, he is also confident that he can hand over the matter of Qingshi spiritual rice to the family. After all, if the family is informed directly of this matter, and the per acre yield of Qingshi spiritual rice does not meet expectations, it will be a false alarm. After this matter was done, Ling Pengyun looked at the acre of Qingshi spiritual rice in front of him, and a bit of expectation flashed in his eyes. The Qingyan spiritual rice seeds improved by the Qingyan method have a much stronger Yimu essence in their bodies than the ancestor of Qingyan spiritual rice, which is comparable to the spiritual rice found. During the growth process of this acre of Qingyan spiritual rice seeds, there should be no changes, and they can grow normally like ordinary spiritual rice. I should also go to Tuyin Market. For nearly 6 months, the batch of magic tools I refined have been sent to the Lingxiao Treasure Pavilion run by the 10th ancestor. By the way, I can also earn some spiritual stones with that batch of magic tools. Thinking back, Ling Pengyun also stepped out of this spiritual field area, sitting cross-legged in a place with rich spiritual energy deep in the snake cave, closing his eyes to practice the skills and restore the spiritual power of dantian. After a day of rest, the next morning, Ling Pengyun absorbed the power of the early sun and watered the spiritual plants planted in the spiritual fields in the snake cave with spiritual rain. He then called the crane king of the early stage of foundation building, which had been sleeping and practicing in the corner of the snake cave for many years, and rode the crane to fly away from the snake cave. After several hours and thousands of miles of long journey, Ling Pengyun finally arrived at the destination of this trip, Tuyin Market. After registering on the roster in the hands of the Bailingman Foundation building cultivator stationed on the wall of the market, he successfully entered the market. However, at this time, the number of cultivators in the Tuyin market was nearly half more than before. In the huge market, at least 400 or 500 key training cultivators can be seen. This situation made Ling Pengyun a little confused. Generally, the flow of cultivators in the major markets will not fluctuate too much. If the flow of people increases dramatically or gathers, there must be a reason. Ling Pengyun thought about it and remembered that 5 months ago, Tuyin Market held an auction held every 3 years. I think there were a lot of good things in the auction 5 months ago. Otherwise, it would be difficult to attract so many cultivators here. And those cultivators from all over the country who have not left Tuyin Market, 9 out of 10, came to Tuyin Market by chance, intending to sneak into Jiamang Lake to kill monsters and earn some spirit stones. Standing on the avenue, Ling Pengyun guessed. Just as he was distracted, a female cultivator's voice with a bit of joy came from the entrance of the market behind him. Fellow Taoist Ling. Ling Pengyun heard the call and turned his head to see that there were 2 women and 3 men, a total of 5 cultivators exuding foundation building pressure and wearing Bailingman Taoist robes. After registering with the Bailingman Foundation building cultivator guard in the city gate on the wall of the market, they jumped onto the avenue and walked towards him. Among the 5 cultivators, 2 women and 3 men, there was a beautiful female cultivator. She was Ling Pengyun's acquaintance, the granddaughter of Yan Sidai, the head of the Lingxiao of Bailing sect, Yan Kang. A year ago, Yan Sidai was only at the 2nd level of foundation building. But now, Yan Sidai's aura has reached the peak of the 3rd level of foundation building, and is about to enter the 4th level of foundation building. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun's expression moved slightly, but thinking that Yan Sidai had the support of the big tree Yan Kang, it was normal for her to improve so quickly. After thinking back, Ling Pengyun looked at the other 4 people beside Yan Sidai and saw that they were all a little embarrassed. The Taoist robes they were wearing were all a little damaged. There was even one person with disordered aura and pale face, as if he was seriously injured. In addition, Yan Sidai and her group had just entered the market. Ling Pengyun guessed a little about the general situation of Yan Sidai and her group. In all likelihood, Yan Sidai and her group had just returned from Jiamang Lake, and they probably didn't get much benefit from their trip to Jiamang Lake. As soon as this thought came out, Ling Pengyun frowned. Fairy Zio, you are not in Bailingman, why are you here? Does Senior Yan know about this? Yan Sidai's grandfather Yan Kang was indebted to him. This time he was able to improve Qingyun's spiritual rice, not less than 30%, but at least 10% of the credit came from Yan Kang. If it weren't for Yan Kang's generous teaching when he discussed Taoism with him a year ago, it would probably take a very long time for him to improve Qingyun's spiritual rice to such a high-quality spiritual rice. Under such circumstances, he also regarded Yan Kang as an elder. Yan Sidai, a female cultivator who was only an acquaintance, was therefore regarded as a peer with some relationship in Ling Pengyun's eyes. Now, Yan Sidai, who is only at the 3rd level of foundation building, has left Bailingman and entered the Jiamang Lake to hunt monsters, which really worries Ling Pengyun. He knows that Yan Kang has only Yan Sidai as his descendant, And he doesn't want to see the last bloodline of Yan King destroyed by the monsters in the Jiamang Lake. Thanks to Fifafiu, Yijian Lingxiao 6666, Soltiom for their monthly tickets. Thank you all. Chapter 283 Yan Siai's Invitation. My grandfather knows about this. I came to the Tuinan market this time because of his idea. Since I entered the Dao, I have been staying in Balingman. I seldom go out and have no practical experience. My foundation is too weak. This means that even if my grandfather finds a lot of second-level spiritual objects for me, it is difficult for me to rely on those spiritual objects to break through to the middle stage of foundation building in a short period of time. That is why my grandfather asked me to follow these fellow disciples beside me to come to the Tuinan market together, occasionally enter the Jiamang Lake to hunt monsters, and then, through fighting, consolidate the foundation, and seek opportunities to break through the fourth level of foundation building and enter the middle stage of foundation building. Yan Siai knew the relationship between Ling Pengyun and Yan Kang, so she answered in detail. That's good. When the fairy enters Jiamang Lake to kill monsters, you need to be more careful to avoid accidents and worry Senior Yan. Ling Pengyun heard this and put down his worries. He stopped caring about this matter and gave a verbal instruction. After all, Yan Siai's grandfather Yan Kang agreed to this. In addition, Yan Siai also said that the other 4 Balingman monks around were arranged by Yan Kang, and they were obviously people that Yan Kang trusted. At this time, a young man standing next to Yan Siai, who looked quite noble, frowned slightly and said, listening to Ling Pengyun's words that sounded like an elder's instructions. Junior Sister Yan, I wonder who this Taoist friend is. Next to Yan Siai, another sturdy middle-aged man also had a flash of hostility in his eyes because of Ling Pengyun's excessive concern for Yan Siai. However, when he saw the Taoist robes that Ling Pengyun was wearing, the hostility in his eyes suddenly dissipated, and he showed a bit of thinking. When the seriously injured young monk saw the Taoist robes on Ling Pengyun, he also showed the same look as the middle-aged man. Yan Siai was a little dissatisfied when she saw that Senior Brother Li interrupted the conversation between her and Ling Pengyun. However, because the background of Senior Brother Li was not inferior to hers, and he had helped her a lot in the process of entering Jiamang Lake to kill the foundation building monsters these days, she introduced him in detail. Senior Brother Li, this is my grandfather's good friend named Ling Pengyun, from the Lingxiao Ling family of Huaishu County. He has improved a kind of high-quality spiritual rice called Qiyuan spiritual rice. There are not many people with such achievements even in the spiritual plant hall of the sect. He is an absolute spiritual plant genius. Ling Pengyun has recently improved the excellent quality Qiyuan spiritual rice, but the others are still unaware of it. Then, she briefly introduced Ling Pengyun to the identities of Senior Brother Li and his group. Senior Brother Li's full name is Li Chuan. He is the son of Li Fu, one of the 2 deputy hall masters of the Balingman sect Deakin Hall. His cultivation is in the early stage of foundation building, and he is also a first-class upper-grade weapon refiner. The burly man was named Qingshi, a physical cultivator at the middle stage of foundation building. He was a disciple of Zhang Yan, who was quite familiar to Ling Pengyun. He was also an elder of the Deakin Hall. The seriously injured young male cultivator with a slightly elegant air was named Zhu Zhao. He was the son of Zhu Yuan, one of the 2 deputy hall masters of Balingman's talisman-making hall. He was at the early stage of foundation building and was also a second-level talisman-making master. In addition to Yan Siai, the other female cultivator was Yu, the daughter of Yu Mu, the deputy hall master of Balingman's Dan Hall. Her cultivation level was also as high as the early stage of foundation building. When Ling Pengyun learned about the identity of the person accompanying Yan Siai, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Those with high status are indeed not ordinary people who are on good terms with the cultivators. Except for Yan Siai, who he had met a few times, any one of the other 4 people was involved in the high level of Balingman, enough to become a guest of honor of the foundation building family Ling family. At the same time, he also subtly saw that the relationship between Yan Siai and the other 5 people was a little subtle. The cultivator named Li Chuan who had just asked about his identity, and the sturdy physical cultivator Qingshi, both had some interest in Yan Siai. And the seriously injured talisman maker Zhu Zhao had some interest in Yu. These behaviors were quite obvious, and anyone with a discerning eye could tell at a glance. According to what Fairy Yan said just now, the other 4 were arranged by Senior Yan. If you think about it this way, I'm afraid Senior Yan arranged this to find a husband for Fairy Yan. The fairy father named Yu probably thought so too. And the people behind Qingshi, Zhang Chuan, and Zhu Zhao probably also knew about this. Ling Pengyun secretly guessed. Just when Ling Pengyun was stunned, the sturdy physical cultivator Qingshi and the talisman maker Zhu Zhao, after learning about Ling Pengyun's identity, their expressions moved slightly. Although the two of them had only met Ling Pengyun for the first time, the two of them and the backers behind them all belonged to the faction of the spirit talisman master of Bailing sect. Therefore, the two of them heard from their elders that Ling Fu's Henren's daughter-in-law Yang Xiling had a blood cousin named Ling Pengyun. Qingshi hurriedly bowed to Ling Pengyun. Fellow Taoist Ling, I am sorry for your disrespect. I have heard from my master that you are in Yuan's Hao, but I have been busy with affairs and it is difficult for me to visit you. I hope you will not be offended. Zhu Zhao also bowed after him. My younger brother Zhu Zhao, I have long heard from my father that you are a very talented person. I did not expect that you have broken through to such a realm at such a young age. I really envy you. Seeing Qingshi and Zhu Zhao's initiative to show goodwill, Ling Pengyun probably guessed why. After all, when Yan Xie introduced the identities of the two just now, she also mentioned the identity of the person behind Qingshi and Zhu Zhao. The former was a disciple of Zhang Yan, the deputy head of the Deakin Hall, who had shown goodwill to Ling Pengyun in his early years. Ling Pengyun knew that Zhang Yan was a member of the Ling Fu's Henren faction. Ling Pengyun had met the latter's father, Zhu Yuan, the deputy head of the Bailing sect's talisman-making hall, at his nephew Wu Hong's 100 Days banquet. He also knew from his parents that his father was from the Ling Fu's Henren faction. Fellow Taoist Qin and fellow Taoist Zhu, please don't make fun of me. I heard a long time ago that Senior Zhang Yan has a close disciple with extraordinary strength, and Senior Zhu has an only son who is a talent for making talismans. I feel honored to meet you two Taoists today. After complimenting Qingshi and Zhu Zhao, Ling Pengyun also bowed and greeted Zhang Chuan and Yu, the weapon refiners around Yan Xie. Zhang Chuan and Yu, who were standing aside, were a little surprised to see Qingshi and Zhu Zhao being so polite to Ling Pengyun, a talented spiritual plant husband from the foundation-building family. They knew the identities of Qingshi and Zhu Zhao. The former was very arrogant because of his high cultivation, and the latter was withdrawn and rarely spoke. It was rare that he put his status so low today. None of them were from the Ling Fu's Henren faction, and Ling Pengyun was only Yang Xiling's cousin. Zhang Chuan and Yu knew the name of Yang Xiling's relative, the Pengyun Yang family. But the Lingxiao Ling family, these Bailingmen high-level children had never heard of. After all, there were at least dozens of foundation-building families within the Bailingmen territory, so it was normal that they had never heard of the Ling family. It was inevitable that this Ling Pengyun, a good friend of Yan Kang, the head of the Bailingmen Lingxi Hall, had another identity. Zhang Chuan also put away his hostility towards Ling Pengyun and bowed to Ling Pengyun in return. Yu did the same. The few of them were not familiar with each other, and Ling Pengyun had important matters to attend to, so he bowed and left. Everyone, I have some important things to do, so I won't chat with you anymore. If we meet again someday, I will definitely have a good chat with you. Just as Ling Pengyun was about to leave, Yan Xie glanced at Zhu Zhao, who was seriously injured in the hunt for monsters, frowned slightly, and called Ling Pengyun with a little hesitation. Fellow Taoist Ling, I want to ask you for a favor this time, is it possible? After saying this, Qingshi and others probably guessed what Yan Xie wanted to ask, and cast their eyes on Ling Pengyun. Ling Pengyun, who was about to leave, frowned when he heard this, considering his friendship with Yan Xie's grandfather Yan Kang, and the fact that he had entrusted Yan Kang to help find the seeds of Rinshu blue cloud grass last year. He did not directly refuse, but asked, "Fairy, please speak." Yan Xie looked around and saw people coming and going around the avenue. She pointed to the nearest tea house and said, "Fellow Taoist, this is not a place to talk. How about we go to the quiet room in the tea house to talk?" "Okay." Ling Pengyun nodded slightly and agreed. Then, Yan Xie led everyone into the nearest tea house. Under the guidance of the tea house servant, they entered a private room in the tea house. After entering the private room, Ling Pengyun was puzzled. "Fairy Yan, there is no one here. What can I do for you?" Senior brother Li and others recently found a late-stage foundation-building turtle monster in a hidden small lake in the Jiamang Lake area. Although senior brother Li, senior brother Qin and I are not very skilled, We all have our own methods. With our joint efforts, it will be no problem to kill that late-stage foundation-building turtle monster. But who would have thought that just when we were about to kill the turtle monster, 2 mid-stage foundation-building turtle monsters and dozens of key training turtle monsters jumped out of the small lake where the turtle monster was. Helpless, we had to retreat. This time I want to ask Dao Ling for help. Just for this matter, I plan to invite Dao to go with me to kill the 3 foundation-building turtle monsters. Ling Pengyun frowned when he heard this. With concerns in his heart, he asked, "Fairy Yan, I'm asking a question that I shouldn't ask. As far as I know, there are many foundation-building cultivators from the Bailing sect stationed in the Tuiuanfang city. According to the identities of the 5 Taoists, it shouldn't be a problem to invite those foundation-building cultivators to help hunt monsters." Yan Sai said helplessly. "I won't hide it from you, fellow Taoist. 5 months ago, after the once in 3 years auction in Tuiuan market ended, the spirit array master Mo, who was stationed in this market, left Tuiuan market with nearly 70% of the foundation-building cultivators stationed in Tuiuan market and returned to the sect. This also means that the number of foundation-building cultivators of my Bailing sect in Tuiuan market is pitifully small now. A few days ago, we used our identities to invite the few remaining foundation-building cultivators in the market. But those foundation-building fellows did not dare to leave their posts without permission, lest there be accidents during their absence in Tuiuan market, where there were not many foundation-building cultivators stationed, and the market was destroyed. In the market, we are not familiar with some of the independent foundation-building cultivators or family foundation-building cultivators, and we don't trust them. In addition, the 3-headed black armored turtle monster is rare, and the materials on its body are of great use to me and Senior Brotherly. We are not willing to give up so easily. Just now, before we returned to the market, we went to look for the 3-headed turtle monster again, but unfortunately we were not strong enough, and Senior Brother Zhu was injured because of this. If we hadn't met Dao today, I'm afraid we would have had to give up. However, if Dao, a mid-stage foundation-building cultivator, helped us, we would have a chance to kill the 3-headed foundation-building turtle monster. As long as Dao agrees, after we kill the 3-headed foundation-building turtle monster, we can give Dao a mid-stage foundation-building black armored turtle monster inner pill. Hearing this, Ling Pengyun was surprised that Ling Zhenren brought most of the foundation-building cultivators stationed in Tuiuan market back to Bailingmen. Tuiuan market is the closest place to Jiamang Lake in Bailingmen's territory, and it is also the front line of Bailingmen to resist the monsters in Jiamang Lake. Although the monster rebellion has passed, the monsters in Jiamang Lake still often fight. Once the Tuiuan market, which was set up with a 3rd-level formation, was lost and was swept away by monsters, it would be difficult to find another market in the entire Bailingmen territory to form a defense line. By then, I am afraid that at least half of it would be occupied by monsters. As one of the 3 giant ancestors of Bailingmen, Ling Zhenren would not put Tuiuan market in such danger. With a lot of thoughts in his mind, Ling Pengyun suddenly thought of the last trip to Bailingmen, when he learned from his cousin Yang Xiling that the Changqing spirit tree, the guardian spirit tree of Bailingmen, was only a few years away from successfully breeding a 300-year-old Changqing spirit fruit that could help the perfect foundation-building cultivators break through the Jiandan. In addition, Ling Zhenren had a bad relationship with the other 2 giant ancestors of Bailingmen, but the 300-year-old Changqing spirit fruit that the Changqing spirit tree was going to breed would fall into the hands of the grandson of Patriarch Mo. Thinking of this, the reason why Ling Zhenren Patriarch Mo brought a large number of foundation-building cultivators back to Bailingmen became clear. I think that Patriarch Mo brought a large number of foundation-building monks stationed in Tuiuanfang market back to Bailingmen to protect his grandson and get the 300-year-old evergreen spirit fruit that is about to mature, so as to prevent the other 2 giant patriarchs of Bailingmen from snatching the 300-year-old evergreen spirit fruit. In this case, Fairy Yan, fellow Taoist Qingshi and others were sent by their elders hundreds of thousands of miles away from Bailingmen to come here. I'm afraid their elders don't just want to match them up as Taoist couples. 9 out of 10, it's also to keep Fairy Yan and others away from the place where Bailingmen is about to be in turmoil, so as to save them. This omen, it seems that Bailingmen will be in chaos. Ling Pengyun thought about it, and his doubts were answered, and his brows frowned. Bailingmen is the upper sect of the Ling family. If Bailingmen encounters an accident, how can the Ling family, as a subsidiary force of Bailingmen, be better off? However, Yan Sai's concerns about inviting him to slay the demon also dissipated immediately. A demon beast inner core in the middle stage of foundation building is worth 700 or 800 spirit stones, which is quite a lot. Qingshi and his group all have extraordinary backgrounds and seem to be very confident. They fought with the 3 foundation building turtle monsters twice, but only one person was injured. Obviously, they all have some powerful means. In addition, Ling Pengyun has some relationship with Yan Sai's grandfather Yan Kang, so he agreed. Okay, I agreed to this matter, but only this time. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 284, Transformation of Magical Instruments. Yan Sai and even Zhang Chuan and others were delighted to see Ling Pengyun agreed to help kill the monster. Yan Sai needed the flesh and blood of the 3 huge foundation building turtle monsters to try to cook second-level spiritual food. The higher the grade of the monster's flesh and blood, the greater the probability of cooking second-level spiritual food. Zhang Chuan, a first-level top-grade weapon refiner, planned to use the tortoise shells of the 3 foundation building turtle monsters to try to refine a second-level magic shield. If he could refine it, he could gradually enter the second-level realm of weapon refinement. Zhu Zhao, a talisman maker, could use the tortoise skins of the 3 foundation building turtle monsters to refine a special second-level blank talisman paper. The success rate of drawing earth-based defensive talismans with a special talisman paper can not only increase a few points, but also improve the power of the drawn earth-based defensive talismans. Qingshi, a body cultivator, and Ying, 2 ordinary cultivators who did not have any skills, did not care too much about killing the 3 foundation building turtle monsters, but just regarded it as an act to earn spirit stones. However, Yan Sai and other companions wanted to hunt, so they naturally joined in. After all, they were in the same team, and the minority obeyed the majority. Maybe, before long, they would encounter something that they were attracted to, and they would need the help of other companions. Thank you, fellow Taoist Ling. Yan Sai saw Ling Pengyun's reply, and after being happy, she thanked him. She also understood that Ling Pengyun helped her this time because he had some friendship with her grandfather Yan Kang. However, Yan Sai did not want to rely solely on her grandfather's friendship for Ling Pengyun's help this time. Therefore, Yan Sai added another sentence. When I become a spiritual chef in the future and enter the 2nd level, I will personally prepare a 2nd-level spiritual food banquet for a fellow Taoist. Ling Pengyun heard what Yan Sai meant, and he also followed Yan Sai's words and said with a smile. Fairy, including this time, you owe me 2 2nd-level spiritual food banquets, don't forget it. Yan Sai remembered that she had said this a year ago. Because of the suspicion of making empty promises, she smiled awkwardly and said solemnly. Dao, I will never forget this. Okay, let's not talk about this for now, let's get back to the point. Fellow Taoist Zhu Zhao is injured now. I wonder when you plan to go to Jiamang Lake to hunt down the 3 turtle monsters in the foundation building stage. Ling Pengyun looked at the injured and weak talisman maker Zhu Zhao among the crowd and asked. As soon as this was said, everyone's eyes were on Zhu Zhao. Maybe half a month later. My injuries are serious. Even with the help of the 2nd-level healing pill, it is difficult to recover quickly. Zhu Zhao thought for a moment and said. Okay, then the time will be half a month later. After half a month, we will meet in this tea house again. Ling Pengyun said. Everyone agreed to this proposal. Afterwards, everyone chatted for a few more words, and Ling Pengyun also excused everyone and left the tea house private room, and went to Lingxiao Pavilion. He handed over all the magic tools that he had refined for nearly 6 months to Ling Yunfu, the 4th elder in the Jubeo Pavilion. As for the improvement of Qingshi Lingxiao, Ling Pengyun did not say anything. After all, the true per acre yield of Qingshi Lingxiao is still unknown. The previous per acre yield of Qingshi Lingxiao was only inferred by him based on the ancestor of Qingshi Lingxiao, which is not true. Zhang Chuan and Yi Yu, who were still in the tea house, were also very curious about whether Ling Pengyun had any other identity. After all, Qingshi and Zhu Zhao were quite polite to Ling Pengyun just now. The two also asked Yan Sai, Qingshi, and Zhu Zhao. Only then did they know that Ling Pengyun was the blood cousin of Yang Xiling, the daughter-in-law of Ling Fu's Henren. This matter also shocked Zhang Chuan and Yi Yu. This identity, except that the treatment is not as good as theirs, is not much weaker than them. Moreover, Ling Pengyun could get closer to Ling Fu's Henren, the giant and ancestor, so Zhang Chuan and others did not dare to underestimate him. On the other side, Ling Pengyun had a simple meal with Ling Yunfu and other elders in Jubeo Pavilion, then left to Yuanfang Market and returned to Yanlin Snake Cave to guard. Half a month later, Ling Pengyun, who was stationed in Yanlin Snake Cave, went to Yuanfang Market again as promised. In a private room of the original tea house, he met up with Yan Siyi and others. As soon as Ling Pengyun entered the private room, Li Chuan and others took the initiative to greet Ling Pengyun, quite enthusiastically. Ling Pengyun did not think much about this. After returning the greetings one by one, he looked at Zhu Zhao, who was seriously injured half a month ago, and asked, "Fellow Taoist Zhu, I wonder if you have recovered from your injuries." "Not fully recovered yet, but there is no problem in fighting, and I can exert about 80% of my full strength," Zhu Zhao replied. Ling Pengyun frowned upon hearing this, and then he asked the people in the tea house. "Fellow Taoist Zhu has not recovered from his injuries yet. Everyone, do you still want to act according to the agreement? Of course, hesitation will lead to changes. We have already wasted more than half a month. If we delay any longer, the 3 foundation building turtle monsters that are of great value to us may be killed by other cultivators first." Qingshi, the sturdy man with the highest cultivation level among Yan Siyi and his group, said firmly. The others also echoed him. Ling Pengyun frowned. He originally intended to delay for some time until Zhu Zhao's injuries were fully recovered before killing the monster. However, he saw that Qingshi and his group were full of confidence, so he did not say anything. Perhaps Qingshi and his group had some powerful weapons. After all, they were all descendants of Balingman's high-level officials. Everyone agreed, chatted for a while, and then left to Yuanfang Market together and sneaked to the territory of Jiamang Lake. After everyone entered the territory of Jiamang Lake, they spent another day and a half, lurking deep into the territory of Jiamang Lake for nearly 10,000 miles, and then stopped at the top of a barren mountain dozens of feet high. Yan Siyi and his group of 5 descendants of Balingman's high-level officials, Qingshi, who was the leader, also pointed to a lake several miles away, which was 1,000 feet wide, and introduced it to Ling Pengyun. The 4 and 8 invited this time. "Fellow Taoist Ling, the nest of the 3 foundation building turtle monsters we need to kill this time is in that lake. Today, we have consumed a lot of spiritual power in our journey, so we will rest for a day, and wait for the spiritual power to recover before we kill the 3 turtle monsters in the lake. And what fellow Taoist Ling needs to do in the battle tomorrow is to temporarily resist the other 2 turtle monsters in the middle stage of foundation building before the 5 of us kill the turtle monster in the late stage of foundation building. I don't know if you can do it, fellow Taoist." Ling Pengyun nodded. "The black armored turtle is a defensive monster, not good at attacking. With my strength, I should have no problem resisting 2 black armored turtle monsters in the middle stage of foundation building for a while. But if you 5 can kill the turtle monster in the late stage of foundation building as soon as possible, you can kill it as soon as possible to avoid accidents." "Of course," Qingshi said. After speaking, Qingshi took out a set of second-level breath-retaining formations from his storage bag and arranged them around the barren mountain to isolate everyone's breath from leaking out. Ling Pengyun was slightly surprised when he saw this scene. The second-level breath-retaining formation is expensive, and it is worth at least 3,000 or 4,000 spirit stones on the market. Such a precious thing, even the Ling family, a big foundation-building family, does not have it. But now, it was taken out by Qingshi, a cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building. Of course, Ling Pengyun also understood that the second-level breath-retaining formation must have come from the hands of Qingshi's backer, his master, the deputy head of the Balingman Steward Hall, Zhang Yan. Otherwise, with Qingshi's cultivation in the middle stage of foundation building, it would be impossible for him to take out such a precious thing by himself. Afterwards, everyone chatted with each other for a few more words, and then successively opened temporary caves on this barren mountain to meditate and practice, and restore the spiritual power consumed by the journey. The next day, early in the morning, everyone walked out of the caves one after another, gathered together, and went out of the barren mountain together, lurking towards the lake a few miles away. But just when everyone was about a mile away from the lake, there was a sudden movement in the lake. In the center of the lake, waves suddenly arose, and 3 huge monsters floated to the surface. These 3 huge monsters were the target of Ling Pengyun and others' trip, the 3 black armored turtles in the foundation building period. At this time, the 3 black armored turtles in the foundation building period poked their heads out and looked at Ling Pengyun and others who were rushing over, with a bit of fear and hatred flashing in their eyes. Half a month ago, dozens of key training black armored turtle descendants under their command were killed by the group of foundation building monks who were rushing over now. If it weren't for the fact that the 3 of them were not weak and barely repelled the group of foundation building monks, they would have been killed half a month ago. They will always remember this hatred of extermination. Although nearly half of their bodies are still hidden in the lake is clear, and the approximate size of the 3 turtle monsters can be seen at a glance. Among the 3 black armored turtles, the largest one is 3 feet long and 2 feet high. Although the other 2 black armored turtles are smaller in size, they are also 2 feet long and more than 10 feet high. The 3 foundation building black armored turtles saw Ling Pengyun and others rushing closer and closer to the lake where they were, and roared one after another, intending to deter Ling Pengyun and others who were rushing over. But this move had no effect, and Ling Pengyun and others continued to rush towards the lake. Seeing this, the 3 black armored turtles that had just surfaced no longer held back and began to condense spiritual energy and at the same time attracted the rich water vapor in the lake around them. In an instant, the 3 black armored turtles all condensed a huge water ball several feet in size and hit Ling Pengyun and others who were charging. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun and others who were in the process of charging also responded. Ling Pengyun waved his hand and patted the storage bag on his waist, and summoned the Qingshi Mother and Child flying sword from it. As he injected spiritual power into the Qingshi Mother and Child flying swords, both the Qingshi Mother and Child swords flashed with spiritual light, and a 5-foot sword light suddenly rose from the tip of the sword. He pinched his fingers one after another, condensed 2 blue magic seals, and transformed into 2 lifelike 5-foot-long snakes. Go! Ling Pengyun raised his hand and waved it down. The 2 flying swords turned into 2 shadowless sword lights, and together with the 2 water snakes flying in the air, they smashed the 3 huge water balls shot by the 3 turtle monsters. As soon as the 3 water balls shattered, the green steel flying swords and the 2 water snakes also rushed in. Under the control of Ling Pengyun's spiritual consciousness, they bombarded the 2 weaker turtle monsters in the middle stage of the foundation building among the 3 turtle monsters in the lake. The 2 turtle monsters in the middle stage of the foundation building were not afraid. They gathered their spiritual power again and transformed into water balls. Then, relying on the water ball attack, they resisted the green steel flying swords and the 2 5-foot water snakes. Ling Pengyun was not surprised to see that the attack was blocked. Although the 2 black armor turtles in the middle stage of the foundation building were not good at attacking, their cultivation was quite advanced, at least the 5th or 6th level of the foundation building. Ling Pengyun was only at the 4th level of the foundation building. Even if his strength was stronger than that of the same level because of his skills, he could face 2 turtle monsters with stronger cultivation than himself at the same time. He was satisfied to be able to temporarily block them. My fellow Taoists, I can hold off the 2 mid-stage foundation building turtle monsters among the 3 turtle monsters. The remaining late-stage foundation building black armor turtle monster will be handed over to you. Ling Pengyun called out. Qingshi and others on the side were shocked to see Ling Pengyun perform 2 second-level spells of water snakes in a short period of time, and fight back and forth with the 2 mid-stage foundation building turtle monsters whose cultivation was far superior to Ling Pengyun. They also saw that Ling Pengyun's fighting ability was extraordinary. As a result, everyone looked up to Ling Pengyun again. They no longer regarded Ling Pengyun as just a spiritual plant genius and Yang Xiaoling's cousin. When they heard Ling Pengyun's call, they also took action. Among Yang Xiaoling and other people, Qingshi, a mid-stage foundation building physical cultivator with the highest cultivation, took out a white jade bottle from his storage bag. As Qingshi transferred his spiritual power into the white jade bottle, a large piece of cold fog suddenly drifted out and quickly fell into the lake water beside the 3-headed turtle monster in the lake. In less than half a breath, the lake water of nearly 100 feet around the 3-headed turtle monster condensed into ice. The 3 black armored turtles in the foundation building stage, which were still in the lake water, were also trapped by the ice. However, the 3 turtle monsters were extremely powerful, and the cold air from the white jade bottle did not directly attack the 3 turtle monsters, but simply turned the lake water into ice. The ice was not very solid and could not trap them at all. The 3 turtle monsters took some time to break free from the ice layer and climbed onto the ice layer. Under the ice layer was thick ice, and they could not go down. However, being able to force the 3 turtle monsters in the foundation building stage who were good at water to climb into the ice layer also met Qingshi's expectations. He roared, and a yellow light flashed around his body. His body quickly expanded by nearly 1 time, and his muscles became more obvious. A thick layer of earth armor also appeared on the surface of his body. When Qingshi's body stopped moving, he slapped the storage bag on his waist, took out a yellowish iron stick from it, held it tightly in his hand, exerted force with his feet, and flew into the air, crossing a mile in the air, and stepped directly onto the lake. Stepping on the ice, he quickly killed in front of the strongest foundation-building late-stage black armor turtle. Then, he shouted, swung the iron stick in his hand, and slapped the head of the foundation-building late-stage black armor turtle. The foundation-building late-stage black armor turtle reacted quickly, and its head moved and quickly retracted into its shell. At the same time, the shell flashed blue light and became a little stronger. Qingshi's iron stick also missed the opportunity and only hit the shell of the foundation-building late-stage black armor turtle. The turtle monster's shell was quite solid. Even though the long stick Qingshi used contained tens of thousands of pounds of force, it only created a few small cracks on the black armor turtle shell. Chapter 285, Transformation of Magical Instruments. After the attack, the late-stage foundation-building turtle monster that had shrunk into its shell quickly poked its head out and used magic to fight back, knocking Qingshi back several feet. Just when Qingshi was about to fall behind, the weapon refiner Zhang Chuan took out a long bow and a feather arrow, drew the bow and shot the feather arrow directly. After the feather arrow was shot, a large piece of flame emerged from the arrow, and it transformed into a 6-foot-long firebird, which quickly bombarded the body of the late-stage foundation-building turtle monster that was fighting with Qingshi, knocking the turtle monster over directly. The firebird transformed from the feather arrow was also like a real object, constantly spewing flames and using its body to attack the turtle monster. The talisman maker Zhu Zhao on the side cast 12 spiritual talismans with flashing lightning and aura as one, surrounding the late-stage foundation-building turtle monster. On the 12 spiritual talismans, unexpectedly, array patterns emerged. In an instant, the 12 spiritual talismans formed a formation, and the formation gradually condensed a series of thunderbolts, which continuously bombarded the body of the late foundation-building turtle monster in the formation, making the turtle monster miserable. Yan Sidai took out a green furnace and continuously injected spiritual power into the furnace, causing the green furnace to continuously spew out large pieces of green spiritual fire, sweeping over the late foundation-building turtle monster. Yu, who was the weakest, also attacked with great force. She shot out a purple long cone and bombarded the shell of the late foundation-building turtle monster, blasting a huge gap in the shell. Obviously, this long cone was extraordinary in power. Under the joint attack of Qingshi, Zhang Chuan, Zhu Zhao, Yan Sidai, and Yu, the late foundation-building turtle monster gradually fell behind, and more wounds appeared on the solid shell on its back. This also aroused the anger of the late foundation-building turtle monster. It roared, cast a water spell, and propped up a spell-like curtain around it. Then, he used all 4 legs to charge forward, relying on the magic light curtain around him, and against the thunderbolts created by the formation formed by the 12 spiritual talismans, he rushed out of the formation range and rushed towards Qingshi, who was close at hand and kept swinging the iron rod. Seeing this, Qingshi's expression condensed, and he quickly opened his mouth and summoned a set of cocky full-body armor that was only the size of a fist from his dantian. As soon as this small cocky full-body armor came out of the outside world, it quickly grew larger and was automatically put on Qingshi's body. At this moment, this armor also flashed brightly, supporting a thick cocky light curtain, blocking the attack of the late foundation-building turtle monster. Although the turtle monster's collision force was great, Qingshi's full-body armor was of extremely high grade and barely blocked it. Qingshi also had a chance to breathe. He quickly moved back, looking for an opportunity to attack. Zhang Chuan and others who cooperated with him also quickly used their attack methods to entangle the late foundation-building turtle monster again to prevent the turtle monster from attacking Qingshi again. Ling Pengyun, who was standing by, was fighting with 2 other turtle monsters in the middle stage of foundation building. When he saw the magic weapons used by Qingshi and others exuding aura, his eyes trembled. The magic weapons used by Qingshi, Zhangchuan, Zhu Zhao, Yan Sidai, and Yi Yu were all of the highest grade of the second grade upper grade. None of them even had a second grade middle grade magic weapon. The long cone magic weapon that Yi Yu took out was the purple star long cone that Ling Pengyun was very familiar with. The longbow used by the weapon refiner Zhangchuan, and the 12 spiritual talismans that could form a formation by the talisman maker Zhu Zhao were rare transformation magic weapons and talisman formations in the world. The magic weapons that can transform can only be forged by using materials from the golden elixir monsters and by advanced weapon refiners with special refining methods. At the same time, the power of the transformation magic weapon is several times stronger than that of the same grade magic weapon, and the lowest grade of the transformation magic weapon is the upper grade of the second grade. As for the talisman array, it is even rarer. It is a thing that Bailingman has never passed on to others. It is a powerful method that only Bailingman second-level talisman makers can master. The talisman array can rely on spiritual talismans to form an array. Although the power of the array is weaker than the array of the same level, it can also exert 80% of the power of the array of the same level. And no matter what level of talisman array it is, as long as the cultivator has spiritual power, it can use it, just like using spiritual talismans. More importantly, the talisman array does not need to rely on the power of the spiritual vein to form an array like the array. The array must be on the spiritual vein to exert its full power. Except for the natal array flags of some array masters, even if the array master does not arrange the array on the spiritual vein, but only relies on his own spiritual power to arrange the array, he can only exert 80% or 90% of the power of the array. Ordinary cultivators use their own spiritual power to arrange the array, and it is good enough to exert 70% of the power of the array. These 5 people are indeed descendants of the high-ranking officials of Bailing sect. They even have rare items such as transformation magic tools and talisman formations. No wonder, among Qin Dao, Fairy Yan and others, there is only one cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building, and the rest are only in the early stage of foundation building. They are confident that they can kill the black armored turtle monster in the late stage of foundation building. Ling Pengyun was secretly shocked. Because he was still in the battle, Ling Pengyun did not dare to be distracted too much. He put his mind back into the battle, and used the set of Qinggang mother and child flying swords and the 2 water snakes to try his best to stop the other 2 turtle monsters in the middle stage of foundation building. Although he still had some strength to spare, he did not use it. The 2 turtle monsters in the middle stage of foundation building that he resisted were not weak. Even if he used all his strength, it would be difficult to achieve much success. Moreover, Qingshi, Yan Sidai and others only entrusted him to stop the 2 turtle monsters in the middle stage of foundation building, and the reward was only 1 inner pill of the turtle monster in the middle stage of foundation building. Ling Pengyun was unwilling to risk his life for this inner pill of the turtle monster in the middle stage of foundation building. Instead of doing this, it is better to be a leisurely person. At the same time, leaving some spiritual power can also avoid some accidents. However, it was because Ling Pengyun held back the 2 turtle monsters in the middle stage of foundation building that Qingshi, Yan Sidai and others could join forces to attack the turtle monster in the late stage of foundation building with peace of mind. With the help of their own powerful magic weapons, the 5 people forced out the body protection of the turtle monster in the late stage of foundation building within 100 moves. Although the body protection of the turtle monster had amazing defensive power, it was also shattered under the fierce attack of the second-level upper-grade purple star long cone in Yi Yu's hand, which was the best at breaking the barrier. The attacks launched by Qingshi and the other 5 also went straight in, and hit the body of the turtle monster in the late stage of foundation building one after another, killing it. As a result, they had their hands free, and turned to help Ling Pengyun, and joined forces to attack the remaining 2 black armored turtles in the middle stage of foundation building. The powerful late-stage foundation building turtle monsters all died at the hands of Qingshi and others. The mid-stage foundation building turtle monster naturally didn't last long and was also killed by everyone. After the battle, Qingshi, a physical cultivator, dragged the 3 three-headed turtle monsters on the ice of the lake to the shore, used the long stick in his hand to directly break the body of a mid-stage foundation building turtle monster, took out its inner elixir, and threw it to Ling Pengyun. Then he used the long stick in his hand to divide the 3 huge turtle monster bodies into several pieces, and asked Yan Sai and others to put them into storage bags respectively. After the battlefield was cleaned up, Qingshi looked in front of him, the depths of the lake where the water was all frozen. His eyes flashed, and he asked Ling Pengyun, "Fellow Taoist Ling, there is a second-level spiritual vein in this lake, and it is also the nest of the Black Armored Turtle clan. There may be treasures. Do you want to go with us to search?" Ling Pengyun nodded lightly and said, "Of course. I just wonder if you five plan to return to Tuingan Market after searching the turtle monster's lair, or continue to kill monsters in Jiamang Lake." Qingshi did not answer immediately, but turned to look at Yan Sai, Zhang Chuan and others behind him. "Brother Qin, the 3 turtle monsters we captured this time have all reached the middle stage of foundation building. The spiritual energy contained in their flesh and blood is very strong, which will help me cook spiritual food. In addition, the 3 turtle monster corpses have at least 3 or 4,000 kilograms of flesh and blood. Relying on this batch of turtle monster flesh and blood, I have some confidence that I can cook second-level spiritual food, so I suggest going back to Tuingan Market first." Yan Sai estimated the weight of the flesh and blood of the 3 foundation-building turtle monsters killed this time, and said with a little excitement in her expression, "I agree with Sister Yan's proposal. I also plan to use the tortoise shells of the 3 turtle monsters I got this time to try to refine a second-level lower-grade defensive magic weapon. If it works, I can also enter the realm of second-level lower-grade weapon refining." The weapon refiner Zhang Chuan said this, with an unstoppable look of expectation on his face. "Brother Qin, my injuries have not fully recovered, and I don't have many second-level spiritual talismans on me. I also want to go back to Tuingan Market first, and use the tortoise skins of the 3 turtle monsters I got this time to refine a batch of second-level defensive spiritual talismans, and then recover from my injuries. This way, I can be safer when I kill foundation-building monsters in the future." Talisman maker Zhu Zhao saw that Yan Sai and Zhang Chuan were planning to go back to the market, and he also said, "Brother Qin, I also plan to go back to Tuingan Market first." Among the 5 people, another female cultivator Yu saw her good sister Yan Sai planning to go back to the market, and she also said, Qingshi wanted to take advantage of Ling Pengyun, a powerful person, to hunt more foundation-building monsters turned spirit stones. Seeing that Yan Sai and others were unwilling to take the risk of killing monsters in the Jiamang Lake, he felt helpless. He was not as good as Yan Sai and others, who were all descendants of Bailingman's high-level officials and had 100 skills to make money. Although Yu, who had the weakest cultivation, was also like him, without 100 skills. Yu's father was not only a second-level top-grade alchemist, but also the deputy head of Bailingman's Dan Hall. He was very rich, the richest among them. Although Qingshi himself had Zhang Yan, the deputy head of Bailingman's Deacon Hall, who had perfect foundation-building cultivation, as his backer, he was only Zhang Yan's apprentice after all. Although Qingshi was Zhang Yan's last disciple, Zhang Yan had no descendants, and he had always treated Qingshi like his own son and gave Qingshi a lot of spiritual objects. The long stick magic weapon in Qingshi's hand and even the full body armor magic weapon were all made by Zhang Yan. However, physical cultivation consumes a lot of spiritual objects. Even with Zhang Yan's support, Qingshi still has a big gap in cultivating spiritual objects. Therefore, he is very short of spiritual stones. But he and Yan Sai and others are a group. Since they formed this team, the 5 people have agreed that the minority must obey the majority. Moreover, he loves Yan Sai, so he will naturally not go against Yan Sai's wishes and force her to stay with him in the Jiamang Lake to kill monsters. And it is somewhat dangerous for him to hunt monsters here alone. In this case, after searching the nest of the Black Armored Turtle, we will go back to Tuiuanfang Market first. Qingshi nodded. Ling Pengyun, who was standing aside, couldn't help but look happy when he heard that Yan Sai was confident that he could refine the second-level spiritual food based on the flesh and blood of the 3 turtle monsters obtained this time. Yan Sai still owed him 2 second-level spiritual food banquets. A grand banquet is not just about 1 or 2 second-level spiritual food dishes, at least 1 table is needed to be considered a grand banquet. The spiritual energy contained in the second-level spiritual food is several times stronger than that contained in the first-level spiritual food. According to rumors, the taste of the second-level spiritual food is also several times better than that of the first-level spiritual food. Ling Pengyun, who loves food very much, has been coveting the second-level spiritual food for a long time. Unfortunately, Even in the Bailing restaurant opened by the Bailing sect in the largest Huiuanfang market of the Bailing sect, the second-level spiritual food is only sold at a certain time and for a limited time. It is a good thing that you have no place to buy, even if you have spiritual stones. Yan Sai also noticed that Ling Pengyun was staring at her with a look of joy on his face. She also understood where Ling Pengyun's joy came from, and she also thanked him. Thank you for helping us kill the 3 foundation-building turtle monsters. What I promised you is still true. As long as my spiritual chef can enter the second level, I will prepare 2 second-level spiritual food banquets for you when you come to visit me in the future. After saying this, Yan Sai added, I also thank all the senior brothers and junior sister Yi. During the days of hunting monsters, you gave me the foundation-building flesh and blood you killed to help me cook second-level spiritual food. After my spiritual chef enters the second level, I will also prepare a second-level spiritual food banquet for all the senior brothers and junior sisters to express my gratitude. Everyone was quite satisfied with Yan Sai, who was so good at dealing with people, so they stopped talking. After Qingshi used the white jade bottle to remove the ice mist that froze the lake, the ice that stretched for hundreds of feet in the lake turned into lake water again. Qingshi also took the lead, performing a water shield technique to bless his body, and dived into the lake first. Ling Pengyun, Yan Sai and others did the same and followed closely behind. Chapter 286 Black Armored Turtle Egg. After a while, everyone dived to the depths of the center of the small lake. There was a dark abyss that stretched for dozens of feet and was several feet deep. At the bottom of the abyss, there were several small dark rivers. The water flowing from these dark rivers was the key to maintaining this small lake. At the same time, the second-level spiritual veins in this small lake were also under this abyss. On the cliffs on both sides of this abyss, there were caves several feet in size. These caves were the nests of the black armored turtles that occupied this lake before. Ling Pengyun and others searched carefully among the dozens of nests on the cliffs of the abyss, and finally entered the most spacious and spiritual nest here. In the corner of this nest, in a piece of fine sand, there were 3 fist-sized blue turtle eggs and a small bunch of second-level middle-grade lotus water grass that had been eaten to only some roots. When Qingshi and others saw these 2 things, their eyes immediately fixed on the 3 fist-sized turtle eggs. This nest is the one with the most abundant spiritual energy and the largest range among the many nests on the cliff of the abyss. Everyone knows without much guessing that the owner of this nest must belong to the Turtle King in the late stage of foundation building. The Turtle King is a male turtle, so he naturally cannot lay eggs, but the other 2 turtle monsters in the middle stage of foundation building are both female. There is no doubt that the 3 turtle eggs in this nest are born by the Turtle King and one of the female turtles in the middle stage of foundation building. Both parents have foundation building cultivation, which also indicates that the qualifications of the turtles that are about to hatch from the 3 turtle eggs must be strong, and there will be at least a hope of breaking through the foundation building. Moreover, the Black Armored Turtle clan has strong defense, and it is a good choice for cultivators to choose spiritual beasts. Therefore, Qingshi and others have some ideas about the 3 turtle eggs with good qualifications. As for the small clump of lotus water grass that was eaten to only the roots, in their eyes, although it has some value, it is not great. However, the lotus water grass with only the roots left was extremely valuable in the eyes of Ling Pengyun, a spiritual plant master. As long as he was given time, he could completely rely on the spiritual plant methods and rely on the roots of the second-level water grass in a short period of time to cultivate a small clump of second-level lotus water grass. Water grass is different from other spiritual plants. It is quite special. As long as the roots of water grass spiritual plants are still there, they can continue to grow water grass. Lotus water grass is the most favorite spiritual plant for water-based spiritual beasts. This spiritual plant can also help water-based spiritual beasts improve their cultivation. I didn't expect there was a small clump of second-level medium-quality lotus water grass here. I think the group of black armored turtle monsters here can give birth to 2 turtle monsters in the middle stage of foundation building and 1 turtle monster in the late stage of foundation building, which is also based on this small clump of second-level medium-quality lionian water grass. It was during this short period when Ling Pengyun was distracted that Qingshi waved his hand and patted the storage bag on his waist, and summoned out dozens of immature first-level water spirit plants and 7 turtle eggs laid by turtle monsters in the key training stage that everyone had collected from dozens of other black armored turtle monster nests. He placed them next to the 3 turtle eggs in the deep cave and then said, "Everyone, how do we divide this batch of benefits?" Whether it was Qingshi himself or the others, they all liked the turtle eggs laid by the 3 turtle monsters in the foundation building stage. However, because there were 6 foundation builders gathered here, the 3 turtle eggs with better qualifications were not enough to be divided. Everyone thought about the courtesy and did not ask for them. After a while, Ling Pengyun, who was not very close to Qingshi and others, spoke. My fellow Taoists, I want a turtle egg laid by a foundation building turtle monster, as well as the 7 turtle eggs laid by the key training turtle monsters, and a bunch of second-level middle-grade lotus water grass roots. Since I took the 7 black armored turtle eggs, I can give you 1,000 spirit stones as compensation. I don't know, are you willing? As early as the key training stage, Ling Pengyun planned to find a monster with strong defense to cultivate as a spirit beast. Although he participated in several auctions in recent years and encountered such monster eggs or young beasts with good qualifications and mainly defensive, he never had the opportunity to own a spirit beast with mainly defensive capabilities because of his limited wealth. Now, he encountered the 3 eggs laid by the foundation building turtle monsters with good qualifications, and the black armored turtle clan was of the water element, which was very complementary to his practice, so he naturally did not intend to give up. As for asking for the 7 eggs laid by the key training turtle monsters, it was for the consideration of the family. The black armored turtle clan, basically, can reach the middle stage of key training when they grow up, and the better ones can also reach the late stage of key training. In recent years, the Ling family had been planning to acquire monsters to strengthen the strength of the clan. If the Ling family could breed a group of turtles from the 7 turtle eggs, it would be of great help to the Ling family. As for the foundation building turtle monster egg that Ling Pengyun asked for, it was worth about 300 or 400 spirit stones on the market. And the 7 ordinary turtle monster eggs, each of which was worth at most 70 or 80 spirit stones on the market. 1,000 spirit stones were enough to buy these 8 turtle eggs. The lotus and water grass were regarded by Ling Pengyun as a benefit that he should get. After all, among the many spiritual objects on the ground, he had a share. After careful calculation, 1,000 spirit stones were considered a fair compensation. Qingshi, Yan Sidai and others looked different when they saw Ling Pengyun asking for it. Ling Pengyun's cultivation was enough to match Qingshi, who had 2 second-level top-grade magic weapons, and his combat power was enough to rank among the top 2 among the crowd. It was normal for him to take a turtle egg born by a foundation-building turtle monster. As for the 7 ordinary turtle eggs, they were all born by the key training turtle monster. Everyone didn't need to guess too much, as they all knew that the turtles hatched from those turtle eggs would have little chance of building a foundation. Even building a foundation was difficult, so Qingshi and Yan Sidai, who were not from simple backgrounds, naturally looked down on them. Although the lotus water grass with only some roots left was of some value, they were not spiritual plants, and even if they spent energy to cultivate the lotus water grass, it was difficult to refine it into elixir, and it could only be used as food for water spirit beasts. In addition, Ling Pengyun had the support of Yang Xiling, the daughter-in-law of the Golden Pill patriarch, so they didn't dare to offend him. Under such circumstances, everyone agreed to Ling Pengyun's proposal. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun looked happy, thanked him, and took out 1,000 spiritual stones from his storage bag and placed them on the ground. Then, he used the art of controlling objects to put the 7 key training turtle eggs on the ground and the turtle egg born by the foundation building turtle monster into a beast control bag for preservation. With Ling Pengyun's first request, the others did not care about face. The strongest fighter, the physical cultivator Qingshi, took 1. The remaining 1 was taken by Yan Sidai, the spiritual chef, who promised to make a second-level spiritual food feast for everyone separately. As for the dozens of immature first-level water spiritual herbs, they were divided equally among everyone. After doing this, everyone did not stay here for long. They used the water control method together to leave the abyss at the bottom of the lake and went up to the shore of the lake. But at this moment, everyone saw more than 30 gray-haired eagles as big as yellow cattle flying in the sky 5 or 6 miles away. These more than 30 gray-haired eagles had already discovered Ling Pengyun and others on the shore of the lake and were flying towards them quickly. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun immediately mobilized his spiritual sense and explored the group of gray-haired eagles. When he found out that there were 28 gray-feathered eagles in the key training stage, 4 in the early stage of foundation building, 2 in the middle stage of foundation building, and 1 in the late stage of foundation building, he frowned. Although the gray-feathered eagle clan is not fast, in this Jiangming territory, Cultivators like us dare not use flying means at all, so as not to attract more monsters. We can't avoid it, this is troublesome. The Grey Feathered Eagle clan is a monster clan with better qualifications. Basically, adults can enter the late stage of key training, or even complete key training. It is not difficult for Grey Feathered Eagles with better qualifications to enter the foundation building stage. However, it is extremely difficult for the Grey Feathered Eagle clan to reproduce. It is good for a pair of Grey Feathered Eagles to give birth to 2 Grey Feathered Eagles. Therefore, the number of Grey Feathered Eagles has always been small. Qingshi and others beside Ling Pengyun also found out the cultivation level of the Grey Feathered Eagles at this moment. Everyone's face was worried. Obviously, they also knew that they could not escape this battle and could only fight. Fellow Taoist kin, you are a physical cultivator, and this place is the Giant Man Lake. It is best not to use flying magic tools to fight flying monsters. Flying into the air to fight with them will be somewhat disadvantageous, and I am afraid that your strength will not be able to be fully utilized. I wonder if you and the other 4 Taoists are confident that you can kill the strongest Grey Feathered Eagle King in the late stage of foundation building among the Grey Feathered Eagles. Ling Pengyun asked the crowd on the side. Of course you can, but in addition to the Grey Feathered Eagle King in the late stage of foundation building, there are 4 Grey Feathered Eagles in the early stage of foundation building and 2 Grey Feathered Eagles in the middle stage of foundation building. The strength of these 6 Grey Feathered Eagles is not weak. Can you stop them alone? Qingshi thought about it carefully after hearing this, and nodded in response. Just barely. Ling Pengyun's face was more solemn. After saying this, he took out a beast bag from his arms and summoned the Fairy Crane King in the early stage of foundation building that was stationed with him in the rock scale snake cave, as well as his own spirit beast Feng Yingpeng who had completed key training. Xianling, Feng Ying, fly into the air and prepare for the battle. The Fairy Crane King and Feng Yingpeng, who had just been released from the beast bag, received the signal, and their eyes, which were still a little distracted, suddenly flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. 1 crane and 1 peng also rose into the sky one after another. After arranging these 2 spirit beasts, Ling Pengyun did not stop. He opened his mouth and summoned the thorn vines, his life spirit plant, which was nurtured in his dantian. The thorn vines have been in the foundation building state for 2 years. The large amount of Yimu power that was consumed by feeding back the spiritual power to Ling Pengyun was also restored in the past 2 years with the help of Ling Pengyun's spiritual power. In fact, his cultivation has improved a little, but it is still a long way from the second level of foundation building. Thorns. Transform into armor. The floating thorn vine body glowed green, and countless tiny roots emerged from its body, quickly growing into thigh-thick thorn vines, clinging to Ling Pengyun's body, and transformed into full-body armor, clinging to Ling Pengyun's body. As for the countless barbs on the thorn vines, they bent and clung to the vines, and did not hurt Ling Pengyun, the owner. After the protective measures were completed, Ling Pengyun patted the storage bag on his waist, took out the Qinggang mother and child flying swords and the set of 18 Qingling swords, and quickly transferred spiritual power into these 2 magic weapons. With the blessing of spiritual power, the tips of the 2 Qinggang mother and child flying swords both burst out with a 5 zang sword light. The set of 18 Qingling swords shook in the void, and at the same time flashed a spiritual light. Then, the 18 Qingling swords all burst out with a 2 zang sword light. Around the body of each flying sword, there were also strands of green sword energy, and each condensed into dozens of inch-long sword beams, forming a magnificent sword beam formation. Then, he pinched his fingers and condensed 2 blue seals. The 2 blue seals spun around, and with a flash of light, they quickly turned into 2 5-meter-long water snakes. Qingshi and others on the side saw that Ling Pengyun not only summoned a spiritual beast in the early stage of foundation building, but also summoned a spiritual plant in the foundation building stage. Even in just 3 breaths, he prepared so many means of attack, and they were shocked. At this time, how could they not know that they did not use their full strength in the battle with the 3 foundation building stage black armor turtles just now? I didn't expect that fellow Taoist Ling actually has a powerful spiritual beast at the 3rd level of foundation building, as well as a defensive spiritual plant that has entered the realm of foundation building. Looking at fellow Taoist Ling, he has used so many attack methods. I think his spiritual consciousness is not weak. I am afraid it is enough to match the spiritual consciousness strength of the 5th and 6th levels of foundation building. However, judging from his current methods, Fellow Taoist Ling's combat power is probably a few points stronger than mine. If I want to defeat him, I am afraid that I can't do it with its second-level top-grade Black Earth stick alone. I need to borrow my second-level top-grade full-body armor to help me. Qingshi looked at Ling Pengyun's 4 attack methods, including the Qinggang Mother and Child Flying Sword, the Sword Formation, and the 2 water snakes, and felt a hint of threat. He muttered to himself. Yam Sidai, who had heard that Ling Pengyun had a foundation-building stage spiritual planned, was a little surprised when she saw that Ling Pengyun did not sacrifice the second spiritual plant, and the first spiritual plant was a thorn vine. Generally, the natal spiritual plants of spiritual plant husbands are mostly auxiliary spiritual plants, and they will not use thorny vines, which are both offensive and defensive natal spiritual plants. Auxiliary spiritual plants are easier to upgrade. It is more beneficial for spiritual plant husbands to improve the grade of spiritual plants. From the thorny vines, it seems that Brother Ling has had great ambition since he entered the Tao, and he has never been willing to be a spiritual plant husband who deals with spiritual plants all year round. Yam Sidai secretly guessed. Thanks to Moer Shiliu, book friend 2022032611153734, book friend 2022020615454363, Queens, and Wongayan for their monthly tickets. Thank you all. Chapter 287 Sword Slashing Grey Feather Eagle. Fellow Taoists, the group of gray-feathered eagles is only 3 or 4 miles away from us. A big battle is about to begin. Why are you still standing there? Ling Pengyun, who was ready to fight, saw Qingshi, Yan Sidai and others around him looking at him with a little surprise, and hurriedly urged him. Qingshi and others also knew that the situation was dangerous now, so they quickly came to their senses, took out their magic weapons and prepared to fight. About 10 breaths later, the group of gray-feathered eagles flying from a distance had also stepped into the distance of 1 or 2 miles of Ling Pengyun and others. Ling Pengyun, whose spiritual awareness was far superior to that of Qingshi and others around him, also took the lead in attacking at this moment. The Qinggang Mother and Child Flying Sword and the 2 5-foot water snakes blocked 2 gray-feathered eagles in the middle stage of foundation building in the group of gray-feathered eagles. The 18 Qingling swords that formed the earthly evil sword formation carried hundreds of inch-long sword beams and quickly trapped the other 4 gray-feathered eagles in the early stage of foundation building. Afterwards, he quickly made hand gestures with both hands, and with a little remaining strength, he used his life-defining magic, the Azure Sea Sky Sword Technique, to condense a Tenzang-long brilliant sword light. This sword light turned into a blue sword shadow that slid across the sky at an extremely fast speed, killing into the earthly evil sword formation and attacking the weakest of the 4 gray-feathered eagles in the early stage of foundation building and a gray-feathered eagle in the first level of foundation building that were trapped in the formation. The gray-feathered eagle in the first level of foundation building also reacted very quickly, and used the inner alchemy magical power in time to support a body protecting Yuan Gang to block the Tenzang long brilliant sword light. But in just a moment, this body protecting Yuan Gang was shattered by the powerful sword light. Helplessly, this gray-feathered eagle had to open its mouth and spit out the inner alchemy that had been nurtured for less than 10 years, and had to blue sea sword light. The collision of the two aroused a violent fluctuation of spiritual power. Although the inner core of the first-level foundation building gray-feathered eagle was very hard, comparable to a magical weapon of the same level, the Tenzang long Azure Sea Sword was enough to be equivalent to a full-strength attack from a 6th-level foundation building cultivator. Even the hard inner core was slightly inferior. In just 3 breaths, the hard inner core was broken into pieces by the Azure Sea Sky Sword. The owner of the inner core, the first-level foundation building gray-feathered eagle, also lost his inner core, and his wings trembled. He almost lost his balance and fell to the ground. The aura emanating from his body also rapidly declined. Fortunately, the other 3 early-stage foundation building gray-feathered eagles took action in time, and all transformed into large feather arrows, bombarding the Azure Sea Sky Sword that still had a lot of power left, blocking the attack for the first-level foundation building gray-feathered eagle. But just when the first-level foundation building gray-feathered eagle was rejoicing, another Tenzang long Azure Sea Sky Sword came. The Azure Sea Sky Sword was extremely fast, and it was specifically aimed at the first-level foundation building gray-feathered eagle. The other 3 gray-feathered eagles in the early stage of foundation building had no time to help like before. The second azure sky sword turned into blue sword shadow and directly cut off the head of the gray-feathered eagle in the first stage of foundation building. After this attack, the second azure sky sword still had 80% to 90% of its strength left. Under Ling Pengyun's control, it attacked the other 3 gray-feathered eagles in the early stage of foundation building. But at this time, the 3 gray-feathered eagles in the early stage of foundation building were on guard and attacked together, transforming into countless feather arrows to block the azure sky sword that still had a lot of strength left. 1 or 2 miles away, Ling Pengyun, who was on the shore of the lake, saw this and said helplessly, "What a pity. If I could kill another gray-feathered eagle in the early stage of foundation building, it would be much better, so that my pressure can be reduced by 1 point." Just now, Ling Pengyun did not hesitate to consume his spiritual power and continuously shot 2 azure sky swords, intending to take advantage of the fact that the 4 gray-feathered eagles in the early stage of foundation building were not on guard and kill a few of them. But the 4 gray-feathered eagles in the early stage of foundation building were all veterans of the battlefield, and they had fought in the sea of blood. Although they were not strong, their reactions were extremely fast. Ling Pengyun sighed helplessly, raised his head, and called out to the fairy crane king and Feng Yingpeng in the sky. "Xianling, Feng Ying, quickly kill the 28 gray-feathered eagles in the key training stage in the gray-feathered eagle group, and then come to help me quickly." As soon as these words fell, the fairy crane king in the sky made a crane cry, and dots of white spiritual light appeared around his body. When the spiritual light first appeared, there was also a huge gale whistling. After a moment, a 5-meter-high feather arrow tornado gale was condensed by the fairy crane king. This feather arrow tornado gale was a combination of magic that the fairy crane king had comprehended during the 2 years when he accompanied Ling Pengyun to guard the rock-scale snake cave. Once the feather arrow tornado wind was formed, it was fired under the control of the fairy crane king. However, in the blink of an eye, the feather arrow tornado wind flew a mile or 2 away and rushed into the group of 28 gray-feathered eagles in the key training period. The tornado wind whistled past, and the powerful suction swept all the 28 gray-feathered eagles into the tornado wind. The pure wind may not have much power, but the more than 200 feather arrows in the tornado wind, under the push of the tornado wind, increased their power by several times. In addition, the fairy crane king's cultivation was already strong at the 3rd level of foundation building. Relying on this cultivation, the combination spell Feather Arrow Wind Tornado he cast was not weaker than the attack of a cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building. The 28 gray-feathered eagles in the key training period suffered casualties before they lasted for 3 breaths. They were torn into pieces by the more than 200 feather arrows in the Feather Arrow Wind Tornado. The Feng Yingpeng next to the Fairy Crane King saw the Fairy Crane King's powerful strength, and gradually a trace of envy and helplessness appeared in his eyes. It has been stuck in the state of perfect key training for many years, but it has never received the help of the foundation building spiritual objects, so it dared not try to break through the foundation building state, lest it perish in the process of foundation building. This matter has also become a regret for this Feng Yingpeng. Although the physique of the monster beast is stronger than that of the cultivators of the same level, the probability of breaking through alone is also 1 point higher than that of the cultivators because of its strong physique. There are not many monster beasts that may break through the foundation alone. With thousands of thoughts, this Feng Yingpeng also came back to his senses, so as not to delay the battle. It spread its wings and transformed into dozens of green feather arrows, cooperating with the more than 20 key training gray-feathered eagles in the Feather Arrow Tornado that were killed by the Fairy Crane King. On the other side, Qingshi and others also launched attacks respectively, bombarding the strongest foundation-building late gray-feathered eagle king in the sky. Although Qingshi was a physical cultivator, he did not dare to fly in the air and fight the gray-feathered eagle in the late stage of foundation building in close combat. However, he could use the art of controlling objects to hit the yellow iron stick weighing 99,000 jin in his hand, which still had a good power. Even the gray-feathered eagle king in the late stage of foundation building did not dare to take it head-on, so he had to open his mouth and spit out a series of gray feather arrows, which turned into a long rainbow and entangled the attacking yellow iron stick to avoid being hit by a stick and seriously injured. It was not good at defense and did not have the hard tortoise shell of the black water turtle. But Qingshi was not alone. The talisman array and the shape-changing magic tools cast by Zhu Zhao and Zhang Chuan were both powerful. What's more, there was the furnace in Yan Xi's hand that could transform into powerful green flame, and Yu Yu's purple star long cone to help. In just 10 moves, the gray-feathered eagle in the late stage of foundation building fell into disadvantage due to the excellent magic tools of Qingshi and the other 5. In order to ensure its own invincibility, it could only rely on the strength of its whole body to transform into countless gray feather arrows that constantly circled around its body, turning into feather arrow defense to resist the attacks of Qingshi and the other 5. At this moment, the gray-feathered eagle king in the late stage of foundation building felt extremely frustrated. The nest of the gray-feathered eagle group led by it was on a sacred mountain more than 10 miles away. It was an old neighbor, an old enemy of the group of black-armored turtles that were previously killed by Ling Pengyun and others. Previously, when Ling Pengyun and others were fighting against the 3 black-armored turtles in the foundation building period, it had sensed the fluctuations of spiritual power in the battle. This time, it was also attracted by the fluctuations of the battle. But when it led the tribe to come, the battle between Ling Pengyun and others and the 3 black-armored turtles in the foundation building period had already ended. It did not see the scene of Ling Pengyun and others fighting against the 3 turtle monsters in the foundation building period, and thought that Ling Pengyun and others were a big piece of fat meat. After all, among Ling Pengyun and others, only Ling Pengyun and Qingshi had reached the middle stage of foundation building, and the other 4 had only the initial stage of foundation building. With this level of cultivation, the Gray Feather Eagle King had expected that it would not need to make any move at all, and the group of Gray Feather Eagles under its command could easily kill Ling Pengyun and the others. However, Qingshi and the others were all holding high-level magic weapons, and their combat power was enhanced. With their combined strength, they were not much weaker than the veteran late-stage foundation building cultivators. Even Ling Pengyun, whose magic weapon was not very sophisticated, was extremely powerful due to his own spiritual awareness. However, within 100 breaths, the entire battle was controlled by Ling Pengyun and the others. During this 100 breaths, the Immortal Crane King and Feng Yingpeng also worked together to kill all the 28 key training stage Gray Feather Eagles, leaving them with nothing. Instead, they helped Ling Pengyun trap 2 early-stage foundation building Gray Feather Eagles. Although Feng Yingpeng's strength was only at the level of perfect key training, it was difficult for him to face off against the early-stage foundation building Gray Feather Eagles. But the Fairy Crane King was strong. Not only did this crane reach the 3rd level of foundation building, but it also realized a superior combination of magic spells, and its strength was enough to rival the monsters at the 4th and 5th levels of foundation building. It could block 2 gray-feathered eagles at the early stage of foundation building with just 1 crane. Feng Yingpeng, who had reached the perfect stage of key training, only needed to help out with this Fairy Crane King. Ling Pengyun was also under much less pressure because the Fairy Crane King and Feng Yingpeng had restrained 2 gray-feathered eagles at the early stage of foundation building. He also used his strongest attack method, the Blue Sea Sky Sword Technique, again, and transformed into a 10-foot-long brilliant sword beam, which cut a gray-feathered eagle at the 2nd level of foundation building into 2 pieces in one fell swoop. Although this attack was a great achievement, Ling Pengyun also used 3 Blue Sea Sky Sword techniques in this battle, resulting in only about half of the spiritual power left in his dantian. Helplessly, he had to take out 2 second-level inferior spirit gathering pills from his storage bag, put them into his mouth, and swallow them. The huge amount of medicinal power immediately filled his meridians, making them bulge. However, his meridians had been strengthened by the yin and yang primordial energy, and were much tougher than those of the same level cultivators, and could barely withstand the infusion of the huge amount of medicinal power. Ling Pengyun also practiced his skills at this moment, mobilizing his consciousness to refine the huge amount of pure medicinal power in his meridians into liquid spiritual power, and sent it into the empty dantian. After a moment, as Ling Pengyun expected, the pure liquid spiritual power transformed from the medicinal power of the 2 second-level inferior spirit gathering pills was just enough to fill his dantian. After all, the 2 soul-returning pills were only of the 2nd-level inferior quality. But even so, Ling Pengyun was satisfied. With the support of spiritual power, he also attacked again, relying on 60% of the spiritual power in his body, and continuously performed 2 Blue Sea and Sky Sword techniques, hitting the 2 gray-feathered eagles in the early stage of foundation building that were entangled by the Fairy Crane King and Feng Yingpeng. Under the combined attack of the 2 powerful Jade Sea Sky Swords, the Fairy Crane King and Feng Yingpeng, the remaining 2 foundation establishment early-stage gray feather eagles did not last for more than a few moves and were cut into several pieces. After the 4 Foundation Establishment early-stage Grey Feather Eagles were destroyed, Ling Pengyun also called on the Fairy Crane King and Feng Yingpeng, 2 spirit beasts, to attack the other 2 Foundation Establishment middle-stage Grey Feather Eagles together. Previously, the 2 Grey Feather Eagles were entangled by the green steel flying sword and 2 water snakes respectively. Now Ling Pengyun went all out, and with the help of the Fairy Crane King and Feng Yingpeng, the 2 spirit beasts, in just a few dozen moves, the 3 of them suppressed the 2 Foundation Establishment middle-stage Grey Feather Eagles. However, because Ling Pengyun had just used 2 more Jade Sea Sky Swords, his spiritual power was only 30% to 40%. He did not dare to use the Jade Sea Sky Sword to kill the enemy again, and could only rely on magic weapons and spells to attack, so his achievements were not great. Fortunately, Qingshi, Yanxi and others had extraordinary means. Within half an incense stick of time, they worked together to kill the late foundation-building Gray-Feathered Eagle King. Qingshi and others, along with Ling Pengyun, Xianling Crane King and Feng Yingpeng, who came to help before, spent some time to kill the last 2 mid-foundation-building Gray-Feathered Eagles together. After the battle, after hurriedly collecting the bodies of the 4 early foundation-building Gray-Feathered Eagles, the 2 mid-foundation-building Gray-Feathered Eagles, and the late foundation-building Gray-Feathered Eagle King, they quickly sneaked away from the scene. They didn't dare to stay here any longer, lest the battle here attract the monster group and put themselves in trouble. As for the remaining 20 or so key training Gray-Feathered Eagle bodies, there were too many of them, and Ling Pengyun and other storage bags could not hold them at all, so they had to give up helplessly. Fortunately, on the way back to Tuiuanfang Market, Ling Pengyun and his companions had the Immortal Crane King acting as a spy in the sky, so they spent more than a day sneaking nearly 10,000 miles to leave the territory of Jiayamang Lake and return to Tuiuanfang Market safely. As soon as they entered Tuiuanfang Market, Ling Pengyun and his companions gathered in a tea-house private room and divided the group of Gray-Feathered Eagles that they had destroyed together a day ago. The 4 Gray-Feathered Eagles in the early stage of foundation building that Ling Pengyun killed independently belonged to him, but he exchanged the body of a Gray-Feathered Eagle in the early stage of foundation building for the inner pill of the Gray-Feathered Eagle King in the late stage of foundation building from Qingshi and others. At the same time, he also got a Gray-Feathered Eagle inner pill in the middle stage of foundation building. After dividing the benefits, everyone chatted with each other for a while, and then said goodbye to each other and left. After leaving the tea house, Ling Pengyun also went to Lingxiao Pavilion in Tuiuanfang Market. He handed over the 7 ordinary quality black armored turtle eggs obtained during this trip to Ling Yunfu, who managed Lingxiao Pavilion. Let Ling Yunfu pass it on to the family. After handling this matter, Ling Pengyun rested for several hours in the Jubeo Pavilion, had a simple meal, and then left the market directly, summoned the Fairy Crane King, and rode the crane back to the rock-scale snake cave quickly. Chapter 288, Sword Killing Luo Qilming. A few hours later, just as Ling Pengyun rode on the Fairy Crane King, left Tuiuan Market, flew nearly 2,000 miles, and was only 1,000 miles away from returning to the rock-scale snake cave. He suddenly found a small black dot in the air a few miles ahead, flying straight towards him. Ling Pengyun saw the scene and his expression changed. He narrowed his eyes slightly and used the technique of looking at the air. His eyesight was blessed, and he could see the black dot flying quickly a few miles ahead clearly. The black shadow was a cultivator who controlled a flying boat, and this cultivator was Luo Qilming, whose 3 natal formation flags were destroyed by Ling Pengyun in the Battle of the Sand and Soil Veins 2 years ago. At the same time, Ling Pengyun also noticed that a cultivator who controlled a flying boat was chasing him a few miles behind him. And the cultivator who was chasing him was Luo Qilming's father, Luo Minghu, the patriarch of the Luoxia Luo clan, who had the 8th level of foundation building. Seeing the 2 people appearing at the same time, Ling Pengyun frowned and his eyes flashed with worry. Ling Pengyun would not think that it was a coincidence that Luo Qilming and Luo Minghu, one blocking his way and the other following him, were just coincidence. He was not afraid of Luo Qilming, who was only at the 3rd level of foundation building. With his strength, he could kill Luo Qilming alone. After all, his cultivation was there. But Luo Minghu, who was chasing behind him, was a veteran 8th level foundation building cultivator with many tricks. A few years ago, in the Battle of Sand and Soil Veins, Ling Yunhong, the strongest of the Ling family, had only 100 moves, but he almost died in the hands of this person. it can be seen that this person has extraordinary combat power. Ling Pengyun glanced at the flying boat controlled by Luo Minghu, the 8th level foundation building strong man, who was chasing behind him. When he realized that the flying boat under Luo Minghu's feet was of the 2nd level middle grade, his confidence in escaping was also reduced. If a 2nd level medium quality flying boat flies at full speed, it can reach 60,000 miles a day, which is twice the speed of the fairy crane king Ling Pengyun is riding. Under such circumstances, no matter how Ling Pengyun flees, he will probably be caught up by Luo Minghu behind him in no time. Moreover, there is Luo Qilming, a roadblock ahead. There is no way to escape. Ling Pengyun immediately took out a token with the word Yan engraved on it from his storage bag and crushed it. This token was given to Ling Pengyun by Zhang Yan, the deputy head of the Bailing Mendican Hall, when he went to the rock-scale snake cave when Yuan's Hao was just opened up 3 years ago. He also asked Ling Pengyun to crush it if he encountered danger. Now, it depends on whether Senior Zhang Yan will come as soon as possible for the sake of cousin Si Ling. After Ling Pengyun sighed lightly, he looked at Luo Qilming, who was driving a 2nd level low-quality flying boat a few miles ahead, and his eyes flashed with a fierce light. I almost died in today's battle. If Senior Zhang Yan hadn't arrived in time, I would have died here. Without me, the family will definitely be much weaker. In the future, the family will be at a disadvantage in the friction with the Luo family. No matter what, I must take away the life of Luo Qilming, who is at the 3rd level of foundation building, to reduce the overall strength of the Luo family and at the same time drag someone down with me. Thinking of this, the fierce light in Ling Pengyun's eyes became even stronger. He quickly waved his hand and patted the storage bag on his waist, and summoned out the 2 magic weapons, the green steel mother and child flying sword and the 18 green spirit swords. As soon as these 3 magic weapons were taken out, Ling Pengyun injected spiritual power into them respectively. The green steel mother and child swords, at the tip of the sword, burst out 2 6-zang sword beams. The 18 green spirit swords quickly formed a sword formation, and then turned into a fusion sword formation, which turned into a 5-zang long sword beam. At the same time, Ling Pengyun pinched his fingers and condensed a special blue seal full of sword beams. The blue seal spun around, and a flash of blue light appeared, which turned into a 10-zang long urgent blue sword light. When the 10-zang sword light was formed, the fairy crane king he was sitting on also flew several miles again, approaching Luo Qilming, who was driving the flying boat in front, about 1 or 2 miles away. This range is the area that Ling Pengyun's consciousness can cover, and it is also the range that can be attacked. Die! Ling Pengyun roared, wielding the Qinggang mother and child flying sword, the wrong character sword formation, and the 10-zang long blue sword light, and directly attacked Luo Qilming in front. At the same time, he patted the fairy crane king who was in the early stage of foundation building. Although there was no master recognition restriction as a medium between the fairy crane king and Ling Pengyun, the two had been stationed in the rock-scale snake cave together for many years. Even without the master recognition restriction, the two could understand each other's intentions. The fairy crane king cried, spread its wings, and a sharp gale appeared in the void with more than 200 feather arrows. In the blink of an eye, a combination of magic feather arrows and tornadoes condensed and quickly shot towards Luo Qilming. A mile away, Luo Qilming, who was acting as a roadblock, saw that Ling Pengyun's first move was a killing move, and the feather arrow tornadoes shot by the foundation building fairy crane king were not weak, so he inadvertently revealed a trace of fear in his expression. However, this trace of fear soon dissipated into smoke, and a hint of hatred rose on his face. 2 years ago, in the Battle of the Sand and Soil Vein, 3 of his natal formation flags were destroyed by Ling Pengyun. In order to repair the 3 missing formation flags, Luo spent a lot of money. But even so, the 3 natal formation flags that were repaired were not refined together with the other formation flags, which resulted in the power of Luo Qilming's natal formation flags being at least 10% weaker than before. What's more, the destruction of the 3 formation flags caused him to be seriously injured. It took him nearly 2 years and nearly 2 months to recover from the injury. This also slowed down his progress. If not, with the resources to repair the 3 formation flags and the time to heal his wounds in the past 2 years, he would have probably entered the middle stage of foundation building. For a cultivator, the hatred of being blocked is bigger than the sky. Moreover, if it weren't for Ling Pengyun, His Luo family could have won the first place in the Battle of the Sand and Soil veins and obtained more shares of the semi-finished veins, which are worth a lot. Today I must hold this damn Ling Pengyun back and let my father kill him here. Luo Qingming swore to himself. When the attack came, he did not hide, lest Ling Pengyun take the opportunity to ride the Fairy Crane King, which is a few points faster than the second-level inferior flying boat, and escape from his hands, missing the opportunity to kill Ling Pengyun. In order to kill Ling Pengyun, he and Luo Minghu spent a lot of effort, and only then did they find out that Ling Pengyun often went to Tuiyuanfang Market in recent years. That's why they intercepted him today. Luo Qingming opened his mouth and summoned 12 thumb-sized yellow formation flags from his dantian. The 12 thumb-sized yellow sands erosion formation flags, as soon as yellow light appeared, quickly grew several times larger and turned into normal formation flag size. Then, under Luo Qingming's control, the formation flags flew away quickly, forming a formation, and transformed into countless yellow sands that shone with spiritual light, directly engulfing the attacking Qingyang mother and child flying swords, the wrong character sword formation, the 10-foot-long Bahatian sword, and the feather arrow tornado wind into the formation. 2 years ago, the yellow sands erosion formation was no match for Ling Pengyun, and Ling Pengyun even destroyed 3 formation flags in a short period of time. What's more, now that Ling Pengyun has the help of the Fairy Crane King, the power of Luo Qingming's formation has been weakened by about 10%. At Ling Pengyun's signal, the feather arrow tornado wind shot by the Fairy Crane King rolled up, and more than 70% of the erosion yellow sands in the yellow sands erosion formation was engulfed in the feather arrow tornado wind. Ling Pengyun also took the opportunity to control the 3 attacks of the Tenzang Long Brilliant Blue Sword Light, the Green Steel Mother and Child Flying Sword, and the Wrong Sword formation, breaking through countless yellow sands and heading straight for Luo Qingming. Luo Qingming was not afraid either. He waved his hand and patted the storage bag on his waist, and took out a yellow copper bell from it. This yellow copper bell was of the second-level middle grade, named Huangsha Bell. It was made by his father Luo Minghu, who was at the 8th level of foundation building. For today's battle, he specially relied on some second-level sand crystals obtained from the sand veins of the Luo family and commissioned a familiar second-level middle-grade refiner from Bailingman to refine it. As Luo Qingming transferred his spiritual power into the yellow sand copper bell, the yellow sand copper bell also supported a huge copper bell phantom, protecting Luo Qingming inside. The next moment, the Tenzang Long Bahatian sword, the Green Steel Mother and Child Flying Sword, and the Wrong Sword formation also bombarded the Copper Bell Phantom one after another, causing waves. For a moment, these 3 attacks were blocked by the Bronze Bell Phantom transformed from the Yellow Sand Bronze Bell. Luo Qingming also seized this opportunity and sacrificed the second-grade superior Purple Star Long Cone that almost killed Ling Pengyun during the Sand and Soil Mine battle. The Purple Star Long Cone turned into Purple Phantom and quickly bombarded the Tenzang Long Azure Sea Sky Sword, the strongest attack on the Bronze Bell Phantom. The two collided, and purple starlight and blue sword shadows continued to shine all over the sky. The Azure Sea Sky Sword, which had already consumed a lot of its remaining power, was even about to be shattered by the Purple Star Long Cone. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun, who was a mile away, made a quick decision and relied on the remaining 60% of his spiritual power to cast 2 innate spells of Azure Sea Sky Sword. The 2 Tenzang Long Blue Sword shadows slid across the sky and combined the power of the 3 Azure Sea Sky Swords to directly knock the Purple Star Long Cone sacrificed by Luo Qingming away. But at this moment, Luo Qingming made a yellow seal. This yellow seal quickly turned into a huge hammer, and it directly hit the 3 Azure Sky Swords that still had a lot of power left. Boom! A huge roar suddenly sounded. Countless yellow spiritual lights and blue sword shadows shone across the sky. Although the yellow giant hammer was powerful, containing a huge force of 50,000 kilograms, the 3 Azure Sky Swords that Ling Pengyun had hit were all extraordinary. This hammer only lasted for about 3 breaths before it was defeated. The shadow of the bronze bell in the dark did not even last for a breath before it was directly shattered by the 3 powerful Azure Sky Swords, and Luo Qingming was chopped into large pieces of meat. A few miles away, Luo Minghu, who was driving a second-level medium-quality flying boat and was rushing over, saw Luo Qingming's tragic death, and his heart was extremely sad. Unknown anger suddenly surged in his heart, and he roared, "Qingming! Ling Pengyun, I will kill you today." Luo Qingming is his child, Luo Minghu, and at the same time, Luo Quming is also the future pillar of the Luo family. Now, Luo Quming's death here is tantamount to blocking the future of the Luo family. With the intention of avenging his son, Luo Minghu did not care to think too much, and directly poured a huge amount of spiritual power into the second-level medium-quality flying boat under his feet. The flying boat flashed with spiritual light, and the speed of flight increased by 3 times. At the same time, riding on the fairy crane king, Ling Pengyun, who consumed too much spiritual power and had a pale face, killed Luo Quming, and then showed a bit of joy on his face. After killing Luo Quming, even if I encounter an accident today, the Luo family will lose its future pillar. 100 years later, it will definitely be trampled under the feet of my Ling family. Thinking of this, the smile on Ling Pengyun's face suddenly increased by 3 points. Because there was another Luo Minghu at the 8th level of foundation building chasing him, Ling Pengyun, who had only half of his dantian spiritual power left, did not dare to delay too much. He quickly summoned a medicine bottle from his storage bag, poured out 2 second-level low-grade hulang pills from it, and swallowed them into his stomach. After a while, Ling Pengyun's dantian, which was about to dry up, was filled up by the power of the 2 hulang pills. The next moment, Luo Minghu, who was chasing him with a second-level medium-grade flying boat, also caught up with Ling Pengyun within 1 or 2 miles. He also summoned his own set of natal formation flags, the 12 formation flags of the second-level medium-grade small flame-burning formation. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun, who was riding on the fairy crane king, did not dare to be careless. This set of second-level medium-grade small flame-burning formation was extraordinary in power, and when it was used by Luo Minghu at the 8th level of foundation building, the power was increased by 40% to 50%, which was several points stronger than the ordinary second-level upper-grade magic tools. Ling Pengyun waved his hand and quickly recalled the 3 10-foot-long blue sea sky swords, the green steel mother and child flying swords, and the 5 attack methods of the wrong character sword technique that had previously killed Luo Quming. At the same time, he called on the fairy crane king to shoot the feather arrow tornado on the strong wind, and they all went to meet the formation flags of the small fire-burning formation. Although these 6 attacks had consumed a lot of spare power to break through the bronze bell phantom that protected Luo Quming, they still had 30% to 40% of their spare power, which was not weak in power, and there were many of them. However, the power of the small fire-burning formation was even better. Before the 6 attacks approached the formation flags of the small fire-burning formation, the 12 formation flags flashed in the void, forming a small fire-burning formation, and transformed into a large piece of fire, which directly involved the 6 attacks and the formation to be refined by fire. These 6 attacks were not completely victorious, and it was difficult to break through the fire erosion and break out of the formation. This attack also caused Ling Pengyun to lose the 3 azure sky swords, the green steel flying swords, the wrong sword formation, and other means of attack. Of course, in order to trap these attacks, Luo Minghu's formation was also dragged down. However, the experienced Luo Minghu seized this opportunity and shot the second-level top-grade red fire flying sword to kill Ling Pengyun. Ling Pengyun's eyes trembled when he saw this. If it were an ordinary cultivator, if they encountered a situation where all the magic tools were trapped, they would probably have to watch the red fire sword coming. But for Ling Pengyun, a magic cultivator, it did not have much impact on his combat power. It was because he had comprehended the second-level magic water snake technique to perfection. With this magic alone, his combat power would not be weak. He also relied on the spare consciousness and pinched the formula to condense 3 blue magic seals covered with snake patterns. These 3 magic seals, with a flash of spiritual light, turned into 3 5-foot water snakes. Thanks to Kaz, Budongshu, Mikdal, Shuiao 2022222170419347, Meng BD for their monthly tickets. Thank you all. Chapter 289, Fierce Battle with Luo Minghu. The 3 water snakes roared and flew into the air, blocking the red fire sword that turned into a red sword light. Luo Minghu, who was standing on the flying boat, was shocked to see that Ling Pengyun still had some strength left and launched 3 attacks in succession. However, at this time, he only had hatred in his mind and did not think much about it. He pinched his fingers and injected another spiritual power into the body of the red fire sword. With a blessing of spiritual power, a large piece of red fire surged out of the sword body, directly sweeping over the bodies of the 3 5-meter water snakes, eroding the bodies of the water snakes. Although the 3 5-meter water snakes were transformed by spiritual power, the spiritual power that condensed these 3 water snakes was water. Water and fire are not compatible. Although water can overcome fire. But when the fire is strong, it can also achieve the effect of extinguishing water. Now, the 3 water snakes have encountered such a situation, and they can hardly resist the erosion of the red fire. However, in just 5 breaths, the 3 water snakes were burned to ashes by the huge red fire gushing out from the body of the red fire sword. Without the obstruction of the 3 water snakes, the red fire flying sword also carried the flaming red fire all over the sky and rolled directly towards Ling Pengyun. Seeing the power of the red fire flying sword, Ling Pengyun's face became more solemn. He dared not hesitate too much, and pinched his hands to perform the 3 water snakes technique again, transforming into 3 5-foot-long water snakes, and facing the red fire flying sword carrying countless red fire. Although this second batch of 3-headed water snakes, like before, did not last for 3 breaths, they were burned to ashes by the huge red fire gushing out from the body of the red fire flying sword. But the 3 water snakes also reduced the power of the red fire flying sword to the greatest extent, leaving the powerful red fire flying sword with only 40% of its power. Ling Pengyun saw the right moment, pinched his fingers and used a jade sea sky sword, which turned into a 10-zang-long jade sea sky sword, and blasted at the red fire flying sword, which had only 40% of its remaining power. The 2 swords collided, causing blue sword shadows and countless red flames to fly up. After a half-breath stalemate, the red fire flying sword, which was not completely victorious, suffered a loss and was knocked several feet away by the powerful jade sea sky sword. The jade sea sky sword, which still had 20% to 30% of its remaining power, was also under the control of Ling Pengyun and took the initiative to blast towards Luo Minghu in the distance. Luo Minghu was shocked that Ling Pengyun had so easily resolved the red fire flying sword he had shot. This performance was far beyond the ordinary combat power of a 4th-level foundation building cultivator. At the same time, in Luo Minghu's heart, he also determined that Ling Pengyun was a person with extraordinary potential. An enemy with extraordinary potential naturally cannot be left alone. The determination to kill Ling Pengyun was even better. Luo Minghu did not hold back. He quickly made hand gestures with both hands and used the strongest attack method, the innate spell flame burning wind attached to the technique. A large piece of fire was formed in the void, and quickly condensed into a 14-zang-long fire phoenix. The fire phoenix looked at the jade sea sky sword with contempt, and the phoenix cried out, and the wings transformed by fire flapped, directly smashing the jade sea sky sword into pieces. The fire phoenix's momentum became stronger, and it quickly flapped its wings and killed Ling Pengyun. Oh no! Ling Pengyun saw the fire phoenix that was 14 zang long and enough to match the full force of a 9th-level foundation building cultivator. He quickly took out the 3 2nd-level inferior Thunderbird talismans that he had just obtained and planned to use as a backup. These 3 2nd-level inferior Thunderbird talismans were purchased by Ling Pengyun from the 2nd-level inferior talisman maker Zhu Zhao after he returned to Tuiyuanfang market with Yan Sidai and others not long ago. Although Zhu Zhao did not have a thunder spirit root, he was very good at refining thunder attribute talismans. These 3 Thunderbird talismans were made by Zhu Zhao. The power of thunder attribute talismans far exceeded the power of the other 5 elements talismans of the same level by more than 30%. It was for this reason that Ling Pengyun, a magic cultivator, spent a huge price of 600 spirit stones to buy the 3 Thunderbird talismans from Zhu Zhao. Of course, Zhu Zhao gave Ling Pengyun a discount because of his identity. The price of a general 2nd-level low-grade talisman is about 200 spirit stones. Due to its power, the price of a 2nd-level low-grade thunder attribute talisman is generally between 250 and 300 spirit stones. He did not look down on ordinary 2nd-level attack talismans. As soon as the 3 Thunderbird talismans were taken out, Ling Pengyun transferred his spiritual power into the 3 talismans and fired them. Lightning flashed on the 3 talismans and quickly turned into 3 Thunderbirds as big as 7 feet. Although the 3 Thunderbirds, each 7 feet long, were weaker than the 14-foot-long Fire Phoenix, they were lightning attributed and flew at an extremely fast speed. They were one step ahead of the Fire Phoenix and directly bombarded the 14-foot-long Fire Phoenix, breaking up a large area of flames. Lightning bolts also scattered. When the 3 Thunderbirds had exhausted their remaining strength, the 14-foot-long Fire Phoenix had shrunk by nearly half. During this time, Ling Pengyun once again pinched his fingers and condensed 2 of his own life spells, the Blue Sea Sky Sword, and fired two 10-foot-long brilliant blue sword beams. With the combined power of the two sword beams, they barely managed to smash the 14-foot-long fire phoenix, which had only about half of its remaining strength. However, for this, Ling Pengyun's spiritual power was once again exhausted. Helplessly, he had to take out a medicine bottle from his storage bag again and pour out two soul-returning pills from the bottle. Looking at the two Huling pills, Ling Pengyun's expression darkened. These were the last two Huling pills he had. After being stunned for a moment, he put them into his mouth and swallowed them. Ling Pengyun also practiced his skills to refine the pills in his stomach. A large amount of medicinal power immediately filled Ling Pengyun's meridians. But this time, he swallowed two Huling pills at the same time, but it was not as easy as before. On the contrary, a large amount of medicinal power rushed into his meridians, making his meridians extremely sore, but he could still bear it. According to the condition of my meridians, the strength of my meridians can only take 4 second-level lower-grade Huling pills at most. I'm afraid that as long as I take another Huling pill, my meridians will be injured or even broken by the medicinal power. Ling Pengyun felt the pain from his meridians and estimated secretly. Because the medicinal power of the second-level lower-grade Huling pill is weaker, ordinary cultivators in the middle stage of foundation building can probably only swallow two second-level lower-grade Huling pills. Just when Ling Pengyun took the Huling pill to restore his spiritual power, Na Luo Minghu, who was far away, was slightly surprised that Ling Pengyun had such a rare spiritual talisman as the Thunderbird talisman. This kid is really lucky. He can find such a rare thunder attribute spiritual talisman. He did not delay too much, pinched his fingers and transformed into a fire-burning phoenix again, and attacked Ling Pengyun. Ling Pengyun, who had just refined the medicinal power of two Huling pills and sent them into his dantian, frowned even more when he saw this. I can only give it a try. He quickly pinched his fingers and relied on the 90% spiritual power in his dantian to quickly condense 3 10-foot-long blue sea and sky swords. At the same time, he patted the sitting fairy crane king, asking him to transform into feather arrow tornado again. The fairy crane king immediately received the order and quickly used the feather arrow tornado, following the 3 blue sea and sky swords that Ling Pengyun had shot, and faced a huge 15-foot-long fire phoenix that was attacking. The 3 jade sea sky swords were faster and first hit the body of the fire phoenix, breaking up more than 60% of the fire phoenix's flames. The feather arrow tornado followed closely behind, and directly rolled the fire phoenix, which had shrunk to only 6 feet in size, into the center of the tornado. More than 200 feather arrows in the tornado continuously bombarded the body of the fire phoenix. The fire phoenix did not sit still and wait for death. It chirped and spewed out a large piece of flames, directly creating a small gap in the feather arrow tornado. The fire phoenix also followed the small gap and forced its way out of the feather arrow tornado, heading straight for Ling Pengyun. However, in order to break through the feather arrow tornado, the fire phoenix's body was shrunk by nearly half again, leaving only about 4 feet in size. At this moment, Ling Pengyun also patted the storage bag on his waist, took out the only second-level low-grade defensive magic weapon, the mixed rock shield, and performed 2 yuan-shu spells in succession, propping up a total of 3 defensive light curtains to protect his body. The fairy crane king, he said, also used his inner alchemy magic to prop up a body-protecting yuan gang that covered his body. When these 4 defensive light curtains were propped up, the 4-foot-long fire phoenix also bombarded the outermost yuan-shu light curtain. Although the fire phoenix had little remaining power, its power was still not weak. In just 3 breaths, it shattered the 2 yuan-shu light curtains that Ling Pengyun had propped up with magic. Finally, it bombarded the light curtain propped up by the mixed rock shield, causing a huge wave, and small cracks appeared on the light curtain. After this attack, the remaining power of the fire phoenix was finally exhausted and dissipated on its own. Just as Luo Minghu was about to cast his life spell, Flame-Burning Phoenix, to kill Ling Pengyun in one fell swoop, a strong male voice came from afar. Patriarch Luo, Ling Pengyun is the blood relative of the daughter-in-law of our Bailing sect Ling Fu's Henren Wu Laozu. If you don't stop, don't blame me for disregarding the friendship between us. As soon as this voice came out, Ling Pengyun and Luo Minghu both looked towards the place where the voice came from. About 10 miles away, a monk who was as strong as a bear and wearing a Bailing sect Taoist robe was driving a second-level high-quality flying boat and rushed over quickly. The Bailing sect foundation building monk who came was Zheng Yan, the deputy head of the Bailing sect Deacon Hall, who Ling Pengyun had asked for help before. When Ling Pengyun saw Zhang Yan's appearance, he sighed and even showed a hint of joy on his face. On the other hand, Luo Minghu's face turned extremely dark and he was very depressed. Although he was confident that before Zhang Yan arrived, he could condense a flaming fire-burning phoenix again, break the magic shield-like curtain around Ling Pengyun, and the protective Yuan gang of the Immortal Crane King. He killed Ling Pengyun and the Immortal Crane King together. But Luo Minghu knew that Zhang Yan who came was from the faction of Lingfu's Henren. After all, before he established the Luo family, he was a disciple of Bailing sect and had dealt with Zhang Yan several times. As for why he dared to attack Ling Pengyun even though he knew it, it was because he thought that Ling Pengyun was only the cousin of Yang Xiling, the daughter-in-law of Lingfu's Henren, and not his own brother. Moreover, this place was the place he specially chose to kill Ling Pengyun. There was no one around to see it. As long as he killed Ling Pengyun quietly, no one would know. But Zhang Yan arrived. According to his understanding of Zhang Yan, if he really killed Ling Pengyun in front of Zhang Yan would most likely take into consideration that Ling Pengyun's cousin was Yang Xiling, the daughter-in-law of Lingfu's Henren, and would really attack him. Zhang Yan's cultivation was as high as the perfect foundation building, and he was also a powerful physical cultivator. Only a cultivator of the 8th level of foundation building like him could fight him. Forced by the danger of his own life, Luo Minghu had no choice but to stop pinching his fingers and perform the flame-burning phoenix. However, he stared at Ling Pengyun, obviously holding a grudge against Ling Pengyun. When Ling Pengyun saw Luo Minghu stop, his face became even happier. Because he was worried that Luo Minghu was just pretending to stop, for the sake of safety, he still ordered the Fairy Crane King to fly a little further. After about 10 breaths, Ling Pengyun's savior Zhang Yan also arrived beside Ling Pengyun. Zhang Yan also mobilized his spiritual sense and scanned Ling Pengyun's body. Seeing that Ling Pengyun was fine, he was relieved. He was stationed in Tuiuanfang Market, which was only 2,000 miles away from here. If Ling Pengyun died here, his cousin, Lingfu's Henren's daughter-in-law Yang Xiling, would definitely have some opinions about him. According to Yang Xiling's status as a precious grandson with win spiritual root qualifications for Lingfu's Henren, it is very easy to trip him up. It is even possible to directly transfer him from the position of deputy head of the Deakin Hall to an ordinary elder of the Deakin Hall. After all, he was able to enter the perfect state of foundation building and even become the deputy head of the Deakin Hall because of Lingfu's Henren's appreciation. Without Lingfu's Henren, he would never be where he is today. For Lingfu's Henren, it is completely possible to find a loyal person to cultivate. It is much more difficult for physical cultivators to improve their realm than for ordinary cultivators to improve their realm. If he was transferred from the most important and lucrative position of Deputy Hall Master among the many halls of Bailingman, he would no longer have a glimmer of hope to accumulate enough spiritual stones to buy a second-rate golden elixir spiritual object and try to break through the golden elixir. More than 20 years ago, when Lingfu's Henren was still building his foundation, he relied on his position as the hall master of the Lingfu Hall of Bailingman to make a lot of money. In addition, with the many spiritual stones left by his ancestors, he bought a second-rate golden elixir spiritual object and successfully broke through the golden elixir. Zhang Yan was planning to copy Lingfu's Henren's original move, which was why he was so loyal to Lingfu's Henren. Even Ling Pengyun, a relative of Lingfu's Henren's daughter-in-law Yang Xiling, considered joining his golden elixir cause. Thinking back, Zhang Yan looked at Luo Minghu, who had never left, 100 feet away, with cold eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Fellow Taoist Luo, you have your grudges, and I have my own considerations. Don't make things too ugly for both sides. But as long as you dare to attack young friend Ling in the territory of Yuan's Hao, where I am stationed, I will definitely seek revenge on you, the Luo family." Luo Minghu, who was 100 feet away, heard this, his brows trembled, and his hands clenched into fists. But in the end, he still did not make a move. He silently controlled the boat under his feet to fall to the ground, wanting to take away his son Luo Qilming's body. But Zhang Yan saw the scene and shouted, "Fellow Taoist Luo, you can take away the pile of flesh and blood, but if you take away any spiritual objects, you can't leave." Luo Minghu heard this. Even if he could bear it, he couldn't stand this humiliation. That was his son's property, but he couldn't take it away. "Fellow Taoist Zhang, you are going too far. Although my cultivation is not as high as yours, I still have many friends in the Bailingman Spiritual Array Hall." Luo Minghu put pressure on him. What does it have to do with me? Will your friends help you? Haha, either take that pile of flesh and blood and leave, or leave by yourself, and don't stay here to be an eyesore. Zhang Yan, with his perfect foundation, pressed towards Luo Minghu and said domineeringly. He was not afraid of a second-level middle-grade formation master. If it was a second-level upper-grade formation master, he would probably be a little afraid of such a threat. Luo Minghu felt a powerful pressure on him, and he had to suppress his anger in his heart to avoid being killed. Helplessly, he had to collect the remains of his son Luo Qingming and left. After Luo Minghu's figure gradually faded away, Zhang Yan gave Ling Pengyun beside him a word. Friend Ling, I drove Luo Minghu away this time, but I think Luo Minghu's demeanor when he left shows that he will not give up. In the future, when you are stationed in the rock-scale snake cave, try to go out as little as possible, so as to avoid Luo Minghu taking the risk of killing you. If this really happens, even if your family and I avenge you, it is not worth it. After all, you only have one life. Ling Pengyun nodded lightly and thanked him. I understand, Senior Zhang. Thank you for coming in time this time. I will definitely remember this kindness. It's okay, just pay attention to safety when you are stationed in the rock-scale snake cave in the future. Go and pack up the property on the body of the foundation building cultivator on the ground. Once you have packed up, I can send you back to the rock-scale snake cave. Zhang Yan waved his hand and said. Ling Pengyun also understood that Zhang Yan planned to escort him because he was afraid that Luo Minghu would return again after leaving. However, he also understood that Zhang Yan was able to come so quickly this time because of his cousin Yang Xiling. After a moment of distraction, Ling Pengyun also got off the fairy crane king and quickly landed on the ground to pick up 2 storage bags, a beast control bag, and the 12 yellow sand-eroded natal formation flags that fell to the ground without spiritual support, the second-level medium-quality yellow sand copper bell, and the second-level top-quality purple star long cone. Chapter 290, Mutated Spiritual Beast Three-Eyed White Fox. After cleaning up the battlefield, Ling Pengyun rode the fairy crane king and returned to Zhang Yan. He handed the second-grade, top-grade, broken magic weapon, the purple star long wall, to Zhang Yan and complimented him. Senior, my cultivation is still low, so I don't need this thing. Senior, your cultivation is profound. If this thing falls into your hands, it will definitely be able to exert its full power and realize its value. Zhang Yan just watched him plunder the spiritual objects left by Luo Qingming. If he didn't take out some spiritual objects to honor Zhang Yan would be concerned that Yang Xiling would not say much. But the next time Luo's family encounters danger, Zhang Yan's support may not be as timely as today. Human relations still need to be maintained. Moreover, he is only at the 4th level of foundation building. If Zhang Yan just drove him away and embezzled Luo Qingming's finances, he would have no way to deal with it. Obviously, Zhang Yan did not do so, still for the sake of his cousin Yang Xiling. My friend, you are very good. Zhang Yan was quite satisfied with Ling Pengyun's words and took it. The second-grade top-grade purple star long cone is very valuable. He would not have too much of such a good thing. Even if he does not need it, his disciples can use it, or even sell it to exchange for a large amount of spiritual stones. Zhang Yan naturally would not accept this valuable purple star long cone for nothing. He also took out a token engraved with the word Yan from his storage bag. My friend, when you asked for help just now, you crushed the token I gave you before. Now I will give you this token. If you encounter danger in the future, you can still crush this token to ask for help. As long as I feel it, I will definitely provide timely support. When Ling Pengyun heard this, he felt that the purple star long cone was worth it. This is tantamount to using the purple star long cone to hire Zhang Yan, a perfect foundation cultivator, as a bodyguard. Of course, if he seeks Zhang Yan's help in the future, he will definitely need to spend some spiritual objects to maintain his relationship with Zhang Yan. He took the token handed over by Zhang Yan, thanked him again, and followed Zhang Yan back to the rock-scale snake cave. On the way back to the rock-scale snake cave, perhaps because of the intimidation of the cultivator who had completed the foundation building in the name of Zhang Yan, Luo Minghu, who had left, did not appear, and the journey was extremely safe. Outside the rock-scale snake cave, Zhang Yan sent Ling Pengyun here, which was considered to be his utmost kindness. When he was about to say goodbye, he was stopped by Ling Pengyun. Ling Pengyun took out a piece of white paper from the storage bag, used with spiritual consciousness as a pen, and spiritual power as ink, and wrote a lot of dense small characters on the white paper. After writing, he brought the letter to Zhang Yan and said, "Senior Zhang Yan, could you help me pass this letter to Ling Yunfu, the manager of Jobeo Pavilion in Tuiun Market? Ling Yunfu is my elder. I want to inform the clan of the good news that Luo Qilming of the Luo family was killed this time." Zhang Yan would naturally not refuse such a small matter. After handing over the letter, Zhang Yan also controlled the second-grade upper-grade flying boat under his feet and quickly left this place. Ling Pengyun, who was still outside the rock-scale snake cave, watched Zhang Yan for a while, and also entered the rock-scale snake cave, sitting cross-legged on a cushion deep in the snake cave. He waved his hand and took out all the spiritual objects obtained from this ambush. 2 storage bags, a beast control bag, the second-grade lower-grade yellow sands erosion formation flag, and a second-grade middle-grade yellow sand bronze bell. As soon as these spiritual objects were taken out, Ling Pengyun's eyes were on the most valuable set of formation flags here. Although the grade of this set of formation flags was only second-grade lower grade, it was 1 level lower than the grade of the yellow sand bronze bell. But this set of formation flags has too many formation flags, and the materials used to refine this set of natal formation flags are even more extraordinary. According to Ling Pengyun's perspective, if Luo Qilming is given some more time, he may be able to use his spiritual power to raise this set of natal formation flags to the second-level middle grade. Moreover, the power of the yellow sands erosion formation formed by these 12 formation flags is not weak enough to threaten Ling Pengyun, who is at the 4th level of foundation building. Under such circumstances, if this set of natal formation flags is sold to the outside world, it can be sold for at least 5,000 spiritual stones. The price of a general second-level low-grade magic weapon is about 1,500 to 2,000 spiritual stones. And the yellow sand bronze bell can only be sold for about 4,000 spiritual stones at most. Although I'm not an array master, this set of array flags are of extraordinary quality and are rare items. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It would be a pity to sell them, so it's better to keep them in the clan. If my sister Penguin, a array master, can enter the foundation building stage in the future, she can also sacrifice this set of array flags and use them as her natal array flags. The yellow sand bronze bell is very useful to me. It can just replace my second-grade inferior mixed rock shield, which can also enhance my strength. Ling Pengyun looked at the set of array flags and the yellow sand bronze bell, and after thinking about their return, he turned his gaze to the bulging beast taming bag. I have dealt with Luo Qilming of the Luo family several times, but I have never seen him summon a spirit beast, and I don't know what spirit beast is in this beast bag. But according to Luo Qilming's 3rd-level foundation building, he must look down on ordinary spirit beasts. In all likelihood, the spirit beast in this beast bag has extraordinary qualifications. As early as when he got this beast bag, Ling Pengyun felt a trace of weak vitality from it. Obviously, there is a spirit beast in this beast bag. However, although the spirit beast in the beast bag was not detonated by Luo Qilming's master recognition restriction in its body and dragged to death, the spirit beast was also seriously injured because of the tragic death of its master Luo Qilming, which caused the master recognition restriction to backfire. If not, the vitality in the beast bag would not be so weak. And Ling Pengyun was able to sense vitality through the beast bag because his spirit plant entered the 2nd level. Spirit plants deal with the vitality of the world and are extremely sensitive to vitality. Curious about what the spirit beast in the beast bag was, Ling Pengyun closed his eyes, absorbed the spiritual energy of this place and filled his dantian with spiritual power, then immediately mobilized his spiritual consciousness and poured it into the beast bag, washing the spiritual consciousness imprint that Luo Qilming had placed in the beast bag before his death. Because Luo Qilming was dead, the spiritual consciousness imprint was like floating without roots. Ling Pengyun's spiritual consciousness was strong enough to be comparable to a 6th-level cultivator in the foundation building stage. However, in just half a day, the spiritual consciousness imprint in the beast bag was destroyed by Ling Pengyun. He also transferred a spiritual power and summoned the spirit beast in the beast bag. Suddenly, a white light flashed. A white fox with only 1 breath left, crawling on the ground and unable to move, fell to the ground. The appearance of this white fox was a bit strange. Although this white fox was not big, it was only the size of a house cat, which was smaller than the size of an ordinary fox. But this white fox had 3 eyes, and the 3rd eye grew between its eyebrows. Ling Pengyun had never seen or even heard of a fox demon with this appearance. What was even more strange was that when Ling Pengyun looked at the closed third eye of the white fox, he felt his consciousness stagnate. Although he recovered quickly, he still felt a little surprised. You know, the strength of whose consciousness is enough to be comparable to that of a 6th-level cultivator in the foundation building stage. But the white-haired fox only has the cultivation level of the middle stage of key training, not to mention that the third eye of this three-eyed fox is still closed. If it opens, I'm afraid it will be more powerful. This strange thing surprised Ling Pengyun. Could this fox be a mutated monster? As soon as this thought came out, Ling Pengyun's eyes suddenly became hot. If the mutated monster mutates in a good direction, its combat power is extraordinary and its aptitude will not be low. And this three-eyed fox is obviously a monster that mutates in a good direction. The place of mutation is naturally the third eye. Otherwise, the third eye of this fox would not be so powerful. It's a pity that this fox was attacked by the master recognition restriction because of the death of its master Luo Qilming. Not only was it seriously injured and almost died, but nearly half of its meridians were also broken, which is enough to say that its foundation was destroyed. Ordinary healing pills are simply difficult to cure such injuries. I'm afraid that only precious things like the 300-year-old healing medicine Diquan Lingru can rebuild the foundation of this fox. Ling Pengyun looked at the three-eyed fox with only one breath left and its foundation destroyed, with a look of pity on his face, and sighed helplessly. There are many spiritual objects in the world of immortal cultivation that can restore meridian injuries. The first-level superior healing pill Baiyuden and the second-level rejuvenation pill have such effects. But this kind of healing pill can only restore meridian injuries in a small range, and it is difficult to reconnect the broken meridians. What's more, nearly half of the meridians are broken. However, the 300-year-old Earth Spring Spirit Milk is not something that a foundation-building cultivator like Ling Pengyun can get access to. It belongs to the giant in realm spirit object. This fox has extraordinary talent. If one day, we can find a third-level healing medicine, we can help this fox. In this way, we can also add another powerful foundation-building realm guardian spirit beast to the family. Although Ling Pengyun felt that there was little hope of finding a third-level healing medicine, he did not want to watch the three-eyed white fox die tragically. If this mutant spirit beast recovers from its injuries, it will most likely enter the foundation-building stage. With this thought, Ling Pengyun summoned the thorn vine, his life-giving spirit plant, from his dantian. As soon as the thorn vine came out of the outside world, at Ling Pengyun's signal, it passed several Yimu essences with healing effects into the body of the three-eyed white fox. With the help of the several Yimu essences, the injuries in the body of the three-eyed white fox quickly stabilized, and its vitality also became stronger. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun was still a little worried, so he took out a first-grade top-grade healing pill, Baiyuden, from the storage bag and stuffed it into the mouth of the three-eyed fox, letting it refine and suppress the injuries in its body, to avoid the fox from dying due to severe injuries. After a few breaths, when the three-eyed fox swallowed the Baiyuden in its mouth into its stomach by itself, and there were signs that the medicinal power of the Baiyuden was refining and recovering its injuries, Ling Pengyun did not care about the fox anymore. However, in order to avoid future troubles, Ling Pengyun used ordinary blood as the source, pinched the formula to condense a master recognition ban, and hid it into the body of the three-eyed white fox, forcibly refining it as his own spirit beast. After doing this, Ling Pengyun picked up the yellow sand copper bell beside him, mobilized his spiritual consciousness to wash the spiritual consciousness imprint in the copper bell, and then refined it again. After the ritual was finished, he also destroyed the spiritual consciousness imprints in the two storage bags on Luo Qilming's body one by one, and was able to summon all the spirits in the two storage bags. There were not many spiritual objects in the two storage bags, or even few. In addition to a few bottles of spiritual beast-feeding pills and a few first-level magic tools, there were only a few books on formation enlightenment. The rest were all miscellaneous items such as clothes. Ling Pengyun was a little disappointed about this. This Luo Qilming is really poor. What he didn't know was that Luo Qilming was so poor because of him. 2 years ago, Luo Qilming was quite wealthy, but this wealth was used to repair the 3 natal formation flags that Ling Pengyun had destroyed. After Ling Pengyun put all the spiritual objects summoned from the 2 storage bags back into the storage bags, he waved his hand to create a ball of fire and burned those miscellaneous items to ashes without wasting any time. Instead, he closed his eyes and practiced the skills to absorb the rich spiritual energy in the rock scale snake cave into his body to warm up the meridian injuries. In the battle with Luo Qilming and Luo Minghu, he swallowed 4 soul-restoring pills in a row. As a result, some injuries appeared in the meridians. However, the injuries were not serious, and even healing pills were not needed. It just took some time to warm it up with spiritual power. About a month later, on this day, in the early morning, Ling Yanhong, the head of the Ling family, rode a fairy crane king in the late stage of key training to the depths of the rock scale snake cave and found Ling Pengyun, who was stationed there. As soon as he found Ling Pengyun, he mobilized his spiritual sense and carefully checked whether Ling Pengyun was injured. When he found that Ling Pengyun had no injuries, he was relieved and said with a smile, "It's good that you didn't suffer any injuries in the battle with Luo Quming and Luo Minhu. But Pengyun, you have performed a great deed by killing Luo Quming this time. The Luo family only has 3 people who have established their foundation. Without Luo Quming, he has extraordinary potential. As long as my Ling family waits for a few decades, once the remaining 2 people, Luo Minghu and Li Xia, who already have less than a few decades left to live, die, the Luo family will become a piece of fish on my Ling family's chopping board." After saying this, Ling Yanhong took out a storage bag from his arms and handed it to Ling Pengyun. "Pengyun, this storage bag contains the pulse-protecting pill that you entrusted Yunfu to send back to the family some time ago, asking the family to help you buy it from the Yang family of Pengyun. As for the 5,000 spirit stones that you gave to Yunfu to buy the pulse-protecting pill at that time, they are also in the bag. This pulse-protecting pill will be counted as your contribution to killing Luo Qilming of the Luo family, and the spirit stones for the pulse-protecting pill can be paid by the family." Although Ling Pengyun was happy to hear this, he did not take it. As a senior member of the family, he knew a thing or two about the family's financial situation. 5,000 spirit stones are already a huge sum of money for the family. Third ancestor, the family's finances have just recovered, and now they have paid for me to buy this pulse-protecting pill with spirit stones. I'm afraid the family's finances will be tight again. Thanks, REWSC, for the 100-point reward. Thanks, floating as Nyanhua, when I'm waiting for you, and book friend 20210805230428254 for their monthly tickets. Thank you all. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291. The family rewards Feng Yingpeng to try to build a foundation. Ling Yanhong didn't care about it. He smiled and waved his hand. Don't worry. In the past 2 years, the family has earned a lot of spirit stones by relying on the share of that sandy oil vein and the batch of yellow bud grass you gave me a year ago. Besides, I only spent 3,000 spirit stones to buy this vein protecting pill for you from the Pengyun Yang family. In addition, the family will not lose money if this vein protecting pill is given directly to you. The kid Pangsing went deep into the territory of Jiayamang Lake to kill monsters a year ago and earned a lot of spirit stones. He bought a lot of good things at the Tuingen auction half a year ago, and then entered the middle stage of foundation building in the past 2 months. After these years of accumulation, I am confident that I can break through to the late stage of foundation building within half a year. When the spring of next year comes, I will join the Yunwu Wen family and the Huxiaoliu family, and combine the strength of the 3 families to forcibly summon the other 2 families in Huaishu County to redivide the share of that small sandy oil vein. By then, how can the Luo family, which has only 2 foundation building cultivators, be the opponent of my Ling family? I am not sure about killing Luo Minghu and Li Xia, the 2 foundation building cultivators of the Luo family, but I am 100% sure that I can suppress the Luo family and forcibly seize the share of the Luo family's mineral veins. Ho ha ho ha. At the end, Ling Yanhong even laughed out loud. Ling Pengyun was shocked when he heard this. It was normal for Ling Pangsing to break through to the middle stage of foundation building. After all, Ling Pangsing dared to fight and kill, and it was indeed easy to earn spirit stones by killing monsters. But Ling Yanhong was sure to break through to the late stage of foundation building in a short time, which surprised him. The bottleneck between the 6th and 7th levels of foundation building is known as the most difficult bottleneck to break through in the foundation building period. Most of the foundation building cultivators in the world of immortal cultivation are stuck at this bottleneck. And this bottleneck is also a watershed. I didn't expect that the third ancestor would be able to break through to the 7th level of foundation building within a few years after breaking through from the 5th level to the 6th level. He is indeed a person who breaks through the foundation building alone. The third ancestor is only about 110 to 20 years old now, and he still has at least 80 to 90 years to go before the foundation building deadline. According to the third ancestor's cultivation speed, these 80 to 90 years will be enough for the third ancestor to cultivate to the perfection of foundation building, and even to reach the perfection of foundation building before the best breakthrough of golden elixir at the age of 150. By then, the third ancestor will also have the opportunity to try to break through the golden elixir. If the third ancestor can enter the golden elixir. When he thought of this, a trace of ecstasy and expectation appeared on Ling Pengyun's face. The golden elixir real person is considered a hegemon in the entire Yan state, and there are not many even in the 5 sects of Yan state. And if Ling Yunhong can really enter the golden elixir, the Ling family will also rely on Ling Yunhong to become the first golden elixir family in the entire Balingman territory. However, the difficulty of golden elixir has also become apparent. In the whole Yan state, there are not many cultivators who can break through to the perfect foundation before the age of 150. But there are at least dozens of them. However, the total number of jade cultivators in the 5 major sects of Yan state is less than 20. This is the accumulation of nearly 500 years. After all, jade cultivators have a long lifespan, and many of them are not contemporary cultivators. The difficulty of jade also makes Ling Pengyun think of his future path. He is only 36 years old and has reached the 4th level of foundation. In this life, there is a high probability that he will have the opportunity to try to break through jade before the age of 150. How should he achieve enlightenment by then? This problem makes Ling Pengyun feel helpless. Breaking through jade alone is like seeking death, and it is too expensive to find jade spiritual objects. The worst jade spiritual objects require at least 300,000 spiritual stones. This amount of spiritual stones is a huge sum of money for the Ling family, not to mention for the jade sect, Balingman. Not to mention whether the Ling family can buy such precious things. Thinking of this, Ling Pengyun had a headache. After shaking his head and suppressing these distracting thoughts, he, like Ling Yunhong, was immersed in the battle of the sand and soil veins in the spring of next year, and was happy to occupy some of the sand and soil veins again. The sand and soil veins are gold mountain. If you can get more shares, you will get more spiritual stones. The family will become rich, and he, a foundation building cultivator of the family, will also receive support from the family. After the 2 grandfathers and grandsons were happy, Ling Yunhong's expression became serious. He turned his head and looked at Feng Yingpeng, who was crawling in the deep corner of the snake cave, and asked Ling Pengyun, "Pengyun, did you buy this vein protecting pill this time for Feng Yingpeng who has been stuck in key training perfection?" "That's right." Ling Pengyun nodded. Since Feng Yingpeng fought with the Gray-Feathered Eagle group a month ago, he has been clamoring to take the foundation-building Gray-Feathered Eagle inner pill to forcefully build his foundation. To hinder Feng Yingpeng from trying to break through the foundation building is tantamount to blocking its path. Ling Pengyun couldn't do this, and Feng Yingpeng might even hate him for the rest of his life. Although the monster's physique is strong, without the help of spiritual objects, the success rate of breaking through the foundation building alone is not much higher than that of a cultivator breaking through the foundation building alone. Ling Pengyun didn't want Feng Yingpeng, who he had spent a lot of effort to cultivate to the perfect state of key training, to die because of breaking through the foundation building. Helplessly, he could only take out a large amount of spiritual stones from the spiritual stones that he had planned to save to buy Zuinun heavy iron to buy a second-rate foundation building spiritual object, the pulse protection pill. With the help of the pulse protection pill, Feng Yingpeng could save his life even if he failed to break through the foundation building. As for the other foundation building spiritual objects, they could not be bought even with spiritual stones at such an ordinary time. Only during the auctions in major market towns would some of them appear. Is Feng Yingpeng sure about the foundation building? Ling Yunhong frowned when he saw Ling Pengyun's answer and asked, "I don't know either, but the foundation building matter was proposed by the Feng Yingpeng, so it should be somewhat confident." Ling Pengyun did not dare to guarantee it. "In that case, I will not stop you from doing this. If the family can have another foundation building spirit beast, It can also serve as the guardian spirit beast of our Ling family in the future and protect our family for hundreds of years. While this Peng is building his foundation, I will also stay here to avoid other accidents. After all, this place is not the territory of our Ling family. Ling Yanhong said. Thank you, third ancestor. Ling Pengyun thanked him. No problem. Ling Yanhong said. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun did not waste any more time and called the Feng Ying Peng, who was practicing in a sleeping state. When it woke up, Ling Pengyun also walked up to it and spoke to it in detail. Feng Ying, I thought you had prepared the second-rate foundation-building spiritual item, the Veins Protecting Pill. Are you really planning to try to build your foundation so soon? If you are willing to wait for a while, after I have bought the Zuinun Heavy Iron, I will definitely save a sum of spiritual stones for you to buy you a better foundation-building spiritual item, Bailing Water, to assist you in building your foundation. By then, your chances of breaking through your foundation will be even greater. Ling Pengyun was sincere and did not want this Peng to try to build his foundation so hastily. With the help of the Veins Protecting Pill, Feng Ying Peng would not perish if he failed to break through his foundation, but the valuable Veins Protecting Pill would be wasted. After hearing what Ling Pengyun said, Feng Ying Peng also wanted to wait for a few decades until Ling Pengyun was more wealthy before trying to build his foundation. But these decades were too long, and there was no guarantee that other changes would occur during this period. Just like the situation of the Grey Feather Eagle group not long ago, the enemies of Ling Pengyun, who had the foundation building cultivation, must also be monsters or cultivators at the foundation building level. It only has the cultivation of perfect key training. If it participates in such a battle, it will be difficult to survive without the protection of the foundation building combat power. Moreover, its purpose is to protect its master Ling Pengyun, but with its current strength, it is good enough not to drag Ling Pengyun down. In recent years, Ling Pengyun rarely rides it on the road, and mostly rides the Fairy Crane King in the early stage of foundation building. Such things make Feng Ying Peng extremely jealous. No matter what, it must try this foundation building. Even if it perishes, it is better than staying by Ling Pengyun's side as a foil. With thousands of thoughts in mind, Feng Ying Peng's eyes are firm and he nodded. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun stopped persuading him and placed a bottle of pulse protection pills that Ling Yanhong had just given him and an inner pill of a late-stage foundation-building monster in front of Feng Ying Peng. The inner pill of the late-stage foundation-building monster was when Ling Pengyun, Qingshi and others returned to Tuiyuanfang City from the Jiamang Lake. Ling Pengyun exchanged the complete corpse of a gray-feathered eagle in the early stage of foundation building and the inner elixir from Qingshi and others. Grasped this opportunity well. After saying this, Ling Pengyun walked to the side, took out 1,000 spiritual stones from the storage bag, placed them in the rock-scaled snake cave, and activated the spirit-gathering array arranged in the rock-scaled snake cave to refine the 1,000 spiritual stones and turn them into pure spiritual power. Most of the spiritual energy in the rock-scaled snake cave was provided to the spiritual plants planted in the spiritual fields. There was not much spiritual energy left, which was barely enough for Ling Pengyun to practice on his own. It was difficult to maintain the spiritual energy required for Feng Ying Peng to break through the foundation building. Whether it was a demon beast or a cultivator breaking through the foundation building, they needed a huge amount of spiritual energy as support. Just when Ling Pengyun activated the spirit-gathering array, Feng Ying Peng, who had been preparing for the foundation building for nearly a month, also swallowed the inner elixir of the late stage of foundation building and the pulse protection pill at this moment, and fell into deep sleep. At this moment, Ling Pengyun also walked to the side of Ling Yanhong, sat down cross-legged, and set up a soundproofing barrier beside him to prevent his conversation with Ling Yanhong later from affecting Feng Ying Peng, who was breaking through the foundation building stage. Third ancestor, some time ago, I was in Tuiyuan Market, and thanks to the introduction of one of the elder descendants of Bailingmen, I made friends with several high-ranking descendants of Bailingmen. From those high-ranking descendants, I learned that Ling Zhenzhenren, who was stationed in Tuiyuan Market, returned to Bailingmen with a number of foundation-building cultivators half a year ago. According to my guess, the reason why old ancestor Mo did this is probably because of the 300-year-old evergreen fruit that is about to mature on the evergreen spirit tree that guards Bailingmen. He intends to use this method to intimidate the other two Jindans Henrin of Bailingmen. Combined with this, during this period, the high-ranking descendants of Bailingmen gathered in Tuiyuan Market, which is hundreds of thousands of miles away from Bailingmen. I think the 300-year-old evergreen fruit that is about to mature is not what Lingxiao Henrin alone wants. In all likelihood, the 3 giants Henrin of Balingman will fall out over the 300-year-old evergreen fruit and cause turmoil. Ling Yanhong frowned when he heard this. 3 years ago, during the monster rebellion, he also learned from several friends of Balingman that the 300-year-old evergreen spirit fruit of Balingman was about to mature. After a while, Ling Yanhong's eyes flashed with a hint of cruelty, and he said with a hint of deep meaning, "If you want to cause chaos, make it bigger. Perhaps, the future chaos will be an opportunity for my Ling family to rise, and it is also a good opportunity to gather wealth." Ling Pengyun heard it and immediately understood, which was exactly what he thought. With the current size of the Ling family, although the number of clan members cannot compare with other old foundation-building families, the foundation-building combat power is completely comparable to those old foundation-building families. Even when Ling Yanhong enters the late stage of foundation building, the foundation-building combat power of the Ling family will be stronger than that of ordinary old foundation-building families. This strength is far beyond many foundation-building families in the territory of Balingman. Pengyun, you did a good job this time. You should make as many friends and information channels as possible with those descendants of Balingman. Ling Yanhong spoke again. Understood, third ancestor. After Ling Pengyun responded, he patted the storage bag on his waist and summoned out the remaining 3 foundation building early stage, 1 foundation building middle stage gray feathered eagle inner pills, and 1 foundation building middle stage black armored turtle inner pill. He also handed over the second level inferior yellow sands erosion formation flags and several formation manuals obtained by killing Luo Kidming to Ling Yanhong. Third ancestor, those foundation-building monster inner pills were obtained by me following the high-ranking descendants of the Bailing sect into the Jiamang Lake area to kill monsters a few days ago. I wonder if you can help me refine the layer-gathering spirit pill. The other formation and several formation manuals were obtained by me killing Luo Kidming. It's useless for me to keep these formation masters' things, and I don't want to sell these precious things, so I plan to keep them in the clan. Ling Yanhong heard the words and looked at the yellow sands erosion formation flags, his eyes shining slightly. He knew the value of this set of formation flags. At the same time, he was very satisfied with Ling Pengyun for handing over such precious things. The Ling family, which now has few precious things, needs to do things like Ling Pengyun. Only when the family leaders take the lead and let the family have more precious things, it will be convenient for future generations. It is like the ancestors planting trees, and the descendants cutting them. Of course, no matter whether it is the family leaders or ordinary members who hand over spiritual objects to the family will not treat them unfairly. Pengyun, it's easy to refine the soul-gathering pill with the 3 inner cores of demon beasts in the early stage of foundation building, but I'm not sure about refining the second-grade intermediate soul-gathering pill with the 2 inner cores of demon beasts in the middle stage of foundation building. I might fail. As for this set of formation flags and those formation books, they are all valuable. The family will reward you according to contribution points, which will make you suffer a lot. After all, the family doesn't have anything good now, and contribution points are useless to foundation building cultivators like us. Therefore, you hand over this set of formation flags and these formation books, and you will be rewarded according to spirit stones. Pack it into 4,000 spirit stones and pay it to you within 10 years. What do you think? Of course, these 4,000 spirit stones will not include the 8,000 spirit stones that the family contributed to buy the Zuinun heavy iron for you. Later, the family will still give you the 8,000 spirit stones that funded your purchase of the Zuinun heavy iron. Ling Pengyun heard this and looked delighted, and said, I believe in your alchemy skills, third ancestor. Even if you fail, I can give you some practice. As for the set of formation flags and formation manual, you can pay with spirit stones. Chapter 292, Refining the Second Level Wind Controlling Taoist Robe. Since you said so, I won't say more about alchemy. However, in order to increase the success rate of refining the Gathering Spirit Pill, I plan to use the Gathering Fire Array arranged in my Hongyan Cave Mansion to refine the pill after returning to the clan. After Ling Yanhong nodded in agreement, he looked at the 1-acre green spiritual rice seedlings in the large spiritual field deep in the snake cave. He had never seen the appearance of this 1-acre green spiritual rice before. You know, he entered the second stage of spiritual planting earlier than Ling Pengyun, and he had seen most of the spiritual rice varieties in the entire cultivation world. A look of doubt appeared on his face, but then he was shocked and asked Ling Pengyun, "Pengyun, I have never seen the variety of spiritual rice planted in that 1-acre spiritual field, but did you improve it?" Ling Pengyun saw Ling Yunhuang asking, followed his gaze, and nodded in response. "That's right. I named that acre of green spiritual rice Qingshi spiritual rice. I improved it half a year ago. I originally planned to wait until this acre of Qingshi spiritual rice matured and knew the approximate yield per acre of Qingshi spiritual rice, and then report it to the family." Ling Yunhuang was delighted to see Ling Pengyun's affirmation. In his mind, Ling Pengyun, the spiritual plant genius, was the only one in the Ling family who was expected to surpass his ancestors in spiritual plant cultivation. He then asked, "This is a good thing, Pengyun. I wonder if you can tell me about the situation of this Qingshi spiritual rice." Of course, judging from the situation after the first ancestor of Qingshi spiritual rice that I improved matured, the yield per acre could reach about 1,300 to 1,400 kilograms if there is help from spiritual plant husbands. The spiritual energy contained in Qingshi spiritual rice is not much different from the Qingshi spiritual rice of the same level in the family. However, this is only based on the situation of the ancestor of the spiritual rice. If you want to be sure, you can only wait for this acre of Qingshi spiritual rice to mature. Ling Pengyun said carefully. So, judging from the Qingshi spiritual rice ancestor alone, this Qingshi spiritual rice is comparable to the Qingshi spiritual rice of the family? And the harvest is even better. Ling Yunhuang's expression gradually became excited. "That's right." Ling Pengyun nodded. "After this acre of Qingshi spiritual rice matures, you must immediately report the situation of this acre of spiritual rice back to the family. If the yield of this acre of Qingshi spiritual rice is the same as that of the ancestor, you will have made a great contribution." Ling Yunhuang said happily. "Okay." Ling Pengyun nodded. Afterwards, the two chatted for a few more words, and then closed their eyes together, meditated, and waited for Feng Yingpeng to build his foundation. Half a month later, Feng Yingpeng successfully relied on his spiritual power to condense a cone of demon beast inner pills unique to demon beasts in his body, which triggered the spiritual energy to fill his body. Whether it is a demon beast or a cultivator building a foundation, it will trigger the spiritual energy to fill the body, but the cultivator relies on the spiritual energy to fill the body to impact the bottleneck of building the foundation. The monster beast relies on the spiritual energy to infuse its body in order to consolidate and nourish the inner elixir cone and condense it into shape. But on the third day when Feng Yingpeng activated the spiritual energy to infuse its body, it lost control of its spiritual power when condensing the inner elixir cone because its spiritual consciousness was not strong enough, resulting in failure in building its foundation. Fortunately, the vessel protection pill strengthened the toughness of its meridians. As a result, even if it failed to build its foundation, its meridians were not broken by the out-of-control spiritual power. Monster beasts also have meridians, and the vessel protection pill is also beneficial for monster beasts to build their foundation. Of course, although Feng Yingpeng failed to build his foundation this time, he did not get no benefits. Because this breakthrough in the foundation condensed an inner elixir cone, making its spiritual power several times stronger than that of ordinary key training perfect monster beasts. Not only did it improve its combat power slightly, but it could also be a little more relaxed when building its foundation in the future, indirectly increasing the success rate of building its foundation. This is barely a good thing for it. In the past half-month, Ling Pengyun and Ling Yunhuang, who had been protecting Feng Yingpeng during his breakthrough, saw that the spiritual energy that Feng Yingpeng had touched suddenly stopped, but there was no foundation building pressure on Feng Yingpeng, and they also understood that Feng Yingpeng had failed in his foundation building. According to the situation of your spirit beast in the process of breaking through the foundation building just now, if there was another bottle of bailing water to help, or even a bottle of small bailing water to help, I am afraid it would be able to successfully build the foundation. Unfortunately, this Peng's fortune has not arrived yet. Ling Yunhuang sighed. Alice. Ling Pengyun felt a little guilty when he heard this, and sighed helplessly. If he could earn spirit stones faster and prepare the foundation building spiritual objects for Feng Yingpeng earlier, Feng Yingpeng would probably have entered the foundation building realm earlier. How could Feng Yingpeng encounter such an embarrassing situation today? Ling Yunhuang saw what Ling Pengyun was thinking, patted Ling Pengyun on the shoulder, and comforted him. Pengyun, The matter of foundation building is unpredictable. Did the fairy crane king in our family fail in building the foundation the first time, and only succeeded in the second time, our family still has a share of the vein protecting pill in the Pengyun Yang family that can be purchased at a low price of 3,000 spirit stones. This share of the vein protecting pill is given to you. If you have spirit stones in the future, you can rely on the family's name to buy them from the Yang family. This will also help your Feng Yingpeng build the foundation. Ling Pengyun was happy when he heard this, but he thought of one person and said, "Third grandfather, Brother Pengyun, who is in charge of the General Affairs Hall, has recovered from his first failed foundation building attempt. It is time for him to try to build his foundation. My Feng Yingpeng has already received a vein protection pill from the family for free. If I take the vein protection pill that originally belonged to the family and could be purchased at a low price, I am afraid that Brother Pengyun will have objections, which will be detrimental to the family. After all, the family's finances have just improved, and it is a good thing to save some spirit stones to buy vein protection pills at a low price. I will figure out how to build my Feng Yingpeng's foundation myself." Ling Yanhuang was very satisfied when he heard this. "It is very good that you think so. Since you have done Pengyun a favor, I will not say more about this matter. The matter of your Feng Yingpeng's breakthrough is also over. I will return to the clan to make pills and practice in seclusion." After saying this, Ling Yanhuang stepped away from here. Ling Pengyun followed closely behind him, sent Ling Yanhuang out of the rock scale snake cave, looked away from him, and then returned to the rock scale snake cave to comfort Feng Yingpeng, who was in a very low mood due to the failure of building the foundation. After finishing this, he meditated for a while, restored his state to the best, and then opened his eyes again. He waved his hand and patted the storage bag on his waist, and took out a total of 60 spiritual materials for refining flying knives, gourds, Taoist robes, magic shields, flying swords, inner armor, magic shoes, etc., and 20 spiritual materials for refining first-level middle-grade magic tools, as well as 20 spiritual materials for refining first-level high-grade sand and soil shields. Looking at this pile of spiritual materials for refining tools, Ling Pengyun's eyes were shining, and he muttered to himself, "I don't know how many magic tools I can refine with these 80 spiritual materials for refining tools." These 80 spiritual materials for refining tools were all taken from Ling Yunfu, the third elder of the Jubeo Pavilion, when Ling Pengyun went to Tuiyuanfang Market some time ago. They were the spiritual materials entrusted to him by the family to refine magic tools. If he could refine one more magic weapon, he could earn a few more spiritual stones. As for the large amount of spiritual materials needed to refine the first-grade superior sand and soil shield, it was also because of the sand and soil vein in Huaishu County, where the Ling family had a share, from which a large amount of sand and soil ore was obtained. After being distracted for a moment, Ling Pengyun no longer wasted time. He tapped the storage bag on his waist and summoned a refining furnace and a small pile of firewood from it, and began to refine the weapon. It has been more than a month since he came back from Tuiyuan Market, and he only has 4 or 5 months left to refine this batch of magic weapons. Since the sand and soil vein incident ended 2 years ago, the family has shifted the focus of entrusting the clan members to refine weapons from Ling Yunan, a first-grade superior weapon refiner with a short lifespan, to Ling Pengyun, a weapon refiner. Ling Yunfu, the third elder in charge of Jubeo Pavilion, agreed with him that every 6 months, Ling Pengyun needs to go to Jubeo Pavilion to get a batch of refining materials. The magical instruments made from this batch of refining materials will be sent to the family's shops in various markets and bazaars for sale. For the next month, Ling Pengyun has been practicing hard on the magical instruments. On this day, Ling Pengyun finished refining the last furnace of sand and earth shield spiritual materials, took out the newly refined sand and earth shield from the refining furnace, and took out all the magical instruments refined in the past month from the storage bag. There are a total of 25 first-level medium-grade magical instruments and 7 first-level high-grade sand and earth shields. Looking at this batch of magical instruments, Ling Pengyun's face suddenly showed a bit of joy. Compared to the batch of magical instruments refined for the family half a year ago, there are few more. It seems that my success rate in refining instruments has increased a bit. Then, he carefully calculated the value of this batch of magical instruments. According to the rules set by the family and him, As long as the success rate of refining various styles of first-level medium and high-grade magical instruments reaches 30%, Ling Pengyun can get 10 spirit stones and 15 spirit stones for each of these first-level medium and high-grade magical instruments. For instruments with a success rate of more than 30%, the family can purchase them at 25 spirit stones for a first-level medium-grade instrument and 75 spirit stones for a first-level high-grade instrument. They are all purchased at a price slightly lower than the first-level medium and high-grade instruments on the market by 5 spirit stones. After all this calculation, I can earn as much as 520 spirit stones from this instrument refining. I can earn as much as 1,000 spirit stones by refining instruments for the family in 1 year. In this way, I can also raise the spirit stones for the purchase of Zuinun heavy iron more quickly. After the matter is completed, I have to thank the family for entrusting me with more than 70% of the family's commissions for instrument refining. Ling Pengyun has always remembered the kindness of the family. Ling Pengyun's thoughts returned, his expression slightly moved, and he thought of something. Relying on the family's training and refining equipment over the past 2 years, my current level of refining equipment is probably a few points better than that of the old first-class top-grade refiners. It's time to try to refine a second-level magic weapon, so that I can buy Zuinun heavy iron and prepare to refine my own magic weapon. At the same time, if I can increase the success rate of refining a second-level magic weapon to 30%, I can also earn more spirit stones. When Ling Pengyun thought about earning spirit stones, he felt extremely helpless. A month ago, Feng Yingpeng's foundation building was delayed because he did not have enough spirit stones, and he had not prepared the foundation building spirit objects for Feng Yingpeng. You know, if Feng Yingpeng had another foundation building spirit object to help him during the foundation building, he would have entered the foundation building stage in 9 out of 10 cases. If he had more money, Feng Yingpeng would probably have entered the foundation building stage at this time, and he would have an extra capable helper. Ling Pengyun sighed, waved his hand and took out the 3 bodies of gray feathered eagles and the blue steel mother and child flying swords that he had obtained from his trip to Jiamang Lake with Qingshi and others 2 months ago. He used his spiritual consciousness to control the 2 flying swords and carefully peeled the fur of the 3 gray feathered eagles. These 3 gray feathered eagles were at the initial stage of foundation building when they were alive. The reason why they have been kept until today instead of being sold directly is that they intend to use the fur of these 3 gray feathered eagles to try to refine the second-level low-grade Taoist robes. Taoist robes are one of the 3 types of magical instruments that Ling Pengyun is most proficient in. The other 2 are flying swords and inner armor type magical instruments. Of course, this is also because he refined a lot of these 3 magical instruments in his early years. After all, practice makes perfect. As for leaving the flesh and blood of the 3 gray feathered eagles at the initial stage of foundation building, because the gray feathered eagle clan is not large, it will not make much spiritual stones if sold. Ling Pengyun kept it as food to increase the speed of cultivation. Ling Pengyun waved his hand and put the 3 bloody gray feathered eagles back into the storage bag. After meditating for a while and restoring his body to its best state, he took out a book from the storage bag. This book was written by Wen Xianyan, the patriarch of the Yunwu Wen family in Huaishu County. It records the refining insights of Wen Xianyan, a second-level low-grade weapon refiner, for nearly half of his life. Ling Pengyun carefully read the book and wrote down the matters that need to be paid attention to when refining the second-level wind attribute Taoist robe. He also took out another necessary second-level wind attribute spiritual silk from the storage bag. There are 3 pounds of this spiritual silk, which Ling Pengyun bought into Yuanfang market. On the market, 1 pound of second-level low-grade wind attribute spiritual silk is worth 100 spirit stones. After all the spiritual objects were taken out, he waved his hand and cast a control technique on the refining furnace in front of him, suspending it in the air. Then, he made a seal with both hands and used the method of condensing the foundation building spiritual fire that he had been comprehending in recent years to condense a strange blue ghost fire. The temperature of this blue flame was extremely high, swaying in the air, causing the surrounding temperature to rise rapidly. Ling Pengyun did not waste time and quickly hid it to the bottom of the refining furnace suspended in the air, using this blue ghost fire to heat the refining furnace. When the temperature inside the refining furnace reached a certain level, Ling Pengyun waved his hand to use the art of controlling objects and lifted the lid of the refining furnace. He threw the gray feathered eagle fur of the initial stage of foundation building and 3 caddies of second-level spiritual silk into the refining furnace one after another, and then covered the furnace again. Ling Pengyun also relied on the refining method to control the high temperature inside the refining furnace, sweeping over the gray feathered eagle fur of the initial stage of foundation building and the silk, quenching the impurities in these two objects. But the gray feathered eagle fur and silk were of extremely high grade and resistant to high temperatures. They were refined by the high temperature in the refining furnace for nearly half a day before the impurities in the fur and silk were gradually removed by the high temperature. And every time an impurity is removed, the shimmering luster on the fur and the spiritual silk will shine even more. Thanks to Reverie DC, Shiwen Duanzijin, Zhengxi, Book Friend 20200604101732464, Book Friend 20221105230901321, I seem to have forgotten what, and the monthly ticket of Fu Ruo Nianhu. Thank you all. Chapter 293 Ling Yanhong breaks through the 7th level of foundation building in various movements. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun's face became even more solemn. No wonder it is said in the refining book that it takes at least several days to refine a second lower grade magic weapon, and it is normal to take half a month. Time passed slowly, and 5 days passed. When Ling Pengyun, a 4th level foundation building cultivator, activated the foundation building spiritual fire and consumed nearly half of his spiritual power, the impurities in the gray feathered eagle fur and 3 pounds of spiritual silk were finally removed. At this moment, the gray feathered eagle fur, which was several feet in size, also shrank a lot because of the removal of impurities. The 3 pounds of spiritual silk became more resilient. The aura of the two was also stronger. Ling Pengyun also pinched his fingers and performed the special refining method that must be performed to refine magic robes, magic shoes and other magic weapons. Pulling out the silk, a strong spiritual consciousness vibrated across the refining furnace and the fur that was tempered by high temperature. But in an instant, under the effect of this special method of pulling out the silk and peeling the cocoon, the fur seemed to fall apart, and countless feathers fell off the eagle's skin and turned into countless feather fluff. And the eagle's skin turned into tiny threads. Congeal. Ling Pengyun changed his finger technique and groaned. The countless feather fluff, countless tiny silk threads, and spiritual silk in the refining furnace all flashed with a spiritual light, like living things, and began to interweave and entangle with each other. In just 100 breaths, a wide gray Taoist robe appeared in the refining furnace. Although this Taoist robe took shape, it was not completed. There was still the most critical step of engraving spiritual patterns. The spiritual patterns that needed to be engraved on the 2nd level lower grade wind controlling Taoist robe were light body, toughness, and wind control. The 2 spiritual patterns of light body and toughness were 1st level spiritual pattern restrictions, and the wind controlling spiritual pattern was a 2nd level spiritual pattern restriction. As early as several years ago, Ling Pengyun had comprehended the 2nd level wind controlling spiritual pattern restriction. At this step, Ling Pengyun, who was refining a 2nd level low grade Taoist robe for the first time, also began to get a little nervous. The previous tempering of fur and the extraction of silk and cocoon to form the shape of the Taoist robe can be said to be the preparation process, which is relatively easy. However, the engraving of the spiritual pattern is the most important. If something unexpected happens, the spiritual materials in the refining furnace will also turn into ashes. The gray feathered eagle fur in the early stage of foundation building in the refining furnace is very valuable and can be sold for at least 200 spiritual stones on the market. 3 caddies of spiritual silkworm silk is worth 300 spiritual stones. 500 spiritual stones are not a small amount for Ling Pengyun, a foundation building cultivator. Ling Pengyun took a deep breath to calm down his mood before he started. He silently recited a special formula, pinched his 10 fingers to cast the spell, and his spiritual consciousness turned into a pen, which probed into the refining furnace and landed on the wide gray Taoist robe. The pen moved like a dragon and snake, and he waved it differently. The 2 spiritual pattern restrictions of lightness and tenacity were not difficult to engrave, and they were engraved by Ling Pengyun in a short while. But just when Ling Pengyun used the pen of divine consciousness to engrave the 2nd level wind controlling spiritual pattern restriction, he was rejected by the 2 spiritual pattern restrictions of lightness and tenacity that were engraved on the Taoist robe in advance. The next moment, the aura exuded by the Taoist robe became disordered, and there was a sign of failure in refining. Ling Pengyun frowned and quickly recited a secret technique of refining the art of suppressing the spirit. A huge spiritual consciousness turned into an invisible mountain, pressing down on the two spiritual pattern restrictions of lightness and tenacity that kept rejecting and suppressed the two spiritual pattern restrictions. Ling Pengyun also took advantage of the good opportunity of the lightness and tenacity spiritual patterns being suppressed, and quickly controlled the pen of divine consciousness to quickly engrave the second-level wind-controlling spiritual pattern restriction on the Taoist robe. After 100 breaths, just when Ling Pengyun's soul-suppressing technique was about to be broken by the two spiritual pattern restrictions of lightness and tenacity, the spiritual pattern of controlling the wind was finally engraved on the robe by Ling Pengyun. Once this spiritual pattern was formed, the first-level spiritual pattern restrictions of lightness and tenacity, which were originally somewhat repulsive, were also easily suppressed by the second-level spiritual pattern of controlling the wind. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun looked happy, and quickly pinched his fingers and performed the spirit fusion technique, using his own spiritual consciousness as a guide to activate the spiritual pattern restrictions of lightness and tenacity, and establish a connection with the spiritual pattern restriction of controlling the wind. This step took a very long time and consumed a lot of spiritual consciousness. However, Ling Pengyun's spiritual consciousness was enough to be comparable to that of a 6th-level cultivator in the foundation building stage, so he took some advantage in this step. About half an incense stick later, the three spiritual pattern restrictions of lightness, tenacity, and controlling the wind on the robe also established a connection very smoothly. 3 spiritual charms also appeared on the robe. A breath of a second-level magic weapon also spread out from the refining furnace. "It's done," Ling Pengyun said to himself with joy, and quickly used the art of controlling objects to lift the lid of the refining furnace and take out the wind-controlling Taoist robe that had just been successfully refined. He took it in his hand, looked it up and down, and evaluated it carefully. "I still have some experience in refining second-level Taoist robes. The 3 spiritual patterns of lightness, toughness, and wind control engraved on this Taoist robe have not yet been integrated well, as smooth as one body, and there are some defects." Then, Ling Pengyun put on the newly refined wind-controlling Taoist robe and mobilized his spiritual consciousness to trigger the 2 spells of lightness and wind control attached to the wind-controlling Taoist robe. However, the bonus of these 2 spells to Ling Pengyun was only 70% of the power of these 2 spells cast by a cultivator in the early stage of foundation building. It seems that this robe can only be regarded as the lowest grade of the second-grade low-grade magic tools. Although it cannot compare to the middle-grade robe, it can be barely regarded as the second-grade low-grade magic tool. If this robe is put on the market, it should be sold for 1,000 or so spiritual stones. Ling Pengyun's face was full of joy. A middle-grade wind-controlling robe can basically be sold for 1,500 spiritual stones, and only middle-grade magic tools will be widely circulated on the market. Although this wind-controlling robe is only of the lowest quality, it is already good to be able to refine it for the first time. This achievement is far beyond many refiners. As long as Ling Pengyun tries to refine this second-grade low-grade robe more in the future, the grade of this robe can naturally be improved, and the success rate is naturally the same. I have the Immortal Crane King here, so this wind-controlling robe is not very useful to me. It is better to put it in the Jubeo Pavilion and exchange it for spiritual stones. This way, the reputation of the Jubeo Pavilion in the refining market can also be indirectly expanded. Ling Pengyun took off the magic weapon on his body, thought about the return of the wind-controlling robe, and then folded it and put it into the storage bag. He also closed his eyes and practiced the skills to absorb the spiritual energy in the snake cave to restore the spiritual power consumed when refining the wind-controlling robe. After the spiritual power was restored, he relied on the remaining 2 gray-feathered eagle furs and 6 caddies of second-level spiritual silk to refine the wind-controlling robe twice. Unfortunately, Ling Pengyun's luck was not good, and he failed to refine it twice. This also made Ling Pengyun very distressed. To refine a wind-controlling robe once, a foundation-building monster fur is worth about 200 spiritual stones, and 3 caddies of wind-attributed spiritual silk is worth 300 spiritual stones, which is about 500 spiritual stones in total. Success once, failure twice. Apart from the spiritual stones used to buy 9 kilograms of spiritual silk, he could barely earn more than 100 spiritual stones. However, if he sold the 3 gray-feathered eagle furs to the market, he could sell them for about 600 spiritual stones. With this in and out, Ling Pengyun would earn 500 less spiritual stones. It's really hard to earn spirit stones when I first dabble in second-level magic tools. It costs too much to buy spirit materials for refining second-level magic tools and try to refine them. If I want to save money, I still need to follow fellow Taoist Qingshi and Fairy Yan into the Jiamang Lake to kill foundation-building monsters and obtain spirit materials from them. This way, the cost of my attempt to refine second-level magic tools can be reduced. However, Luo Minghu's matter is troublesome. Judging from Senior Zhang Yan's attitude at the time, Senior Zhang Yan should protect me, but it would be better to go out of the rock-scale snake cave protected by the second-level killing formation as little as possible. In the future, when I go to Tuiyuanfang Market to get the refining materials from Master Yunfu, I will go with fellow Taoists Qingshi and others to kill a monster. When there are many people, the old thief Luo Minghu should not take action, so as to avoid the news of my killing being leaked and attracting revenge from cousin Si Ling. After a moment of distraction, Ling Pengyun cleaned up the mess of refining the weapon, and then closed his eyes, absorbing the spiritual energy in the snake cave and practicing. 4 months later, on the top of Lingxiao Mountain, in the practice room of Hongyan Cave Mansion, sitting cross-legged on a cushion, Ling Yunhong, with his eyes closed, suddenly heard a cracking sound from his dantian. Then, his aura that was released to the outside surged rapidly. After a few breaths, the strength of his aura rose to the strength of the 7th level of foundation building. When the aura stopped rising, Ling Yunhong also opened his eyes. A trace of cruelty appeared on his face, and he muttered to himself, "Old thief Luo Minghu, wait for me." As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up, left the Hongyan Cave Mansion, went down the mountainside, entered the family's General Affairs Hall, and found the great elder Ling Pengyun who was in charge of the General Affairs Hall, and told Ling Pengyun that he had entered the 7th level of foundation building and was confident of suppressing the other 4 clans in Huaishu County. He also asked Ling Pengyun to send someone to inform the other 4 clans in Huaishu County that they were planning to redraft the division of the sand and soil veins. Afterwards, the two chatted for a few more words, and Ling Yunhong returned to the Hongyan Cave on the top of the mountain to consolidate his cultivation and prepare for the upcoming division of the sand and soil veins. A few days later, when Clan Mountain, Yunwu Mountain Conference Hall, Yunwuan clan senior leaders gathered here. When Xianayan, the head of the Yunwuan clan, who was sitting at the main seat on the long table in the conference hall, saw that everyone was there, and his face was puzzled. He looked at Wen Ruofei, the elder of the Wen clan, who had summoned everyone here, and asked, "Eighth uncle, what is the reason for you to summon us this time?" Wen Ruofei, the elder of the Wen clan, carefully explained that the Ling clan sent someone to send a message, intending to redivide the sand and soil veins, and that Ling clan's head Ling Yunhong had entered the 7th level of foundation building, and Ling clan's supreme elder Ling Pengxing had entered the 4th level of foundation building. When Xianayan was shocked when he heard this. The Ling family's foundation building combat power alone is enough to be comparable to the old foundation building families. Combined with the fact that the Ling family is now so forceful and has redrafted the share of the 5 clans in the sand and soil veins of Huaishu County, it is not difficult for him to guess that the Ling family, which has greatly increased in strength, is preparing to expand. He couldn't help but feel a little fortunate that he had become a relative with the Ling family 3 years ago. According to the rules set by his Wen family and the Ling family when they became relatives, the Ling family will not take action against the Wen family within 100 years, and this matter has also been announced to the outside world. Once the Ling family takes action against the Wen family, their reputation will surely become bad. After all, there is an agreement between the 2 clans, and they are relatives, and there is fighting and killing. It makes no sense that their reputation is not bad. And once the reputation is bad, the business of the shops opened by the Ling family in major markets and bazaars will be difficult to do. This 100 years is a safe time for the Wen family, and it can also give the Wen family some breathing space. Maybe, after 100 years, the Wen family can also accumulate some strength. If not, once the Ling clan wants to expand, it will immediately attack the Wen clan, which is adjacent to the Ling clan. Since the Ling clan took the initiative to propose this, we, as the relatives of the Ling clan, will agree. In addition, in a short time, we will send a few more female cultivators to marry into the Ling clan. This will make the relationship with the Ling clan closer, and at the same time make my Wen clan safer. When Xianayan thought about it and said, the other elders of the Wen clan also agreed with this proposal. At this time, if we sing against the Ling clan, we will be asking for trouble. At the same time, Luo clan's mountain, Lingxiao Mountain. Lingxiao, one of the only two remaining foundation-building cultivators of the Luo clan, entered a cave on the top of Lingxiao Mountain with a very dark face and found Luo Minghu, the patriarch of the Luo clan, who was practicing in seclusion in this cave. He told them about the Ling clan's plan to redraft the division of the benefits of the sand and soil veins, and the breakthroughs in the cultivation of the major foundation-building cultivators of the Ling clan. Luo Minghu heard this and his expression changed immediately. How could he not know that the Ling family wanted to take advantage of the tragic death of his son Luo Qilming, since his Luo family only had two foundation-building people and was now weak, to seize his share of the sand and soil veins of his Luo family. Although Qilming is dead, it is not something that the Ling family can suppress at will. Since the Ling family has given us this opportunity, it is time to avenge Qilming. If it weren't for Zhang Yan from Bailingmen protecting Ling Pengyun of the Ling family in Yuan's Hao, he would not have survived to this day. Ling Yanhong's eyes were filled with hatred, and he said viciously. Luo Minghu's Taoist companion Li Xiao was quite moved when she heard this. Luo Qilming was the most qualified child she had ever given birth to, and she loved him very much. Now that Luo Qilming died tragically at the hands of Ling Pengyun of the Ling family, how could she forget this hatred? This is the revenge for the murder of her son. My husband, it would be difficult for us to avenge this with our strength alone. We will most likely be protected by the Ling family afterwards. Since we have to do this, we must do it thoroughly and cripple the four foundation-building warriors of the Ling family. Li Xiao said viciously. Madam, do you mean to find someone to help? Luo Minghu heard this and said with a change of expression. That's right. Li Xiao said. The other three clans in Huaishu County will definitely not help our clan. If we want to ask for help, we can only ask for help from outside cultivators. But if we ask for help from outside cultivators, once this matter is exposed, our Luo family will also be hostile to the entire Huaishu County. And the Tiger Royal Liu clan, which is adjacent to our territory, will probably seize this opportunity to summon the other two clans in Huaishu County, the Liu clan and the Wen clan, to attack our clan in the name of righteousness and occupy our clan's spiritual veins. After all, it is difficult to suppress the Tiger Royal Liu clan with the strength of the two of us alone. Although Luo Minghu also wanted to do so, he did not agree with this proposal. No matter how the five major families in Huaishu County fight, once an outsider enters Huaishu County to cause trouble, they will unite and fight the enemy together. When the Pengyun Yang family of Yunshu County summoned Ling Yanhong, Bailingmen Foundation building monks and other outsiders to destroy the Hongyiling Yi family of Yunshu County, they were hostile to the remaining three foundation building families in Yunshu County. If it weren't for the support of Yang Xiling, the daughter-in-law of the Jindan, behind the Pengyun Yang family, the three foundation building families would have sent troops together to destroy the unruly Pengyun Yang family. Husband, besides this method, do you think there are other ways to destroy the Ling family's foundation building members? If it drags on, the Ling family will rely on more sand and soil veins. I'm afraid it will become stronger. My Luo family will have no good days in the future. Li Xiao said. Hearing this, Luo Minghu sighed helplessly and had to agree to this matter. Not long after, Luo Minghu took out nearly 70% of the Luo family's savings over the past few decades, and then drove the flying boat away from Lingxiao Mountain. Chapter 294 Luo Minghu's Plan. 2 months later. In Yuan's Hao, deep in the rock-scale snake cave. One day, Ling Pengyun, who was cultivating, was suddenly startled. He opened his eyes and looked at the large spiritual field beside him, where an acre of green spiritual rice was constantly gathering spiritual energy. As this acre of green spiritual rice continued to absorb spiritual energy into its body, the aura it exuded became stronger. After a few breaths, when this acre of green spiritual rice stopped absorbing spiritual energy, the aura it exuded also reached the level of the first grade lower grade. At this moment, Ling Pengyun also stood up and walked to the acre of green spiritual rice. His eyes kept scanning the situation of this acre of green spiritual rice, and a look of joy gradually appeared on his face. In this acre of spiritual field, the number of spiritual grains on each ear of green spiritual rice was about 50 to 55. The spiritual energy strength contained in the spiritual rice, wrapped in the spiritual grain clothing, also reached the spiritual energy strength of Ling's signature first grade lower grade spiritual rice, the jade spiritual rice. This acre of Qingshi spiritual rice can probably produce at least 1,300 to 1,400 kilograms of Qingshi spiritual rice. Apart from the bonus to the yield per acre from the spiritual planting secret method I used on this acre of Qingshi spiritual rice, even if this acre of Qingshi spiritual rice grows naturally, it will be no problem for the yield per acre to reach 1,000 kilograms. The spiritual energy contained in the spiritual rice is enough to be comparable to the Qingshi spiritual rice of the family. Under such circumstances, the Qingshi spiritual rice I improved can indeed be called a top-quality spiritual rice. Ling Pengyun sighed happily, and then sent out a spiritual power to directly cut off all the rice stalks of the acre of spiritual rice. Then, he used the shock technique to shake all the spiritual grains produced by the cut rice stalks and ears of the acre of spiritual rice to the ground and collected them. Afterwards, he replanted the Qingshi spiritual rice seeds that he had prepared long ago in the empty spiritual field of the acre, and then watered the acre of Qingshi spiritual rice with a wave of spiritual rain before stopping. This 1 acre of first-grade lower-grade spiritual field was opened up by Ling Pengyun at a cost of 400 or 500 spiritual stones. Naturally, he could not just plant 1 acre of Qingshi spiritual rice and then leave it abandoned. After finishing this, Ling Pengyun returned to the cushion, closed his eyes and practiced a technique. Beside him, there was a crane, a rock, and a white fox. The former was the fairy crane king in the early stage of foundation building, and the rock was Feng Yingpen. This rock was still in a deep sleep, absorbing spiritual energy to warm up the injury of the failed foundation building. The injury of the white fox was suppressed 4 months ago, and now it is absorbing spiritual energy to regulate its breathing and improve its cultivation. Although the meridians of this 3-tailed white fox were nearly half broken, it was impossible to enter a higher realm, but if it practiced hard, it could reach the 6th level of key training. Now, this fox is at the 5th level of key training. A few days later, Ling Yanhong, the head of the Ling family, and Ling Pengyun, the supreme elder of the Ling family, arrived at the rock-scale snake cave as promised, and went to the sand and soil vein in Huaishu County with Ling Pengyun. The two did this because although the rock-scale snake cave where Ling Pengyun was located was in Yuan's Hao, within this boundary, Zhang Yan, who had reached the perfect state of foundation building, would protect him. But the sand and soil vein was located in Jingzhou, which belonged to Huaishu County. The distance between the two was long. Ling Yanhong and the others were afraid that Luo Minghu of the Luo family would attack Ling Pengyun again while Ling Pengyun was rushing to the sand and soil vein. The 3 of them rode on the family's extremely fast foundation building initial stage fairy crane king, and after flying for only a few days, they arrived at the foot of the low mountain where the sand and soil vein was located. It was not yet the beginning of spring, so the other 4 families had not arrived. After waiting for a few more days, at the beginning of spring, the cultivators of the other 4 families in Huaishu County arrived as promised. The 4 cultivators who came this time were all foundation building cultivators from their respective families. After all, this time, it was about the redistribution of the shares of the sand and soil veins. When the 5 foundation building cultivators gathered together, Ling Yanhong, the head of the Ling family who proposed the redistribution of the shares of the sand and soil veins, also spoke at this moment. Everyone, the cultivation world has always relied on fists to speak. My Ling family is now powerful, and it is not too much to occupy an extra 10% of the shares of the sand and soil veins, a total of 35%. I see that there are only 2 foundation building cultivators left in the family of Taoist Luo. The extra 10% of the share of the vein that my Ling family intends to occupy will be deducted from the share of the noble Luo family. I wonder if Taoist Luo can sacrifice himself for the sake of everyone. Don't make it difficult for the Taoists of the other 3 families. While speaking, Ling Yanhong smiled and looked at Luo Minghu, the head of the Luo family. Luo Minghu heard this and his face suddenly darkened. He didn't expect Ling Yanhong to be so shameless and sacrifice himself for the sake of everyone. However, the situation forced Ling Yanhong to reach the late stage of foundation building. Ling Pengyun of the Ling family also reached the middle stage of foundation building, and Ling Pengyun of the Ling family who is in the middle stage of foundation building, he and his Taoist partner Li Xia could not resist at all. Helpless, he snorted angrily. Seeing Luo Minghu swallowing his anger and being defeated, Ling Yanhong's smile intensified a little, and he even laughed out loud. By the way, Luo Daoyao, do you still remember that you destroyed my 2nd-level inferior defense magic weapon during the fight? Now that several years have passed, Shouldn't you also compensate me? Luo Minghu's face became darker, and he couldn't help it anymore, and shouted angrily. Ling Yanhong, don't go too far. I went too far? During the fight, Dao almost took my life. Do you think we should settle the score? Ling Yanhong saw Luo Minghu's rebuttal, but he was not afraid. He exuded the aura of the 7th level of foundation building, pressed towards Luo Minghu, and said in a deep voice. Ling Pengyun and Ling Pengxing, who were standing behind Ling Yanhong, looked at each other one after another, and both raised their hands and put them in the storage bags on their waists, ready to take out magic weapons to fight at any time. The 3 foundation building cultivators in the vicinity, Liu Daozhao of the Tiger Roar Liu clan, Wen Xianyan of the Cloud and Mist Wen clan, and Wang Changming of the Green Bamboo Wen clan, who were riding on a foundation building mid-stage spirit tiger, saw this delicate situation and knew that there was something interesting to watch. Liu Daozhao, the head of the Tiger Roar Liu clan, who had always disliked the Luoxia Luo clan, smiled and said at this time, My fellow Taoists, my clan still has some things to do, so I will not get involved in the affairs of your 2 clans, Luo Daoyao and Ling Daoyao. After saying that, he rode on the foundation building mid-stage spirit tiger and left the place. When Xianyan of the Cloud and Mist Wen clan and Wang Changming of the Green Bamboo Wen clan saw this and followed closely behind and left one after another. However, the foundation building cultivators of the 3 families did not really leave, but just ran for several miles and hid in a hidden place, ready to watch the show. The 3 families' foundation building cultivators left so happily. Although the Ling family was powerful and overbearing, they did not harm the interests of the 3 families. They only targeted the Luo family of Luoxia. The most important thing was that the conflict between the Ling family and the Luo family was caused by the Luo family themselves. They really deserved it. Of course, the Luo family had no choice but to defend the Ling family. It was only after the Liu family, the Wen family, and the Wang family left. Under the low mountain where the sand and soil vein was located, there were only 3 foundation building cultivators of the Ling family, the Immortal Crane King, and Luo Minghu and Li Xia of the Luo family. Do you want to compensate for the magic shield, or not? If you don't want to, I don't mind taking it myself. Ling Yanhong sneered. Luo Minghu, who was dozens of feet away, heard this and became even more angry. Li Xia, who was standing aside, saw the look on her husband Luo Minghu's face, pulled Luo Minghu's Taoist robe, and transmitted the message. Husband, the 3 cultivators around have not left yet. It's not the time to take action. Luo Minghu listened to the voice in his head and suppressed his anger. He snorted coldly, waved his hand and took out a set of 2nd-level low-grade formations from his storage bag and threw it to Ling Yanhong. I don't have a magic shield, but this set of formation flags is enough to buy one. After saying this, he turned around and took his Taoist partner Li Xia with him to control a 2nd-level medium-grade flying boat to leave the place. Seeing this scene, clan leader Ling Yanhong was a little surprised. He didn't expect Luo Minghu to be so patient. He thought that a big war would break out. After all, the situation had reached that point just now. 3rd ancestor, are you going to let them go so easily? Ling Pengxing, who was beside Ling Yanhong, looked at the backs of Luo Minghu and Li Xia driving the flying boat away. His eyes flashed with murderous intent, and asked Ling Yanhong. Both Luo Minghu and Li Xia are strong. Once we fight, there will probably be casualties. Since Luo Minghu has not taken action, let it go. As long as we drag it out for a few decades, when Luo Minghu and Li Xia's lifespans are exhausted, even if the Luo family has new foundation building people, they will not be able to match our Ling family. We can destroy them with a wave of our hands. Why bother fighting if we can avoid danger and win? Just play it safe. Ling Yanhong said. Ling Pengxing, who was standing aside, thought it made sense and the murderous intent in his eyes was restrained a little. Ling Yanhong was looking at the set of formation flags in his hand that Luo Minghu had compensated him with, and his eyes were slightly shining. This set of formation flags was a 2nd-level low-grade killing formation, which was very valuable. It could be sold for at least 3,000 spirit stones, which was more than 1,000 spirit stones higher than the magic shield of the same level. It's a small profit. Ling Yanhong was secretly happy. After a moment of daze, he also took Ling Pengyun and Ling Pengxing to ride on the Fairy Crane King in the early stage of foundation building and left the place. The Liu, Wang, and when families who were watching from the surroundings were somewhat disappointed to see that the Ling family foundation building and the Luo family foundation building did not fight. They followed and returned to their respective families. A few hours later, not long after Ling Yanhong, Ling Pengyun, and Ling Penxing rode the fairy crane king and entered their own Ling family territory, the three suddenly found that 4 cultivators appeared in the sky in front of them. 2 of them stood on the same flying boat, and they were Luo Minghu and Li Xia. The other 2 cultivators were all dressed in black and had black veils on their faces. They did not reveal their faces, and each of them was standing on a flying magic weapon. Ling Yanhong, who was sitting on the back of the fairy crane king, saw Luo Minghu and Li Xia appear, and his eyes fixed. So the old villain Luo Minghu is waiting for us here. Then, he turned his eyes and looked at the 2 black-clothed monks on the flying boat beside Luo Minghu and his wife. Relying on the powerful divine sense of the 7th level of foundation building, he carefully detected that the 2 black-clothed monks were emitting traces of demonic energy. And the aura of the 2 black-clothed monks has reached the middle stage of foundation building. Luo is really brave. Pengyun, Penxing, they're all demonic cultivators in the middle stage of foundation building on that flying boat. I'm afraid today's matter will not end well. I will hold back Luo Minghu and Li Xia, and the 2 of you will block the remaining 2 demonic cultivators. If you 2 can make a contribution, we can win this battle. If not, I'm afraid it will be more dangerous than good. Ling Pengyun and Ling Penxing heard the words, and their faces suddenly became solemn. If it were just Luo Minghu and Li Xia, they would naturally not be afraid. But with 2 more demonic cultivators in the middle stage of foundation building, there would be 2 more variables. He had never thought of this. Collaborating with outsiders to deal with family conflicts in Huaishu County was already against the rules, and colluding with demon cultivators was a big deal. If Bailingmen knew about it, they would probably send cultivators to destroy the Luo family. Luo Minghu was helpless in looking for the demon cultivator. After all, many people knew that Ling Pengyun of the Ling family was the cousin of Yang Xiling, the daughter-in-law of Bailingman Ling Fu's Henrun. The righteous cultivators in the entire Bailingman territory did not dare to touch the Ling family, lest they suffer revenge from Yang Xiling afterwards. Luo Minghu had no choice but to find the demon cultivator. At this moment, Luo Minghu, who was among the 4 cultivators in front, laughed out loud. Ling Yanhong, today is the day when the 3 of you will die. Fellow Taoist Luo, the hatred between our 2 clans is a private matter of our Huaishu County. Once the news of your seeking help from outsiders spreads, your Luo family will probably be hostile to the other 3 families in our Huaishu County. Ling Yanhong frowned and echoed. Luo Minghu in front of him did not pay attention to this warning. Although he also knew this truth, if he did not seek help from the demon cultivators at this time, when his and his Taoist partner Li Xia's lifespans were exhausted in a few decades, the Luo family would be in danger and would be destroyed without a foundation-building person. As for the person who destroyed the Luo family, it might be the enemy Ling family, or it might be the Tiger Royal Liu family who had been hiding in the dark. The Luo family was the family he and Li Xia founded with all their heart after leaving Bailingman. The people in the family were all their descendants or relatives of the same generation. They did not want to see the destruction of the Luo family. Rather than waiting for his family to be destroyed, it is better to take the initiative and have a chance of survival. Even more, if he can kill Ling Yanhong and the other 4 foundation builders in one fell swoop today, his Luo family can also take the opportunity to occupy the Ling family's assets and the share of the Ling family's sand and oil veins, and then strengthen the Luo family, so that his clansmen have the opportunity to build a foundation. When Luo Minghu thought about it, a crazy look appeared on his face. He waved his hand and played a killing move, playing the natal formation flag, the small flame-burning formation, forming a large formation, and transforming into a large area of flames that swept towards Ling Yanhong and others. Ling Yanhong knew the power of this small flame-burning formation and responded immediately. He raised his hand and summoned a flying sword that was all white and constantly exuded a trace of cold air. This flying sword is Ling Yanhong's natal magic weapon, the Ice and Jade Sea Flying Sword. After Ling Yanhong spent spirit stones to buy water-based spirit iron to integrate into this flying sword in recent years, the grade of this sword has also been upgraded to the 2nd grade middle grade realm. In terms of grade alone, this sword is not inferior to Luo Minghu's 2nd grade middle grade natal formation flag, the small flame-burning formation. In fact, the Ice and Jade Sea Flying Sword is the top existence among the middle grade natal magic weapons, while Luo Minghu's small flame-burning formation is just a replica. which can only be regarded as an ordinary middle-grade natal magic weapon, and its power is weaker than the Ice and Jade Sea Flying Sword. As the spiritual power is transferred into this Ice and Jade Sea Flying Sword, the spiritual light of this flying sword flashes, and the cold air exuded from it becomes more intense. On the tip of this sword, a huge ice sword like 12 feet long burst out. Ling Yanhong waved his sleeves, and the 12 zang long sword light turned into a white sword light, carrying a sharp chill, and rushed into the large flames. He turned around and rolled, and immediately blocked the flames. Thanks to Mikkel, Book Friend 20180723163025008, Shiwen Duanzi, Book Friend 20221019203515676, and Fantasy for their monthly tickets. Thank you all. I created a friendship group, and you all can join. Those who are interested can join the group to discuss. On the 31st, I will add 2 chapters for the monthly tickets. If there is no manuscript saved by then, it will be delayed, but it will definitely be posted, please believe me. Chapter 295 The Demon Cultivator of the Black Blood Demon Cult. Even relying on the coldness released by the body of the Ice and Blue Sea Flying Sword, the Flying Sword still has the potential to suppress the large area of fire that the small fire-burning array has transformed into. At the same time, the Fairy Crane King, who was at the 3rd level of foundation building under Ling Yanhong, also used his strongest attack method at this moment, shooting a feather arrow tornado gust of wind, rushing into the fire, and rolling a large area of fire into the center of the tornado. This also greatly reduced the pressure on the Ice and Blue Sea Flying Sword. Old Thief Luo, you almost took my life by relying on your cultivation and the effect of the magic weapon. Now I have entered the 7th level of foundation building, although I am still weaker than you. But today, I will fight with you again. I want to see who is stronger today. Seeing that the Fairy Crane King under him helped suppress the powerful small fire-burning array, the clan leader Ling Yanhong was overjoyed and laughed wildly. Then, a ruthless look appeared on his face. He waved his hand and patted the storage bag on his waist, took out a medicine bottle from it, poured out an explosive spirit pill from it, and stuffed it into his mouth. In the Zumi, his aura suddenly soared by 50%, and he had reached the peak level of the 8th level of foundation building, and he was only 1 step away from entering the 9th level of foundation building. The efficacy of the 2nd level medium-grade explosive spirit pill is still a little bit poor. If there is a 2nd level high-grade explosive spirit pill, it would be better. Unfortunately, I can't refine it. Ling Yanhong secretly regretted it. The 2nd level medium-grade explosive spirit pill he took was refined by himself. The raw materials were the same as the gathering spirit pill, which was the inner pill of the foundation building monster beast. However, using the inner pill of the foundation building monster beast to refine the explosive spirit pill, at most only 1 pill can be made. In order to refine the 2nd level medium-grade explosive spirit pill, Ling Yanhong failed several times and wasted several inner pills of the foundation building monster beast. Only 2 pills were made. The other explosive spirit pill was taken by Ling Yanhong during the battle in the sand and soil mine 3 years ago. As for the market, this explosive spirit pill is extremely rare. It is hard to find it at ordinary market auctions. It is a thing that is difficult to buy even with spirit stones. After coming to his senses, Ling Yanhong mobilized the surging spiritual power in his body and madly injected it into the Ice Blue Sea Flying Sword. The Ice Blue Sea Flying Sword was blessed by the huge spiritual power, and its power was 3 times stronger. The cold air around it was even more compelling. The raging fire transformed by the small fire-burning array was like encountering a terrifying existence, and was constantly forced back by the cold air emitted by the Ice Blue Sea Flying Sword. Seeing this, Ling Yanhong's expression was even more joyful. He changed his finger method, and the Ice Blue Sea Flying Sword carried a burst of cold air and directly swallowed up a large area of fire. The fire transformed by the formation also appeared in a gap. Ling Yanhong seized the opportunity and raised his hand and lightly tapped it. The Ice Blue Sea Flying Sword turned into a white sword light, and successively cut off the 3 flags of the small fire-burning array. If Luo Minghu had not used his 2nd-grade upper-grade red fire sword in time, and his Taoist companion Lingxiao had used a 2nd-grade lower-grade long whip to block the powerful Ice Blue Sea Flying Sword, the remaining 9 flags of the small flame-burning array would have been destroyed one by one. My flags. The destruction of 3 flags made Luo Minghu feel distressed. The small flame-burning array originally had 12 flags, and now 3 flags were cut off. Although the formation was still maintained, the power was greatly reduced, and it was difficult to threaten Ling Yanhuang, who had taken the explosive spirit pill. Luo Minghu also felt sorry for his treasure, so he planned to withdraw this set of flags first, and wait until the effect of the explosive spirit pill that Ling Yanhuang had taken was over, and then use this formation to trap and kill Ling Yanhuang, who was trapped by the side effects of the explosive spirit pill. But Ling Yanhuang also knew this truth very well. The effect of the explosive spirit pill only lasted for half an incense stick. Once the effect of half an incense stick was over, his strength would be reduced by 1/10. If he fought forcefully, his meridians would be damaged. He didn't want to miss this good opportunity to destroy Luo Minghu's formation flag. This natal formation flag was the key to determining the outcome of this battle. As long as this natal formation flag was damaged, the owner of this formation flag, Luo Minghu, would also suffer from damage. Ling Yanhuang raised his hand and sacrificed the second-grade inferior magic weapon 9-bend needle that he had refined himself. This second-grade inferior 9-bend needle was not weaker than an ordinary second-grade medium-grade magic weapon in the hands of Ling Yanhuang, whose cultivation had soared to the peak of the 8th level of foundation building. The 9 long needles flashed in the void and transformed into hundreds of long needles that broke through the remaining 9 small flames and fires that formed a large area of flames in the formation, and directly bombarded the 9 formation flags. Even though Luo Minghu relied on the power of the formation in time and transformed a defensive light curtain on the remaining 9 formation flags, it was difficult to withstand the bombardment of the 9-bend long needles that broke through the formation. Long needle magic tools are best at breaking the gang, and the power of the formation flags has been greatly reduced after being damaged, which is only equivalent to an ordinary second-level medium-grade magic tool. This also makes it difficult for the light curtain transformed by the 9 formation flags to resist the hundreds of 9-bend long needles that break the gang, and they are broken one by the 9-bend long needles. However, in order to break the light curtain of the formation flags, the power of the 9-bend long needles was greatly reduced, and it only broke 3 small flames and fire-burning formation flags. The remaining 6 life formation flags were taken away by Luo Minghu in time. But even so, Luo Minghu is not feeling well. 12 life formation flags were destroyed in a few breaths, causing his blood and ki to surge, and his sea of consciousness was in severe pain. Life magic tools are different from ordinary magic tools. There is a lot of spiritual consciousness of the cultivator left in the life magic tools. Once damaged, the cultivator will also be injured. The 2 demon cultivators in the middle stage of foundation building saw that Ling Yanhuang not only blocked Luo Minghu, who was in the 8th level of foundation building, and Lingxiao, who was in the middle stage of foundation building, with his own strength. Even in a few breaths, he crippled Luo Minghu's powerful second-level middle-grade natal formation flag. He immediately took a breath of cold air, and a few traces of fear arose in his heart, and he had the idea of leaving. After all, the 2 of them were only hired by Luo Minghu and Lingxiao. They would not do anything risking their lives. Luo Minghu, who had just suppressed the pain of his blood and sea of consciousness, suddenly noticed that the 2 mid-stage foundation building demon cultivators beside him were about to retreat, and hurriedly said, "2 Taoist friends, don't retreat. That old man Ling Yanhuang has taken the explosive spirit pill. As long as we delay for half an incense stick, Ling Yanhuang will be useless." After killing Ling Yanhuang and the other 2 mid-stage foundation building cultivators of the Ling family, in addition to the remaining spiritual objects that need to be given to you as rewards, I can also give 20% of the spiritual objects in the Ling family's treasury to the 2 Taoist friends. When the 2 demon cultivators heard this, they were immediately moved. They knew that the Ling family had changed from a spiritual plant family to an alchemy family in recent years. Alchemy was the art that earned the most spiritual stones among all the arts. It was not difficult for the 2 of them to guess that the Ling family must have a lot of wealth, and the value of 20% of the spiritual objects would definitely not be less. The 2 demon cultivators looked at each other, and at the same time, they respectively sent out a shield and a flying sword, 2 magical instruments, and bombarded Ling Yanhuang. Poisonous blood shield, poisonous blood sword. Those 2 demon cultivators are demon cultivators from the Ningxiao poisonous blood demon sect. Ling Pengyun, who was sitting on the back of the immortal crane king with Ling Yanhuang, saw the shield and flying sword magical instruments sent by the 2 mid-stage foundation building demon cultivators, and his eyes paused, and he quickly reminded Ling Pengyun. When Ling Pengyun heard this, the solemnity of his eyes became even more intensified. The Poison Blood Demon Cult is the most powerful demon cultivation force in the entire Balingman area. This demon cult has been established for hundreds of years, and has been cleaned up by Balingman monks and even Jade monks several times. However, it is still difficult to eradicate, and the reason is very simple. The poison blood magic of the Poison Blood Demon Cult is said to be able to directly reach the Jade realm, and the cultivation speed is extremely fast, which has led to a large number of casual cultivators going astray in the past dynasties. This has made the Poison Blood Demon Cult a major tumor in Balingman. The strength of the Poison Blood Demon Cult is not weak. There is not only a demon cultivator who has completed the foundation building as the leader of the Poison Blood Cult, but also several demon cultivators in the late foundation building stage, and nearly 10 demon cultivators in the middle foundation building stage. The most famous magic weapons of the Poison Blood Demon Cult are the Poison Blood Cover and the Poison Blood Sword. The process of refining these two magic weapons is extremely bloody. It is necessary to poison 30,000 mortals with extremely poisonous things, and then use the blood of these mortals to condense and integrate into the spiritual iron. It takes 36 days of sacrifice day and night to refine it. The magic weapons refined in such a vicious way are also very powerful. They all carry extremely poisonous toxins. Not only can they corrode other people's magic weapons, but once the foundation building cultivators are infected, if they do not take high-level detoxification pills in time, they will also be melted into a touch of poisonous water by the extremely poisonous toxins. Ling Pengyun and Ling Pengyun, who were sitting on the back of the Immortal Crane King with Ling Yunhong, were not idle either. They immediately took out their own magic weapons. They did not take action just now because they were far away from Luo Minghu and others, and their mid-stage foundation building consciousness could not cover them. Their consciousness can only cover about 400 to 600 feet, but Ling Yunhong, whose cultivation has soared to the 8th level of foundation building, can cover 800 or even 900 feet. Just when Ling Pengyun and Ling Pengyun had just offered their magic weapons, the extremely fast poisonous blood cover had already flown over the Immortal Crane King, creating a large poisonous fog that enveloped the Immortal Crane King and even Ling Pengyun and the others, gradually corroding them. The poisonous blood flying sword also exuded a strong poisonous gas, which increased the density of the surrounding poisonous fog. At the same time, it also sank into the large poisonous fog and disappeared. Ling Pengyun, who had just offered his gilded flying sword to block the sword, also missed his attack, and for a moment it was difficult to find the trace of the poisonous blood flying sword. Not good. This poisonous fog has the effect of isolating spiritual consciousness. Ling Pengyun was shocked, and he quickly offered the sand and soil bronze bell that he had obtained when he killed Luo Kilming half a year ago, and propped up the bronze bell phantom to protect everyone. Just when the bronze bell phantom was formed, the disappeared poisonous blood flying sword suddenly jumped out from the large poisonous fog and bombarded the bronze bell phantom with a huge roar. The large poisonous fog transformed by the poisonous blood cover followed closely and swept around the bronze bell phantom. As soon as the poisonous fog came into contact with the bronze bell phantom, the bronze bell phantom was corroded and sizzled. The flickering spiritual light of the bronze bell phantom also quickly dimmed. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun frowned. The life magic weapon attached to the poisonous blood magic skill is indeed extraordinary. He raised his hands, kept pinching his fingers, condensed a blue seal, and transformed into a 5-foot water snake. Under Ling Pengyun's control, the water snake rushed through the poisonous fog and knocked away the poisonous fog around the bronze bell phantom. However, for this, the water snake was also corroded by the poisonous fog and was full of holes. There was no remaining power left, and it turned into spiritual light and dissipated. Seeing the powerful force of the poisonous fog, Ling Pengyun's heart sank, and he felt that the poisonous blood cover was a great threat. He pinched his hands again, condensed a water snake technique, and transformed into a 5-meter-long water snake to hit the poisonous blood cover that was constantly emitting poisonous fog in the sky above. Then, he sacrificed the set of blue steel flying swords and followed the water snake. The water snake dispersed the poisonous fog in front and cleared the way, and the blue steel mother and child flying swords were not damaged. But as the 5-meter-long water snake got closer and closer to the poisonous blood cover, the poisonous fog became thicker and more toxic. As a result, the water snake was eroded and dissipated by the poisonous fog in a short while. This poisonous fog is really difficult to deal with. Ling Pengyun waved his sleeves, and 2 blue seals covered with snake-shaped patterns shone in all directions. Two huge roars resounded through the sky. Two huge water snakes soared into the sky, quickly piercing through the poisonous fog around the poisonous blood cover in the sky, and bombarded the poisonous blood cover. The Qingyang mother and child flying swords followed closely behind. However, the poisonous blood cover can not only emit poisonous gas, but also has amazing defensive power. Relying on a poisonous gas-like curtain, it actually resisted the simultaneous attacks of the two water snakes and the Qingyang sword. And the poisonous blood cover is still constantly emitting poisonous gas, eroding the three attacks. I am afraid that in a short time, these three attacks will be completely eroded by the poisonous fog. Ling Pengyun, who is a magic cultivator, is not afraid. He keeps pinching his fingers to condense the water snake technique, and transforms into huge water snakes 5 feet long, which keep bombarding the poisonous blood cover in the sky. At the same time, at this moment, the sword cultivator Ling Pengyun at the side also recalled the gilded sword that had missed the previous attack, and bombarded it on the poisonous blood flying sword that had appeared, and tangled with the poisonous blood flying sword. But before they had tangled for a few breaths, the thick poisonous gas emitted by the poisonous blood flying sword and the poisonous mist transformed by the poisonous blood cover in the sky all stained the gilded flying sword, corroding the spiritual light of the gilded flying sword. Because the poisonous blood flying sword was also a lifelong magic weapon, the grade was the same as the gilded flying sword, which was also a second grade lower grade, but its power was 2 times stronger than the gilded flying sword, and the gilded flying sword was defeated step by step. Ling Pengyun frowned immediately, and no longer concealed his means. With a light shout, the thin Zhengjin sword intent suddenly erupted from his body. Under his control, these sword intents turned into strands of Zhengjin sword energy and were quickly injected into the body of the gilded flying sword. The next moment, the gilded flying sword also flashed with golden light, and the sword energy around it was crisscrossed, directly dispersing the surrounding poisonous fog. Its power was also several times stronger at this moment, and it was not weaker than the second-level inferior poisonous blood flying sword, and it could actually compete with it. The two magic cultivators in the middle stage of foundation building in the distance were a little depressed when they saw that their respective life magic weapons were blocked. They didn't expect that Ling Pengyun and Ling Pengyun were not ordinary people. One was a magic cultivator and the other was a sword cultivator, with extraordinary combat power. The two magic weapons they sacrificed just now were their only attack magic weapons. As a result, the two of them had no other means of attack, and could only fight with Ling Pengyun and Ling Pengyun, holding them back, and waiting for half an instant stick to pass. When Ling Yunhong's power from taking the explosive spirit pill was exhausted, Luo Minghu and his wife killed Ling Yunhong and had their hands free to help. It takes a lot of resources to refine the life magic weapon. These two magic cultivators were just casual cultivators who joined the magic sect halfway. It was already good enough for them to refine a second-level low-grade life magic weapon. Of course, the life magic weapon that cost a lot of resources to refine is also extraordinary. Since they were refined, the two life magic weapons have been of great help to them. Recommended book, Alchemy Immortal Clan Introduction, Family Story. Alchemy Song Shubei traveled to the immortal world and became a double spiritual root cultivator of the foundation building, Immortal Clan Songshi. He opened the alchemy space and learned to refine pills at no cost, refining foundation pills and golden pills, leading the Song family immortal clan to become the strongest immortal clan. Chapter 296 Black Flame Spirit Fire Talisman. Ling Pengyun and Ling Pengyun fought with the two mid-stage foundation building demon cultivators for about 300 moves. The two mid-stage foundation building demon cultivators were both short of mana due to the continuous use of their own life instruments to fight. During this period, both of them also took a recovery-type magic pill to recover some mana. However, this type of magic pill is relatively precious.